program, of course, will start with the anthems, and then we'll have the welcome session or the opening session before we delve into the panel discussions that will happen immediately after the opening session. Again, on behalf of the Minister of Finance, I want to welcome you and just quickly welcome you to breakfast for the next 2 minutes before we formally start. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you, and may I request that we be upstanding for the anthem. The anthem is actually the Uganda National Anthem and the East African Anthem. And thereafter, I will request Miss Diana to come and prepare to pray for us, so you don't have to walk after the anthem. So Diana, please come closer so you'll pray for us after the anthem. So come closer to me here. So may we now have the anthems, please.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya
Thank you. Let's humble ourselves for prayer. Father, Lord, we want to thank you for the gift of this day. We want to thank you for our lives. We want to thank you for our families. And we pray that you come down in our midst today and bless whatever we shall deliberate upon. We pray that today's deliberations will be for the greater good of this country. We pray this believing and trusting in the mighty name of Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Please take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you, Diana, for blessing our gathering this morning. The acting, I don't think you can act. So the Honorable Minister, represented here by the DST, the Honorable Patrick Ochailap now. The freshly introduced, and just a few hours ago he was presenting his credentials, Your Excellency, the U.S. Ambassador to Uganda, William Pope, we want to welcome you. The USAID Mission Director, Richard Nilsson, the Acting PSST, the Director of Economic Affairs, Moses Kagwa, and of course, the Commissioner for Economic Development and Policy and Research at the Ministry of Finance, Joseph Enyimu. Our stakeholders present here, we have heads of government agencies, and also members of the civil society. I have seen CS BAG represented here, and our entrepreneurs who have been invited to be part of this 14th National Competitive Forum. We welcome you and thank you for joining us this morning. Our virtual audience joining us on television and online, we do welcome you. Our theme this morning and for the rest of the day for this 14th National Competitiveness Forum is boosting private sector investments in agro-industry to take advantage of regional. Will be take place for the entire day, and we will have several sessions that will be looking at various parts of our conversation on the agro-industry and how we can take advantage of our regional opportunities. The panels that will be handled by the expert moderators, Dr. Madina and Dr. Muhumuza, will be looking at enhancing investment opportunities in the agro-industry for youth, women, to request all the players invited here. I can see the players, for example, in the cotton sector that are here, Fine Spinners, Arapapa, Texford, Nasari, and Uganda Ginners and cotton exporters. Please stand for recognition. We need to appreciate you and what you're doing in that sector. That's our first category of testimonies we will have on both sides. Thank you very much. The next team, the team from Katosi Women Group, Interfish Farm, Yalelo Fish Company, and UFPA, that's the Association of the Fish and Teams, and also SON Fish Farm. Please stand for recognition. We want to recognize you and also thank you very much for joining us this morning. Our next category is when we look at the financing and agribusiness, the teams from Credit Bureau, Market Systems, the CEO USE, OSH Advocates, Pearl Capital Partners, and the head of the African Queen. Are we here? Can we stand for recognition? I know they will be speaking in the afternoon, so some may not be joining us already, but I see we have.
By the Deputy Secretary to the Treasury, Mr. Patrick Ochailap, Your Excellency, the U.S. Ambassador to Uganda, William Pope, and your team, the private sector representatives in the room, our presenters and discussants who are here for the morning session, members of the academia, Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I welcome you at the 14th National Competitiveness Forum. Today's event is happening during the first year of implementing the second National Strategy for Private Sector Development, which provides for a coordination and consolidation framework for private sector development interventions across the country. The framework also provides for structured private and budgetary processes at both national and subnational level. This year's National Competitiveness Forum is running under the theme, Boosting Private Sector Investments in Agro-Industry in order to take advantage of the regional opportunities. This is in line with the financial year 2024-2025 budget strategy, which is focusing on unlocking growth opportunities in selected value chains. This meeting, therefore, is expected to enable us share lessons on how we can unlock the cotton, textile, and apparel sector and the fish and aquaculture value chains. We aim to identify industry product spaces as well as explore all possible investment opportunities for the private sector to support the government's drive to grow the economy tenfold. The discussions will further provide input into the budget for financial year 2024-2025. Ladies and gentlemen, agro-industry, which is our focus this year, is a key sector for economic growth, for food security, and for poverty reduction. To achieve our objectives today, we need to address issues such as, one, why most chains, value chains, are not fully developed and less attractive to private sector investment. What potential subsectors and investment opportunities should be profiled for investment, for investors to consider? What are the key drivers and barriers of productivity and growth? And what are the best strategies to promote agro-industry investments in a changing regional landscape? It is therefore a challenge for each one of us in the room to identify and agree on key priorities and actions for advancing private sector investment in agro-industry, as well as the select which the minister was tasked to facilitate the strengthening of the internal capacities of small and medium enterprises by simplifying accounting processes and record keeping. Under this, the ministry is fast-tracking the implementation of informality management for compliance and revenue mobilization interventions to boost internal capacities of SMEs to comply with standards and exporting requirements. Furthermore, Enterprise Uganda is fast-tracking the implementation of the National Business Development Services Framework that was launched in October 2022. These interventions will be pivotal in responding to that quest. Thirdly, the ministry was tasked to facilitate Uganda National Bureau of Standards in enhancing compliance with standards to ease access to markets. Government supported UNBS to operationalize the Mbarara Regional Laboratory in June 2023 in order to enhance access to testing services in addition to the regional laboratories in Gulu and Kampala. Fourth, the ministry was tasked to liberalize the pension and retirement benefits sector as a strategy to reduce the cost of finance and increase the availability of domestic funds for private sector investments. The National Social Security Fund started the implementation of the NSSF Amendment Act that commenced on 7th January 2022. Section 4 and 13A of the said act introduced 1, mandatory contributions by all workers, regardless of size of the enterprise or number of employees, and 2, voluntary contributions to the fund. I recognize these are progressive steps to the expectations of the players, but they are steps in the right direction, and I believe that as we continue this engagement, we will see how we accelerate progress to this expectation. There was a proposal to reduce the cost of data by Ministry of ICT and National Guidance, NITAU, and Uganda Communications Commission. I can confirm that there has been a 50% reduction in internet costs effective 1st August 2023. The price of internet moved from USD $70 to $35 per MBS per month. This will ultimately increase access to online services and boost private sector competitiveness. Number 6, prioritizing interventions to improve supportive and last mile infrastructure by Ministry of Works and Transport, as well as local government, was a very strong message that you gave. To this end, government allocated 1 billion shillings to each local government this financial year to ensure maintenance of last mile roads to ease movement of commodities from production sites to markets. Those of you who are involved, of course, in the agro-industry value chain will appreciate how vital this district, urban, and community access roads are in accessing markets. Lastly, there was a proposal on enhancing trade facilitation by developing an online commodity exchange system to reduce information asymmetry, guarantee quality and quantity of commodities, and further ease access to markets. Uganda Development Corporation is undertaking engagements with various private sector stakeholders to harmonize existing interventions as well as procure a consultant to develop this system. We appreciate the partnership and collaboration we have and continue to foster with many of you present here today, including those of you who are online. We appreciate your engagement to this end. On this point, I want to make special mention of the USAID Feed the Future IIS activity, the Competitiveness, Enterprise and Development Project, and other development partners whose support is helping us gain mileage on this journey. I thank you for participating and listening to me, and it's now my singular honor and pleasure to welcome the Permanent Secretary to the Treasury, here represented by the Director Economic Affairs, to give his remarks, after which he will do the necessary invitations following him. Mr. Kagwa, you're welcome.
Your Excellency, William Pope, the U.S. Ambassador to Uganda, the representative of the Honorable Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, private sector representatives, our presenters and discussants, members of the academia, members of the Fourth Estate, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. First of all, I want to extend apologies of the PSST who couldn't be here today. So he's requested me to read his statement or his speech, and I'm going to do it verbatim. Good morning. I extend my appreciation to you all present today for sacrificing your time to be part of the 14th National Competitiveness Forum. I appreciate USAID, Feed the Future, ISS Advisory, and the Competitiveness and Enterprise Development Project for supporting this process. The National Competitiveness Forum is one of the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development's annual public-private engagement platform on private sector competitiveness that fits into the budget process. Colleagues, this platform engages the real private sector players to help government identify and shape policy and budgetary processes in line with the private sector development issues. Ladies and gentlemen, in financial year 2022-23, the economy grew at 5.5% compared to 4.6% the previous year, which compares favorably with the average growth rate for sub-Saharan Africa, which is estimated at 3.6% for the calendar year 2023. The size of the economy is estimated at shillings 184.3 trillion compared to shillings 162.9 trillion the previous year. This is equivalent to US dollars for 49.4 billion compared to 45.6 billion in financial year 2021-2022. Our goal for financial year 2024-2025 is to accelerate economic growth to at least 6% and 7% in the medium term, with the ultimate goal of building an independent, integrated, and self-sustaining economy. This will involve transitioning from a raw materials based to a manufacturing and knowledge-based economy, improving the involvement of doing business in Uganda and making it competitive is an important feature of this transition. Ladies and gentlemen, to achieve this target, we need to tap into the technical expertise of our private sector players to help us delve deep into value chains to identify potential sub-industries, product spaces, and investment opportunities which can help us grow our economy tenfold. On August 31, 2023, I met with value chain experts and investors in coffee, grains, and oilseed sectors who provided great insights and recommendations to unlock growth in these sectors, which my ministry is currently studying and will inform the next year's budget process. This 14th NCF is therefore under the theme boosting private sector investments in agro-industry to take advantage of regional opportunities. This is in line with the NDP3 agro-industrialization program goal of increasing commercialization and competitiveness of agricultural production and agro-processing. This program targets to A, increase the total export value of processed agricultural commodities, i.e. coffee, tea, fish, dairy, meat, and maize and its products, from US $1 billion to US $4 billion. Reduce the total value of imported cereals and cereal products, vegetable fats and oils, and sugar preparations from US $931 million to US $500 million. Increase the agriculture sector growth from 3.8% to 6%. Boost labor productivity in the agro-industrial value chain, value added in US dollars per worker from US $616 to US $830. C, create a number of jobs in agro-industry along the very value chains by 500,000. F, reduce the percentage of households depending on subsistence agriculture as a main source of livelihood from 68.9% to 55%. And G, enhance the proportion of households that are food secure from 60% to 80%. Our engagements and studies on the potential of value chains like the sugar value chain revealed a lot of untapped product spaces and investment opportunities for the private sector investments. These include the production of brown sugar, refined sugar, molasses, sweets, alcohol, ethanol, industrial carbon dioxide, fertilizers, and electricity. The product diversity means more jobs, revenue, exports, which would lead ultimately to economic transformation. The role of value chains in export performance. Uganda's export of merchandise goods amounted to US $4.2 billion in April 2023 compared to 3.1 billion in April of 2022. This is a 35% increase, mainly from the export of gold, coffee, fish, sugar, beans, maize, and light manufactured products, most of which went to the regional markets. The government continues to support and boost access to financing for agro-industry and export performance. For example, we have the Agricultural Credit Facility, which as at 1st December 2022 had cumulatively extended credits amounting to 751.3 billion Uganda shillings to 2,970 value addition actors in dairy, horticulture, tea, coffee, poultry, edible oil extraction, and grain processing. 2, through UDC, government is partnering with private sector in agro-processing, manufacturing, and mineral beneficiation, where government has so far allocated 160.7 billion shillings in financial year 2022-23. There are also a Myoga funds. This is seed capital worth 249 billion, which has been dispersed to 6,721 beneficiaries through what you call constituency-based Myoga circles. And to ensure consistency, government has further allocated 100 billion shillings for financial year 2023-2024. Government is also implementing the parish development model, where a total of 1,058 billion has been disbursed to 10,459 parish-based circles nationwide, which should translate into 100 million shillings per parish. And this financial year, government has allocated 1.1 trillion shillings to continue with this process. We hope that by the end of the program, we expect that the parish development model will give us the largest bank in the country, with investment worth 5 trillion. There is the investment for industrial transformation and employment project called Invite. This is a $200 facility to support new economic activities in manufacturing, value addition, and export in strategic sectors. There is also the growth opportunities and productivity for women, the GROW project, which is providing grants targeting mostly the youth and women entrepreneurs with a grant worth $217 million. Other interventions include supportive infrastructure, especially upgrading of 66.8% of targeted roads, power subsidies of 5 US cents to large industries and value addition industries in the industrial parks. We also have several trade facilitation services, including the online business registration system, the one-stop border post, the implementation of the authorized economic operators program, and then completion of the Gulu logistics hub. Government has also invested in investment facilitation services, including the completion of the Uganda Business Facilitation Center in Kololo, which is the one-stop area. And this is currently occupied by Uganda Registration Services Bureau, Uganda Investment Authority, Capital Markets Authority. There are also continued investments into regional industrial parks, of which 10 are fully government-owned, while 5 are under public-private partnership arrangement, boosting manufactured exports. Identification of investment opportunities in key value chains has boosted production for export, with manufactured products re-emerging as a major contributor to merchandise exports. In 2022, Uganda exported sugar worth $163 million, cement worth $87 million, plastics worth $61 million, soap $31 million, and beer worth $29 million. This shows the potential opportunities in the regional markets. And in April 2023, Uganda recorded a trade surplus of $1 billion with its East African Community trading partners. Today, I look forward to receiving practical solutions to develop our value chains, given their multiplier effects on social and economic transformation. This forum will address itself to cotton, textile and apparels, fish and aquaculture, as well as exploring potential and alternative financing products for private investments in agro-industry. As I conclude, we need to collectively find answers to one, how to address transformational needs in value chains in order to leverage their potential impact on the economy. 2, what bottlenecks along the value chains would you like us to address in the immediate, medium, and long term? And finally, what interventions do you recommend to prioritize in the next financial year budget to guarantee sustainable production for our industrialization and export development agenda? Thank you for listening to me, for God and my country. I now Yes. I now take this opportunity and honor to invite Your Excellency, the U.S. Ambassador to Uganda, William Pope, to give your remarks. Thank you so much.
Mr. Deputy Secretary of the Treasury, Director of Economic Affairs, Mr. Commissioner, all the representatives and officials of the Ugandan government present, private sector partners, development partners, representatives from communities, university, and civil society, distinguished guests, good morning. It's an honor and privilege to be with you today as the new U.S. Ambassador to Uganda, but also to participate in the 14th Annual National Competitiveness Forum and to be able to help support that effort through our U.S. Agency for International Development. And of course, thank you for all of you being here this morning, investing your valuable time in this important event. As President Biden highlighted at the U.S.-Africa Leaders Summit in December 2022, the United States is committed to investing in Africa's people and providing support to build sustainable and inclusive economies. In the spirit of the summit, the United States is very excited to promote this work with the people of Uganda. The United States believes strongly that a competitive economy will boost economic growth for all Ugandans. For this to be successful, the business environment and the investment framework must be open. This begins with key components, including a good regulatory framework, investment in human capital, and a clear commitment to the rule of law. But in 2023, it also goes further for many international investors to include areas such as protecting democratic space, fighting corruption, respecting human rights for all members of society, and many other areas. This is one reason, of course, why a range of countries, international organizations, and companies have expressed concern about laws such as the Anti-Homosexuality Act that harm not only Ugandans, but also the climate for investment. We look at these issues and see that countries that combine market-based economic policies, investment in people, support for transparency, and adherence to principles of democratic governance maximize not only competitiveness, which is critical, but also ensure that the benefits of economic growth reach the greatest number of citizens. Your dialogue today in this forum between the public and private sectors is an important building block in creating an inclusive, sustainable economy that can benefit all Ugandans. Without a doubt, Uganda's private sector is vital to this country's success and prosperity. A few quick numbers demonstrate this point very clearly. For example, the private sector generates 77% of formal jobs in Uganda and contributes over 70% of its gross domestic product. It funds 60% of all investments and employs approximately 2.5 million people, a majority of which are women and youth, and provides more than 80% of domestic government revenues. Given this importance, the United States firmly supports efforts to partner with the private sector to strengthen competitiveness. And we're helping to make this a reality in a myriad number of ways. Just a few examples include, over the course of this year, efforts by USAID to train 25 private sector industry associations to better serve their members. For instance, support to the Uganda Seed Traders Association to improve the security of its website directly has led to significant increase in visitor engagement on important issues such as the dangers of counterfeit agricultural inputs. Similarly, training that's been supported by the USAID to the communications team at the Uganda National Farmers Federation provided photography and videography skills that in turn were used to promote food security through new farming technologies that improve productivity. At the same time, we have helped in the formulation and implementation of the National Grain Trade Policy Implementation Strategy, which has seen grain exports increase from $2.5 million in 2016 to over $4.1 million in 2020. And just last week, the Uganda Investment Authority, with USAID support, launched the National Small and Medium Enterprise Portal. This digital solution fosters collaboration among businesses and public service providers such as the Uganda Registration Services Board and the Uganda Revenue Authority, among others. Today's National Competitiveness Forum embodies this principle of working together and the principle that transparent and vibrant economy is built upon public-private dialogues that create a strong operating environment for both Ugandan and international businesses operating here. So as you participate in the various sessions today, I encourage you to all think very critically about how we can collectively increase economic competitiveness from one sector to another, and also to consider how you can implement those changes in your daily work. I want to again thank you all for attending this important forum. On behalf of the United States government, we look forward to continue to work with all of you to advance the competitiveness of Ugandan businesses and to increase prosperity for both of our nations. Thank you very much.
I haven't looked at the ambassador's itinerary since he arrived, but I think I can formally say this is the very, very first official ceremony at which he has presided. And can we give him a Ugandan warm welcome? You're most welcome, Your Excellency, and we want to thank you very much for finding time to join us this morning. That shows your commitment to the conversations we're having today. And a short while from now, Your Excellency, I know the teams will request on your way out, you look at the different exhibitors who are here. We have young women and men who would like to probably say hello and show you the great work they're doing in the arts space, in the value chain. Because I found a lady at the end there who has done fantastic maths with both our banana fibers and cotton. And she's done, I think I've booked the one that is there. So please don't take it, Your Excellency. So I will quickly introduce, before I invite the Honorable Minister to speak to us, the different exhibitors who are here. We have Nkore Designs. Nkore, I think, are the very first group where we are there. Nkore Designs, they are a startup company founded by young women, employing young women who are dedicated to bringing the beauty and craftsmanship of the traditional hand-woven artisanal baskets to the modern world. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Nkore Designs. Yalelo Uganda advanced itself in being the Uganda's #1 aquaculture farm in East Africa, and we have 14 locations around Kampala and Jinja. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Yalelo Uganda. And then we have Masheda Mixed Farm, located in Buyala on Mitiana Road, anchored on catfish farming on the banks of River Mayanja. Ladies and gentlemen, Masheda Mixed Farm. We have Fine Spinners Uganda, who will also be speaking on the panel today. Fine Spinners is a vertically integrated textile mill, starting from locally grown cotton to spinning of yarn, to the manufacturing of knitted and dyed fabric through both the export and domestic high-quality garments. Fine Spinners, round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Fine Spinners. We have Texfad. It's a banana textile industry that is transforming waste banana stems into high-quality, sustainable, and biodegradable hand-woven textile. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for Texfad. And we have, yes, I think there's many more. I will run through that. I don't want to keep our guests here too long. And please find time, Honorable Minister and the Ambassador, to go through the team. I now take the pleasure of inviting the Deputy Secretary of the Treasury, who is representing the Honourable Minister of Finance, to come and give his remarks. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, moderator, for this very important meeting today. I'm here to represent the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, who has had an abrupt appointment out of town. I therefore have the humble task of delivering his statement on this very important function. Here we go. Honorable Ministers, I hope they are there. Honorable Members of Parliament, I trust they are here. Your Excellency, the Ambassador William Pope of the United States of America to Uganda, Permanent Secretaries, Development Partners, Private Sector Participants, Civil Society Representatives, the members of research and academia, the media fraternity, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to be here with you to officiate at the 14th National Competitiveness Forum organized by my ministry in partnership with USAID, Feed the Future, ISS project, the CEDIP that is supported by the World Bank and implemented by the Private Sector Foundation, Uganda. The theme for this year's forum, as you have heard, is boosting private sector investments in agro industry to take advantage of regional opportunities. It is extremely relevant because we are operating in an environment reeling from the effects of geopolitical tensions occasioned by the Russia-Ukraine war. On the heels of that, there was the COVID pandemic. On the heels of that, or as an offspring of that, there were supply chain disruptions and attendant actions by monetary authorities across the world to contain inflation, which raised interest rates. On the heels of that, there were declines in revenues collected by member states that led to expansion of the fiscal deficits, Uganda inclusive, and certainly in the fall of the revenues, the debt expanded exponentially, Uganda inclusive. All the above phenomena have an impact of our economy and can and could result into more constrained fiscal space for the government to operate. Distinguished guests, the theme of this 14th NCF is also in line with the budget strategy for financial year 2024-25. That focuses on unlocking growth opportunities in selected value chains and regional markets. The overall aim of our strategy is to accelerate economic growth to at least 7% and transform the economy from dependence on raw materials to a manufacturing and knowledge-based economy. In fact, I have challenged the staff in the Ministry of Finance to work out strategies, working together with you, the private sector, on how to grow this economy tenfold in a period of over just slightly under a decade in an inclusive, transformative, and sustainable manner. And I'm very sure the ink is about to enter into paper after consultations with you in order to make this a reality. It is the only way we can quickly get out of these problems and also anchor a sustainable, real private sector anchored economic growth in this economy. This forum also comes at a time when HE, the President, has raised the target to increase the size of the economy nearly from $50 billion to $500 billion in the next 10 years. And I think the summary I gave prior to this statement attests to the intention of government in this direction. Government's commitments to support the private sector. I wish to recognize the immense contribution of the private sector in development of Uganda. The third development plan states that the private sector, as His Excellency equally alluded in statistics, generates 77% of formal jobs and contributes 80% to the GDP of this country. It is therefore important to ensure full participation, representation of the private sector in national discussions for policy development. This is at the core of the second national strategy for private sector development, which was launched on the 13th December 2022. In addition to this, government has developed the National Business Development Strategy Framework, which was launched in September also in 2022. The framework aims to strengthen the organizational and institutional capacity of the private sector to reduce the size of informal sector, because informality is certainly difficult to harness its full potential for itself and also for the growth of the economy. Building resilient and competitive medium, small and medium enterprises. These two strategies will support sustainable enterprise growth. In the budget speech of this financial year, government committed to do a number of things. I'll just capture 5, which are linked to the private sector. 1, increase domestic revenue mobilization and a reduction in non-concessional borrowing to ensure debt sustainability. 2, effective implementation of the parish development model and a MIOGA. You heard from the statement of the Permanent Secretary, Treasury, what government is doing in that area. 3, effective implementation of the various export development strategies and enhancing access to markets, regional, continental, and global. Certainly built on value-added products that go to the high end of the value chain instead of exporting primary products with their vulnerabilities in terms of the earnings out of that. 4, support the private sector by reducing the cost of doing business through the following 4 areas. Construction of the standard gauge railway and rehabilitation of the meter gauge railway. These programs are ongoing. 2, development of small-scale solar-powered irrigation schemes to address climate change and ensure food security, given the character of the larger part of the population where production is on small scale and scattered all over the country, and therefore makes it difficult to deliver the energy from the grid. It therefore thought that solar-powered small irrigation schemes provide a climate-friendly atmosphere with which to have all year-round production to supply the agro industry and also expand opportunities for the parishes to produce what they have chosen to produce consistently throughout the year. 4, maintenance, besides development, of both tarmac and maram roads. You heard Commissioner Nyimu mention the amount of money which has been given to each of the local governments, 1 billion shillings for maintenance of the urban, rural and urban roads in a good condition to evacuate produce from the farms to the markets. And 4, we are going to continue investment in industrial parks and energy transmission lines to power the supply of energy for production. Industrial parks actually are the basic hubs through which agro-industrial establishments can be put in order to absorb the output of the parishes add value to those outputs and provide then the outlets for marketing such production into domestic and regional as well as international markets in the quantities and standards that make that production function sustainable. The fifth area of things that we're doing is provision of quality seedlings, pesticides, fertilizers, storage, and marketing in the agro-industrialization value chain in order to increase agricultural output and productivity. And that also links very well with the need for us to have an inclusive production in this country where the pyramid at the bottom is involved in the production and in that process be able to earn income consistently and throughout the year, hence increasing household incomes and delivering them out of poverty. Number 6, we're also going to continue expanding our skilled labor force to meet the demand of a diversified economy, especially in industrial skills. In all that, a total of about 2.1 trillion has been provided to support wealth creators, to access patient capital and affordable capital in productive areas as identified by His Excellency the President and under the NDP3, and there are quite a number of them, some of which certainly Director Economic Affairs on behalf of PSST highlighted. The Agricultural Credit Scheme, the Small Business Recovery Fund, whose teething problems, I think, are going to be sorted following the meeting we had about 2 weeks ago in order to unlock the little problems which were there, which were maybe institutional in terms of the delivery mechanism we had chosen to use. But I think I'm happy that the hiccups there have been overcome following the meeting that I've just mentioned. There are issues of Myoga support, the support through Uganda Development Bank, the equity interest, which is administered through the Uganda Development Bank on behalf of government, implementation of reforms in the retirement benefits area, which are going to continue, and the revolving fund under the parish development model, which I've just mentioned, will equally be the main anchors and drivers for support to the private sector right from the grassroots levels. Government is also implementing various interventions to boost production, productivity, and value addition with the goal of developing domestic competencies and scale as a foundation for industrialization in key commodities such as cassava with multiple value additions and byproducts, maize, cotton, tea, beef, fish, palm oil, among others. And of course, there are citrus fruits of various categories across the country. NADS, UCDA, Ministry of Agriculture and Animal Industry, Uganda Development Corporation, and Ministry of Local Government have increased establishment of storage, processing, and value addition facilities across the country. These by no means will go a very long way in minimizing post-harvest losses, harnessing the output of the farmers without compromising the quality that's required for value addition and export markets. In addition, 296 value addition and storage facilities were completed during the financial year 2022-23 under the Agriculture Cluster Development Project with a storage capacity of 54,579,000 metric tons. These are for maize, beans, coffee, and rice. 62 facilities are under construction and at various levels of fiscal progress. In order to develop export products with comparative and competitive advantage, government is stepping up enforcement of standards along the entire value chain, right from the farm to markets of agricultural products. You'll notice agriculture is a running theme throughout because of the diverse and wide bottom of the pyramid capture that it has on our population. This also includes reforming the Uganda National Bureau of Standards to improve its governance and technical capacity as a regulator that can effectively superintend and enforce standards. Moreover, in the budget strategy for next financial year, which is already out to aid agencies in preparing the budget for next financial year, I pronounced government's commitments to do a number of things. I'll summarize a few, about 6 of them. Number one, focus public resources on sectors with high output multipliers and employment potentials, such as coffee, cotton, grain. I heard His Excellency and Ambassador mention the actions that we are doing together with USAID in this area. Oil seeds, fish, and tea. Number 2, ease access to affordable credit for small farmers and increasing long-term capital for businesses to support agro-industrialization through the channels earlier mentioned. C, implement the warehouse receipt system to help in sensitization, education, financing, transportation, aggregation, storage, quality standards, and linkages to markets. Of course, it's understood that they will be organized in a formal way in order to be able to maximize the benefit of use of this system in order to achieve this. 4, improve agricultural productivity, especially of coffee and tea, by increasing the yields per acre, and this can be cascaded to the rest of the products so that we really make better use and efficient use of the agricultural production, which currently is assessed to be reasonably suboptimal. E, effectively implement rules and regulations to support exports in the beef, horticulture, and other agricultural products. This includes eliminating counterfeit products, including pesticides, fertilizers, vaccines, and etc., which introduce unwanted elements in these products with respect to the market demand. 5, 6, support farmers to access micro-scale irrigation systems, including through the U-Gift program of cost sharing for acquisition of irrigation equipment, where an individual contributes 25% and government contributes 75% of the cost of that equipment. 7 is to implement and mainstream climate change mitigation strategies such as carbon pricing, diversification, expansion of geographical coverage of electricity sources to support agro-industrialization, and expansion of climate-smart infrastructure, e.g. rail transport. The budget for next financial year will also prioritize climate-smart agriculture through funding for mechanization, seed multiplication and research, scaling up small-scale solar-powered irrigation, pest and disease control, agricultural inputs, and certification. In conclusion, distinguished guests, I believe that these aforementioned interventions, with those, Uganda will be able to be well placed to continue on its recovery and growth trajectory. The discussions and recommendations from this forum will be duly considered and as we formulate the budget for next financial year. Therefore, I expect that this forum will, 1, appreciate that the lessons picked from previous fora that have helped shape the policy and landscape and allocation of public resources to meet the diversification of our national needs will be taken on. B, deliberate on measures to hasten the pace of economic recovery, as well as agreeing on modalities for improving delivery of private sector development initiatives and leveraging on the success stories in the private sector. The frontliner countries in the Far East had to pick winners, contrary to the economic notion that you cannot pick winners in some circles. Picking winners is very important. And where there are such advantages in the private sector, we need to pick winners, build around them, learn lessons from them, run with them. It has worked, and it will work for us as well. Number 4, from this forum, I look forward to advice to government on how best to support private sector, exploit investment opportunities, improve product spaces, and stop the export of low value-added exports in grain, coffee, tea, fish, cotton, and now that I'm representing the minister, I'll take the advantage of adding minerals to this list. There should absolutely be no need to export these low-value items because of, one, the erratic nature of the earnings that you get out of it. 2, the value that you are forfeiting in terms of exporting them in the raw form. 3, the employment opportunities that otherwise would arise if you have to add value here. 4, the economic integration that will come as a result of you processing those items here. 6, the sustainable growth that will arise as a result of processing these materials here. I could go on and on, but the advantages of processing here along the value chains and exporting finished products or high value items to the external markets is extremely important, and we should pay attention to it as we develop advisory on how best this can be exploited. This forum also look forward for you to consider emerging proposals to inform economic policy development, planning, and execution for next financial year. As I said, this should include, among others, strategic ideas on how to grow this economy tenfold and over in a decade. It can be done. The Far East countries did it. 25 years, 33 years, and the whole world is now different in that place. I was in Busan, South Korea last week. 60 years ago, they were exactly where we were. Fragmented smallholder production units. But they took a decision, and they used one product, rice. And together with rice, they went ahead and picked winners and built the invitation of the FDI into their economy using the pillars of those winners. And they have it. We are told Nigeria donated rice to South Korea 60 years ago. But now Nigeria imports rice from South Korea, and so on and so forth. We can do it. They did it, we can do it. Finally, I thank all partners in development, including the private sector umbrella associations, the private sector donor group, I think word donor is not good, the private sector development partner group, research institutions, ministries, departments and agencies, civil society, and the media for your tireless efforts in striving to improve the competitiveness of Uganda's economy. Because the competitiveness of the Uganda's economy means we're exporting more, we're earning more from exports. We're able to pay our debt external with ease on account of the export earnings to debt ratios without stress in the economy. It can be done. It is at this juncture that I now declare this 14th National Competitiveness Forum open, and I wish you fruitful deliberations for God and my country.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for the Honorable Minister, here represented by the Deputy Secretary to the Treasury. We want to thank you, sir, and just introduce one or two things before I ask the Minister and the Ambassador to just do a walkthrough on the exhibition on their way out. I did skip a textile development agency, TEXDA, training and production of textiles in areas of handloom weaving, garment construction, product development, and surface design. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for TEXDA, who are also here. Your Excellency, the Ambassador and the Honorable Minister, there's only one ask. We will have just a couple of photos here. The very first photo, of course, being our high table. And then I will invite both Dr. Medina and Dr. Muhumuza to join us after that with their panelists who are here for a photo moment with the Minister and Ambassador. So I want to humbly request the Honorable Minister and the Ambassador to come with your colleagues, Nelson, Moses, and Joseph, to please come to the front for the very first photo. And then thereafter we'll have our panelists, including Dr. Medina and Dr. Fred. So that's the next set, panelists with our moderators. But in a very special way, as we settle in, yes, Diana, thank you. I'm glad that is settled. In a special way, allow me request that we put our hands together for Dr. Peter Ngatejize, who is here with us. And there's the brainchild of NCF, and he saw NCF all the way to its 12th birthday. And now we are at the 14th. So we want to thank you, Dr. Peter, for this milestone, all right? So this is the very, very, very first photo. And after this, the panelists and our moderators, if you can now make your way, please come. Panelists who are here and the moderators, Fred and Dr. Medina, please come. That's the only opportunity you have to finally have a photo with the U.S. Ambassador, the freshly accredited U.S. Ambassador to Uganda. Dr. Fred was here. I'm looking for him now, and I can't. He was very smart in his kitenge. Panelists, very quickly, if you could join. And for us, the guests, please note that we'll have time to engage with our exhibitors through the day. They will be here with us. And I want to appreciate the Ministry of Finance. These exhibitors are part of the various entrepreneurs that the ministry has actually been visiting, and the ministry has taken it upon itself to visit all these entrepreneurs to understand the challenges they have, and also speak to some of the areas that they would like to see interventions, given that we are still in a post-COVID era, and as the DST or the Honorable Minister was speaking, we are still talking recovery. And that's the conversation we've been having as a ministry with these entrepreneurs, and most of them have been visited by the ministry and all the stakeholders in the ministry to inform the budget directions and the government interventions in the next financial year 24-25. So ladies and gentlemen, can we once again put our hands together for the Honorable Minister and the Ambassador for joining us this morning. Honorable Minister, feel free to lead the Ambassador to the exhibition. We will very shortly transition to the next session. Our next session will be moderated by Medina Guloba, who is a research fellow at the Economic Policy Research Center. She will also introduce her panel, the members of her panel, and they will have just 1 hour. So Dr. Medina, the 1.5, I don't have anymore. You have 1 hour. That will lead us into a very fast health break. And immediately after that, we'll run to the second panel. And again, Dr. Medina will invite her next set of panelists. And that will lead us into lunch. And after lunch, Dr. Fred Muhumuza will then start the next session that will be looking at the alternative financing opportunities to boost private investments in the agro industry. All right, so Dr. Medina, if you could make your way and come, and I will allow you to come and then invite your panelists. But we'll allow for the ambassador and the honorable minister just to do a walkthrough. And so, Dr. Medina, you will come and just have a seat here, and we begin to ensure that all the panelists who we are supposed to be having in the very first session, but feel free, panelists of the very first session, to come, so that I allow for a doctor to introduce you after you've all come to the front. So panelists in the very first session, our session on enhancing investment opportunities in the agro industry for youth, women, and lessons from the cotton value chain. Please come, our panelists, in this very first session.
Good morning, everyone. All protocol observed. I'm hoping everyone has taken the opportunity, so I just hope to have more energy than that. Good morning, everyone. Okay, so I know there's nothing aspects of food security, which is also fish, which is on the program. So I know we are all being well fed behind there. So we need to have more energy in these panel sessions. I would like to invite our speaker, who's going to be presenting at least a bit. I'll give him short time, Mr. Richard Mubiru, the Corporate Affairs Director, Nyanza Textile Industries. And Richard is a lawyer by profession with a business, passion for business. You know, it's really rare to see lawyers in that sense. But you're welcome, instead, other than giving us visitations, to say business person here. Thank you. Yeah. So Richard, have a seat. So he has several issues around business administration and management accreditations. He's hugely involved in directing trade policy issues at the local regional and international level. As you see his profile. At the UMA, that's the Uganda Manufacturing Association Board, he chairs the Economic Board Committee that directs manufacturing and trade policy. You can say lawyer in an economic sense. That's what we're having here. He's also the director at Southern Rain Nyanza Limited, that's NITIL. Is it NITIL? Yes, NITIL. And the board member of the MOVES Economic Forum. In actual sense, Richard, you're an economist, dressed up as a lawyer. So welcome, Richard. A big round of applause to our presenter today. The panelists that are going to be discussing, Richard, is inputs. Part of the transformation process that we see in this area of cotton. I'd like to invite Mr. Bedi Savraj, the CEO of Fine Spinners. We can't have his profile coming on as he comes on board. You're welcome, Mr. Bedi. There he is. So we do have a steam.
Thank you. Sorry.
So, just a moment. Do we have Miss Santa as well? I've not seen Santa. If Santa is around, please come as well. So Kimani, he's on around. Okay. So we have Mr. Kimani Muturi, the CEO of Texad. Please do come on the front. And we do have his profile there, with Kimani having over 20 years experience in textile skills. He has established textile weaving programs at Makerere and Chambogo University. He's also a lecturer at Chambogo. Definitely, the moment I see him establishing programs of teaching, there's a teaching element to yourself. He's also the secretary of the African Roundtable for Sustainable Consumption and Production, and the current chair of the Uganda Hand Weavers Association. You're welcome, Mr. Muturi. Then Mr. Dr. Michael again. Definitely without, we need research in this whole process. So you're welcome, Doctor, to this panel. And Doctor, again, he's the director of the National Semi-Arid Research Institute, and he's also had previously served in the research department as a scientific officer and moved through the ranks to become the senior principal research fellow. And at the end of the day, we are very distinguished to have the brains behind what we need in research for value chains development on our panel. And lastly, I would like to invite Mr. Bob Ongen, Alberto, the board, Uganda Ginners and Cotton Exporters Association. You're welcome, Mr. Bob Alberto. He's the general manager of West Actually Cooperative Union. As we've seen the kind of persons that he's holding his docket with 15 years of experience within the cotton value chain, with a bachelor's degree from Makerere University. So those who are seeing Makerere online, we still have good outputs from Makerere we are seeing today. So you're welcome, Bob, to this panel. We are missing a female, and Santa's not probably I'll be representing the females only you're seeing here today, but this is a fully fledged male panel, and we hope even us who contribute to the cotton chain itself, we are here dressed in cotton. So please, we recognize the women within the within the midst we have. So a round of applause to the women we have. Sylvia, you've been, I think you and Santa, you used to be in the same business before you joined the team of researchers within the OWC. So really, you are going to come here as a fashion icon. Are we together? So Sylvia, as you come to speak to us here on this panel, you're going to be a very good representative and sit-in for Santa, since you've been in this business for quite some time as well within the fashion industry. So please, ladies and gentlemen, a hand of applause to Sylvia. So as the panel, as the ambassador and the honorable minister are going through the stalls, we are going to still keep up time and start the presentations because we need to keep on time, if you may allow. So I would like to invite Mr. Mubiru, Richard, to make a 10-minute presentation. Make it impactful. Okay? High impact, high attendance. So make sure you keep us in line in this presentation you're going to make, such that we have a good feedback for you. You're welcome, Mr. Mubiru.
You say 10 minutes.
Make it in 10.
Okay. I'm finished. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As introduced, my name is Richard Mubiru, and I want to stand on the earlier protocol. Being a typical private sector man, I cannot claim to know protocol better than government. But from the onset, I want to make the following remarks. Number one, to thank the Minister of Finance for this opportunity, and also to give you good feedback that in another forum that brings manufacturers together in the ESC, the government of Uganda was voted to be the most responsive government when it comes to policy formulation. I thought that this was very good for you to have as feedback. The structure of the presentation I have is as displayed on the screen, and in the interest of time, I won't go there. By way of background, we are here to speak to the value chain that has got a history of policy formulation that has defined it, starting with the 2009 National Textile Policy that was never implemented largely, and we understand that it was because it was out of context for the NDP regime. Then we had very good consultations, and we commend government for that have informed the now new national cotton, textiles, and apparel strategy for the period 2020 to 2030. But fundamentally, this is what will define the sharing I will do, and I can dare tell you it has all the answers. And at this juncture, I want to invite government to really focus attention to implementation of the national cotton, textiles, and apparel strategy, whose formulation drew the participation of private sector, and it largely mirrors what has to be done in the sector. The next is basically to share the goal and objectives of the CTA strategy that we already have, and they are 6 in number, increasing cotton fiber production. I was seated with colleagues from the Cotton Development Organization, and I want to request them to stand up for recognition, because we cannot be here discussing matters cotton without CDO. A round of applause for them. Those people provide the fiber that we use. And I've seen a couple of Ginas who supply the fiber. Can you please stand up for recognition? If I don't recognize you, you will not supply cotton. Those are the people that actually supply cotton, but the important policy intervention here, especially for the likes of my brother, Mr. Joseph Enyim, is that cotton production remains typically a private sector undertaking in Uganda, and yet it requires, by its nature, a lot of government intervention at the production level. So I will invite government to address the gaps I know that will be shared during the discussion. The other objectives are well laid out, and they speak basically to value addition. I don't want to actually enumerate each one of them because of time. Continuing in the background is to share with you the targets that have been set out by the strategy I was speaking to, and they're beautiful targets. You can see in terms of cotton production, we are looking at almost tripling cotton production in the next 10 years. And when it comes to employment, we are looking at creating 2.5 million jobs, which speaks to what Mr. Ochaila spoke to earlier. And in terms of value, we are looking at growing export revenues from $60 million to $2.5 billion. And I know that this resonates with what we are speaking to in terms of growing the economy tenfold. And lastly, is attracting $5 billion of investment into the value chain by 2030. The last thing, two things that I need to mention is that the implementation of the strategy requires 3.9 trillion. I know this is not the greatest thing that you need to hear when we have all these fiscal challenges that we have as a country, but we think that we have a way out in terms of looking at other ways of financing it, in terms of PPPs, and of course looking at tax policy and other measures. I will just speak to PPPs. We are speaking at a dialogue organized by the Minister of Finance, and we're very happy because the Minister of Finance also houses the PPP Secretariat. And I'll speak very passionately here. We complain about availability of capital for investment, but we have failed to operationalize the PPP law and policy that can unlock financing challenges. So the message to government and Minister of Finance in particular, you need to reconfigure the PPP Secretariat. In other spaces in this region where we do business, projects that are supposed to be financed, like we have enumerated them under the NDP 3 for textiles, would be on the website of the PPP Secretariat, such that the private sector knows that these are the following projects available and this is the amount of money required. You need to recalibrate that so that moving forward, we can really get people to finance activities in the sector. The structure of the cotton, textile, and apparel sector is what is displayed. I will talk to only one fundamental revelation from this structure, and that is the fact that, unfortunately, the most critical segment of the structure, which is spinning and weaving, is where we have least attracted investment. And because we have least attracted investment in those two, is a reason why up to 90% of Uganda's lint continues to be exported without value addition. And I'll share with you numbers of CAF. The turnover between nitrile and fine spinners is in the region of $50 million. At the peak of cotton production in Uganda, I think our realization from exportation of lint has been $58 to $60 million. Now, it shows you that value addition on only 10% yields almost what you fetch by exporting 90%. No brainers. You don't have to call any professor here. It is as straightforward as it is that you need to attract investment, especially in spinning and weaving, then you are sorted. The next component is, of course, to share with you the global context in terms of market access. We are looking at a sector that can command well close to $1.5 trillion by 2028. And of course, that is within the period that the Mr. Ochaila spoke to, where we need to actually grow the economy tenfold. We think that in terms of international market availability, we have no problem, but we need to do basics properly. What does the region say? Region exports have slightly increased to slightly less than $800 million in 2020, but dominated by upper exports to especially the US, constituting 68%. What is important to note for this is that these numbers don't have a lot of value for Uganda, because the largest exporter in the region remains Kenya, and it remains actually the major player when you talk about ESC CTA exports. What about imports? Imports are in the region of close to $3 billion by 2020, and for us as sector players, this confirms that actually we have a lot of scope for even regional exports, because $3 billion is what we have imported, yet we end up exporting almost 90% on average of our cotton lint. I could continue with the regional context, but I think the summary of all that is to confirm that I think at a regional level we need to reconfigure the duty remission and exemption regimes, rationalize them relative with capacity growth. Furthermore, since we are speaking to growing intra-Africa trade, I need to speak to the Continental Free Trade Area, $3.4 trillion in value terms, 1.3 billion people, a huge market. And of course, we think that certainly we need to look at the rules of origin to ensure that actually we partake of that market. For COMESA, what Uganda has faced in the last couple of years is actually universal for the COMESA region, despite the fact that the earlier intervention by COMESA to develop a strategy was in 2009. At a COMESA level, imports stand at $8.4 billion by 2020, and which definitely confirms that even at that level, we have a market to speak about. Allow me to delve into how we are performing at a national level, and I think I will take some minutes to debate this with you. The first thing is that we certainly have the lowest spinning capacities, relative of course to Asia, and it confirms why we continue importing even yarn, notwithstanding the fact that we have good cotton. The second aspect is that we continue exporting up to 90% of our lint, as I said before, notwithstanding that the people who produce this lint are 250,000 households dependent on rain-fed agriculture, and they manage it as smallholder farmers. Of course, I need to recognize that government is encouraging commercial farming, and I think the pioneer is the prisons service in this regard. Now, talk about cotton production. We are not complaining because the product is available, and is in the region of 150,000 bales on average per annum. But this is quite scalable because our history will tell you that at the peak of cotton lint production, we reached 1 million bales. And it's not surprising that the president has given the same target to the prisons services. Just to further share with you production at a local level, The number of spindles that we have are less than 30,000 spindles. And I will tell you that for China, you'll find that 30,000 is actually less than 25% of one mill in terms of capacity, because you have mills that have 100,000 spindles, etc. I have half of my time gone, but I'm doing very well, doctor, you don't have to worry. At a weaving level, we are doing just about 500,000 meters of fabrics per day, which is not great at all. Knitting, they are about 200,000 tons per day, which is still low. Garmenting, incidentally, we're not doing as bad. And allow me to basically recognize the chairman of the Tailors Association. He was seated right there, Mr. Sechimpi. He has got a membership of more than 20,000 tailors in this country. There are various technologies in terms of actually garment facilities, and we think that these are guys that need to be assisted to especially address our clothing needs. And also very importantly to share with you, as a parent, I have never imported a ready-made uniform from any part of the world. This one confirms that Uganda has in excess of a capacity to doing 10 million garments under the uniform segment. Why is this number important? This number can then become the success story onto which we can build the future of Uganda's capacity to clothe its people, especially in the face of the new political economy relating second-hand clothing, etc., as it has played out already. How are we doing in terms of imports and exports for Uganda? The two images show you how we are performing, but for me the most important thing is the one for exports. What you see in that orange color is the fiber we continue to export without value addition. Now, areas of investment, as I tend to finish very quickly. For us, the first is spinning and weaving. Now, to speak to you about the capex that we're speaking to, if you want to establish a 25,000 spinning mill, you require $30 million. Now, what it delivers is that it can then consume 20% of the lint that you produce. Therefore, to consume all the cotton that we have in Uganda, you require at least 5 spinning mills at the level of 25,000 spindles. Now, in terms of value, you are talking about 30 million times 5. Now, weaving is a little less expensive relative to spinning, but still heavy capacity. Our experience shows that that is the reason you are not able to see many people coming into this space. And the economists in this room know that where the private sector confirms market failure, that's when government should intervene. And I know Joseph is taking note for this. The other areas for investment are in Capital Roman 2. I will not read everything, but they speak to what the EAC region has confirmed to be the missing link that we need to do all the way from 2019. Among others, is to speak to cotton seed production, is to speak to increasing actual exports into the region, local market capture, etc., etc. In the interest of time, I don't want to delve into that. I know all of you can read, and I will not take your time in that regard. But allow me, as I tend to conclude, because Dr. Medina wants me out of here, is to speak to key recommendations. Key recommendations in this space are informed by really the value in value addition as seen in the figure that has been displayed. It clearly tells you that if you are able as a country and as an economy to add value onto lint, you have an 8-factor of value multiplication from lint to made-up garments, meaning that if you are doing exports of $50 million in lint, you can multiply that value by 8 and you will have $400 million. To us, this can resolve the question that had been put across to us by Mr. Ochailap, because he wants a 10-fold growth. In specific terms, the first one is to address the implementation of the strategy. Joseph and my senior brother Moses, there are no shortcuts, unfortunately. Countries that have made it in textile, for example, India, they have a fully fledged ministry for textiles. They have got even a capital fund that is looking at transformation of technology in the sector. We are not there, I agree, but we can do a few things. And what this strategy speaks to are issues of standards, which you spoke to. What we have seen about standards is that UNBS is driven by collection of fees. Standards is supposed to be a service because you want to comply to be able to export. So you need to reconfigure that. There are issues to do with de-risking of exports under the strategy. I can tell you that we do not optimally export not because we don't have products. The regional markets which are next to us are volatile. You have heard of the stories of Southern Sudan, Congo, and etc. Traders losing value. Joseph, what we speak to here is to have an export guarantee insurance. We are willing to pay for it, but let there be the product on the market. I've spoken about this for quite some time, and in your presence, we would want to see action over this. The other is hand-walking of red exporters into new markets. Every time we see other dignitaries coming into our capital, they come with their private sector. Can we see a scenario where we have textile ready to export companies going as part of government delegations into the region to ensure that we can do better in terms of that? The second major one is, of course, the PPP thing that we spoke to. Under NDP 3, it identified textile projects that needed to be implemented. Up to now, we have not seen a single. Now, you cannot come here and talk about transforming the economy, grow it by 10-fold, without doing basics. And I'll repeat, don't expect miracles. Where industry has taken root, and manufacturing in particular, government is playing the leading role. You want to see us perform, do what you commit to do as government. And we would want to see that this idea of the textile projects that are under NDP 3 is supported, and I'm saying this as my senior brother, Mr. Chailap, winds up to go, but I'm stressing, we would want to see PPPs operationalized under your ministry. In the region, we don't ever look for projects to finance on a PPP model. They are even on a website. You go to Zambia, you go to Malawi, we have done business there, you don't look for opportunity. The PPP unit must have these projects ready to be financed. The private sector can come in such that matters are made easy. But even if information sharing is also a struggle, then it becomes very difficult. I wanted to stress this in your presence before you can go. Now you can go. Thank you very much. I am winding up. I need 3 minutes and I'm done. Madina. I need 3 minutes. These are very, very passionate things for me. The third is, of course, to talk about financial intermediation for the sector. I spoke about the huge capex that you require for this sector. And I did hear about, pension reform, NSSF, etc. What I did not hear, Joseph, is what is it that we're going to do to attract heavy capex on a long-term basis, which is domesticated in Uganda. We cannot shy away from this. This is the reality. Countries that are making it have made it intentional for government to avail this money. We want to see strategic partnerships along this. You cannot leave it to us. There has been market failure for the many years I've been in this sector. You cannot run away from it. It's a reality that we must address. Otherwise, we shall come back at the end of the 10 years when we have not moved. I thought that I needed to be a little emotional for me to deliver better. 2 points and I'm out of here. There have been beautiful things that have been done for the CTA in Uganda, and we appreciate. All we are speaking to is sustainability of this. Uganda's major challenge is the tokenism in actually policy formulation and implementation. When I need a cocktail of interventions to be able to perform, you will give me 1 or 2 out of 5. I will dare tell you, and my brother from Fine Spinners will speak to this in the discussion, it doesn't work that way. Textile, for countries that have made it, is about a buffet of interventions. Yes, there's been some intervention on power, buffer stock, etc. But then there's also conversation around now, taking them away. How do you dare structure investment which require 10 years down the road to recover it, when every 2-3 years I have to come and debate for policy? This is not our business. It is the business of government to ensure that there is policy. Our job should be to focus on production. The efficiency and competitiveness of China and India is because you find a mill that runs 10 million meters of one item because the policy has been aligned to guarantee that. What I have to do, even with the latest of technology, he will tell you the same thing. I have to keep on changing my product mix every after 100,000 meters. I can never gain efficiency. I do that because I am being squeezed out of a local market. My friend will speak about this, because there are people in this country that are able to bring in fabric at no duty. Under the ESC regime to which we have signed up, there is a 4-band structure. It has been informed by value addition. You have your basic fiber, you have yarn, you have fabric and garments. For you to attract value in this long value chain, you have to respect it. The moment you distort it as government and allow anybody in an industrial park who is not exporting, but who is soiling in the same local and regional markets where you're playing, to bring in without paying duty, who then buys from the vertical mills? You are speaking about vertical integration. You are not supporting vertical integration by policy. So it is basic. We need to walk the talk. And for me, I thank you because you have given us the opportunity. But lastly, maybe two things and I'm done. One is human capital development. You are from Makerere. Human capital development. Capacity of human resource training across the value chain. The very, very last is a dialogue, interagency dialogue, that brings together with all the boys in the room, including the Ministry for Industry. I didn't see anybody from industry this morning. I don't know whether it was by design or otherwise. I can tell you, we can never exhaust what we need to do in these 10 or 15 minutes I've been given. We are ready as private sector to engage you and see that we can operationalize the strategy that our cabinet has signed up to. But we need to have this dialogue sustained beyond this. This can only be the beginning. I want to thank you so much, and thank you, Dr. Medina, for bearing with me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mubi. Again, at least a round of applause. You know, he was so passionate. When the Honorable Minister was around, that I tried to stop, but he needed to make his speech. And since this is their day, because about time cotton was discussed, for me it is something that's missing within the spaces that have been created. And it's a good thing that the Ministry of Finance really created this platform to discuss cotton. It's one of those forgotten commodities that is yielding lots of revenue, but rarely discussed in such a forum. And Mr. Muriu has actually talked about so many passionate aspects today. And we have a whole team of panelists that are contributing to this transformation of the 60 to 80 million US dollars per annum. One of the things that I realized on my panel today is that I'm missing one critical value chain player, and that's the farmer. I think one of the aspects that would have had in terms of this transformation would have been one of the farmers to also give us their story in terms of contributing to this transformation of the value chain of cotton. So I would like my panelists to keep on time, at least 3 minutes speech, get together, and then we come back to ensure that you stick to those issues that you want the audience to take away, because I know Minister of Finance is passionate about getting the actual transformation points they want to take on, and not only on lamentations, but on the way forward. So right from Mr. Bedi here, what are those transformation needs that you need to have that you can leverage on to take this industry ahead as a player within the spinning industry?
Thank you very much. So I think, thank Richard for his presentation. It was quite succinct and quite accurate with the concerns this sector faces. I think simply, if we look at the 5 drivers of competitiveness in any value chain, is how we need to address the supply side. So you've got raw materials, which in our case is cotton. So we've got adequate amount of cotton, as you can see, 150,000 bales. We're consuming 10% between the two of us. So the volume is not the problem. The issue at this side is the price. Because when you're looking at a domestic value chain, I presume you have this across fish, you have it across grains and sugar. It should be the domestic cost base which dictates the competitiveness, not international global prices where you trade. So when I buy cotton in Uganda, I'm buying it at New York ICE #2 futures pricing, which includes carriage and transport to the US, which is not happening. So I think if you address the side on spinning, which is what would attract spinning mills here to Uganda, it would be effectively priced cotton. Now, India and China, the 2 success stories we talk about, have different ways of handling this. China has a higher farm gate price, but then they subsidize the production. India gives a 6% export rebate on garments. There's various ways to handle this, but the cost of the domestic value chain, which is very competitive. Agricultural value addition in Uganda is only possible because you have one of the lowest cost bases for agricultural production. So we should capitalize on that. The other thing on the spinning side, so to make sure that we have got enough investment in the part which actually matters in the supply chain, is to ensure that there's long-term capital available. If you look at, he's saying 30,000 spindles in Uganda, that's probably half of Kenya's installation, half of Tanzania. So even regionally, we're doing pretty poorly. And if you look at the largest investment recently in this space, it's been Rivertex in Kenya, which was done in conjunction with the Kenya government and India Exim Bank money, which is at 1.5% for 20 years. Now, we don't have that sort of development capital here that needs to be applied to the spinning sector to actually add value to domestic cotton. So that's that on the raw material side. Now, talking about the other 4 that are remaining. Infrastructure, I guess that's sector-wide. It goes across all the sectors. We need to make sure we have a railway that gets here, an SGR that we developed in Kenya. We need to make sure that the road infrastructure is facilitating trade. I guess that's bigger than just the cotton sector. On the labor side, there's an abundance of labor. Uganda has a very young population. Training is incredibly important, and efficiency and productivity. Kenya does more than $500 million under the AGRO program, exporting to the US, of garments primarily. 70% of that value still goes to China and Asia because that's the value of fabric. Uganda's opportunity, having such an abundance of cotton, which Kenya does not have, and Kenya is the main player in the apparel space, is to actually fit into that supply chain and make fabric for export through Kenya. Kenya has higher efficiencies in garment manufacturing, and that's been because the industry's been around there for longer. However, we as Uganda, given the fact that we have abundance of raw material, a very good quality of raw material, we should focus on the biggest amount of the transformation of value addition, which is creation of fabric, which is why, as Mubiru was saying, you must look at the spinning side of the investment angle to deliver that. In terms of training, I think we need to work with government agencies to improve training programs with the private sector, because it's not useful for them going to university and getting theoretical ideas of how to actually operate in this space. Industrial engineering with the private sector would be a good way to release that value. In terms of utility, water cost is surprisingly high in Uganda, considering that it is the country is 30% underwater with the lakes. That needs to be worked on. Electricity is moving in the right direction at a macro angle for the entire country, but also the subsidies that are relevant to the sector is very important. Now that is a main driver, along with the cost of cotton, which will allow for spinning investment in this country. It's already at 5 cents due to the subsidy program, and that is on par with the rest of the world, so I commend the Ministry of Finance for that. And finally, I touched on this, it all goes back to the financing. The financing of these value chains are usually done by developmental partners, long duration money, which is also at an affordable rate. You cannot have investment in this sector which is going to be in the tune of about $150 million through commercial banks, especially with US base rates at 5.25 to 5.5, as we saw Jerome Powell maintain it yesterday. The cost to borrow here in dollars is at like 11-12%. Makes absolutely no sense. So yeah, if I was going to say what the government needs to focus on, it definitely needs to look at unlocking developmental capital for this investment. As Mubiru alluded, there are 2 companies right now which do the same amount as the total raw cotton exports. If you had 10 fine spinners, you'd be doing about $1 billion of exports. That would take it on par with coffee, which is your largest export. So I think it needs to have we need to have a long-term view of how we're going to develop this sector and focus on maintaining the CET regime. As Mubiru said, we have a 4-band structure. If we allow duty-free access of fabric into the country to promote small garmenting jobs in EPZs and SEZs and economic zones, in Kenya that happens, but you export those garments. They don't make their way into the domestic market. If that happens, you're never going to have development in the textile side, which means your lint will continue to be exported, you'll import fabric, and you'll add a little bit of value addition on garmenting, which I don't think is the aim of the development policy of the government in this sector.
Now, thank you, Mr. Ben. You know, he has spoken so many things that probably, if we have time, you need to expound on. But as we go to the next panelist, I would like to think through the specificities in terms of, if you're speaking of prices, that's a big critical problem. Even the farmers we spoke to as EPRC, they were speaking about the timeliness of the price in terms of how this price trickles down to them to incentivize them to actually produce. So we need to know, as a spinner, the kind of price you're talking about as at your level or approach to a level to encourage the farmers to make sure they produce sustainably for yourself. And also, as you come in at a later point, to think through the specificities in terms of the skills, because you touched around them, but then we need to produce the certain kind of skills that you need, because sometimes you might require low skills, but which kind of skills? And high skills, which kind of skills? Because as you see from our theme, we're talking about women and youth, and that way they can be strategic in the training programs that you're talking about. So in our next panelist, I would like to hear more from Dr. Michael in terms of what has been your role in transforming this chain in terms of research, capacity, R&D, as Nasari.
Yeah, thank you so much, moderator. As you know, research is a continuous process whereby, we need to continue developing materials, developing varieties that will meet, industrial needs or the market needs. It was mentioned by the presenter, he talked about, fiber qualities. There are certain qualities that we need to look at the research level, because if we don't look at them, then we have a problem. The fiber quality was talking about, cotton varieties have different fiber qualities depending on the end use. Some of them for apparels, they need different qualities. If you're going to talk about pharmaceuticals in terms of cotton wool, you need different qualities. So all those are things that we need to be looking at as we continue developing. In terms of their strength also, they are different, because depending on what the end product is going to be, we also need to look at the strength. We also need to look at how do we enhance production at farm level, because there are quite a number of challenges. Some of them have been mentioned since morning that are facing farmers, at farm level. So we need to develop technology skills that can enhance production at farm level. Major problems are really diseases. People talked a lot about chemicals being used most of the time because of the pests and diseases that affect cotton. So we need to see how do we work to come up with some integrated approach where we don't use a lot of chemicals, but at least still have cotton that can come out at farm level. So there are quite a number of other things that we look at. They are talking about the spinning and coming apparels, but there are also so many other value-added products that can come from cotton. We have the stocks.
Before you continue, I would like to hear more as nursery. What kind of specific research support are you giving to ensure that these differences are actually being met?
One, we are developing varieties that meet the market needs. That is one. Secondly, we are enhancing production by developing integrated pest management strategies so that production is enhanced. Thirdly, soil fertility is a problem. We are working on soil fertility to make sure we give the farmers the right options to produce so that what they produce can fit in the market. And we are also looking at, talking about biorationals. That is looking at biopesticides. We are currently working on some biopesticides that are coming from plants. Rather than using a lot of, the materials, inorganic materials that we have now, we are going towards using biorationals. We can add a bit of inorganic, but we also need to start with biorationals. So those are the areas we are really looking at. And the area of seed multiplication, the nuclear seeds, breeder seeds, and foundation seeds. And from there, they are taken over by either CDO or other people to produce.
Thank you for that. As also you think through, we'd like to know more how you link up with the value chain higher end, the manufacturers, the spinners, in terms of coordinating this research agenda. And the kind of cotton probably, the specific kind of cotton our spinners actually require as we're developing these new technologies. Maybe to hear more from Mr. Mturi, because one of the issues around this textile is also one of the things that takes on board the actual product that's coming out from cotton. What has been your take in terms of these transformation aspects? What is your ask to make sure this transformation sticks within the industry?
Yeah, thank you so much. I'll speak on behalf of the small-scale producers, because for us we are cottage industry, a cottage that manufactures textiles, a cottage that relies on the spinners, especially specifically fine spinners, to access the raw materials and be able to weave fabrics using handloom processes. This industry is a growing industry, and supported by the manufacturers of yarn, there are a number of cottage industries that are now beginning to emerge that are making textiles from cotton yarn, and some of them are displayed behind there. Now, these textiles have local market, quite a huge local market, and they are beginning to demand an export market. There are few of us who export, like Texida and Texfad, but in small quantities. We are now growing and moving from the small cottage level to a medium level. And currently, like for example of Texfad, we are now beginning to source some equipment to mechanize our processes, to move from the handloom process to a mechanized or semi-mechanized processes of manufacturing textiles. I want to say that this industry should be recognized by government, because government is also putting a lot of funds in skilling under presidential initiative. They're skilling a lot of youths in handloom processes of manufacturing textiles. But where do they go after that? How can they access these yarns? Some of us are lucky that we are listed under these big industries to be able to access these yarns and then develop our industry. So we need to create a strategy for growing this industry from small scale to medium, and probably we'll also catch up with these big manufacturers, because I believe this is where Uganda should actually start from. to grow the textile industry. Let us support the initiatives that are on grassroots and let them grow organically to a level where they catch up with fine spinners and nitrile, and I believe this is possible. I have seen investors who are coming, wanting to put money in this industry, to grow the industry to a level of like fine spinners, to be able to get, okay, for Texford case, we are now focused on banana fiber. And why are we focusing on banana fiber? It is because of the challenges that we are getting, sometimes accessing these yarns from the industry. We have to place an order in the industry, and the order has to be processed. And by the way, when we place an order of like 100 kilos of yarn, maybe it's a certain color, there are also many hand weavers behind us who are relying on us. So, and you find, should anything go wrong and we are not able to get this yarn in time, then we are also killing those people who are also beginning, you know, to grow the industry. So we started diversifying because we also believe that there are many other resources that we can explore in this country and get raw materials for textiles and diversify from cotton to other materials. And currently, we are almost getting there. We've done samples of banana fiber fabrics, and we are creating strategy now to begin to manufacture, but still in small scale as we grow organically to a large scale. So if this...
Also, to come on board to get your next page, as you said government to support, there will be the how, the specific how they need to do, because you need to touch into the specificities of that how. Is it in terms of ensuring the production base is boosted? Is it in terms of really typical resources or the skills? So please.
The skills, for the skills, the government is already supporting. Where I would like the government to come and support are two areas. One area, how can these people who have been trained access some finance, seed financing, to start their small cottage industries, to be able to grow from there and commercialize their skill. The other level is that, can government also help us to negotiate with the manufacturing industry so that a certain percentage of the yarn that they are manufacturing be accessible to the local market so that this industry can be able to grow and thrive.
Thank you, Mr. Mturi. We shall come back again to these same issues. Going to Alberto. Really, since you're on the board of the Uganda Ginners and Cotton Association, I would like to think that more even outward looking, even beyond even exports, and also within the domestic market as a big institution of association. So what has been your take in terms of contribution to this transformation process, and what kind of support do you need to ensure that it sticks?
Yeah, thank you so much, the moderator and the participant here. Yeah, it's a very good question, but first of all, I want to start by giving some few statistics. I'm here presenting farmers, cotton farmers, and ginners as well. I also want to give you statistics, especially Ministry of Finance, that I think since cotton development organizations and cotton subsector has been established in 1994, this sector has contributed about 1.8 trillion Uganda shillings in the rural economy. This 1.8 trillion shilling went to the cotton farmers. So these statistics at your disposal, you can have it. Last year alone, cotton trading period that ended this year, Uganda cotton ginners has been able to pay cotton farmers about 102 billion Uganda shillings. This is the money that went to the cotton farmers in the rural areas. So this speaks a lot and also tell us that as a cotton subsector, we are contributing to the government efforts of eradicating poverty. But here's my questions to the government, especially to the Ministry of Finance. Why has cotton not being considered as one of the oilseed under your program, the National Oilseed Sector? I know through MAIF and Ministry of Finance, cotton, they are supporting National Oil Development Program, but cotton as a crop is not inclusive. Why? And yet, we know the next meal we are going to have must have also been fried using edible oil from cotton. the chicken we are about to eat come from one of the byproducts from cotton, that is cotton cake. But this has not been. And also the same question goes to our the development partners. Why have they not really considered cotton, supporting cotton, as one of the national oil development projects? As farmers, we are not happy because of that. And yet, then too, what really wanted as farmers, honestly, we want to see research department, especially on the seed. We are facing problem on the hills. So that, as a farmer, the only way we can gain in this sector is how much money do you make per an acre of the land. So that comes from the hills itself. So apparently we are facing a problem. The hills has gone so low. So we really want government, through Ministry of Finance, to support the research institute to make sure that cotton is given a proper attention. We ensure that we are able to increase our yields. The other one is also, I want to also let someone mentioned here that the problem is the PPs, that is public-private partnership. But I think cotton subsector is one of the examples that have developed one of the best public-private partnership with the Cotton Development Organization and Uganda Genus Cotton Exporters Association. This body has been established in 2009 when governments, to some extent, left the cotton subsector. I'm sorry to mention that. So we came up as a private sector together with the Cotton Development Organization. What do we need to do? Remember, we have got over 300,000 cotton farmers in this country. So that is a number that cannot be neglected. So this body has continued supporting the sector in so many avenues. The inputs, extension, actually we have got the best extension services in this country. I'm not boasting about this. It is facts. But all these are through the private partnership initiative. So now we call government to come to support initiative that we already begun. Why do you want to invent the wheel, yet something already there in place? Come and strengthen these PPs so that we are able to move to the next level. And then, so those are the areas that really we want government to come in support our initiative of supporting the cotton farmers. And in this case, we also want to my last submission here is that when you look at cotton value chain, I visit India and other countries so much that there's an area that has been left out. It has not been mentioned here. It's the cotton byproduct. In India, farmers are making money in various ends, especially on the cotton byproduct. We know as a farmer, there's what we call cotton stocks. Cotton stock is an avenue that a farmer can add income on top of selling his cotton. But now, as a country, we are grappling with the climate change problem, the charcoal, cutting the trees, but we know research has been done that we can use cotton stock to make a very good briquette for industrial use and domestic use. So this is an opportunity that government has to come in and invest so that farmers can directly benefit from this initiative. So, lastly, once I say that, as we may be given this opportunity, we always get rare chances as farmers to present our interest. Sometimes people who represent us don't really know what we are facing. So when given such opportunities, this question, I still repeat it. We want to know why we have been left out. Otherwise, we call upon government and development partner to come and support cotton oil. Put us in the program, National Oilseed Development Program, because it's one area that when you trigger it, you will see the impact. We want to propel from 1.8 trillion Uganda shillings and to make it to 5 billion, and that is what I think government want to do. So we are here to support you in your move to make sure Uganda attain the middle income class. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bob. Actually, the only reason I gave you an extra time, because you are pitching your issues as a farmer, and we needed to hear your story, and I would not like to say that we actually marginalized you on this platform. So thank you for your submission. Minister of Finance has had this. I hope Minister of Agriculture is also here. that actually extension support systems. That's what I took away. And they're actually private driven and they're working for you. So we need probably also learn something out of that, as Joseph will answer his question later on, not now, on the issue of why cotton is not being considered in the oil development project. Lastly, over to you, Sylvia, for this panel pitch. What is your transformation need, and what kind of support do you need? That's why government can leverage on you to transform the sector.
Thank you very much, moderator. My name is Sylvia Owori. I'm probably here in two capacities. One, in the capacity of a fashion designer. I'm probably one of the first fashion designers in Uganda with over an experience of more than 20 years. And then I'm also the director of operations at Operation Wealth Creation. Actually, I got, how I got my job in the operation was because of cotton, because of what I was doing in the industry. I went to meet the chief coordinator of Operation Wealth Creation to help him understand the challenges we were facing as fashion designers, and he told me to go out and research about cotton. And for me today, it's a very big day that cotton finally has been given a very big platform for us to be able to discuss cotton. We should have a big round of applause for that, because it has been, you know, they've been talking about coffee and bananas and everything, and nothing so on cotton. My questions are actually partly addressed in the book of His Excellency of Musevenomics. I don't know how many of you have read the recent book called Musevenomics. In that book, His Excellency is asking what was the economy like in 1900? What was it then like in 1962? And what is the economy like now? There he will talk about cotton. In the 60s, cotton contributed a lot to the economy of Uganda. It actually, the budget of Uganda was supported mostly by cotton. So my question basically is, what happened to cotton? Because cotton was a household product that everyone all over the country, they produced cotton. It was like the white gold. What happened? Secondly, what happened? Where is our original cotton variety? And for me, that question is to the researchers. What happened to the original variety? Because Uganda's cotton is the second best to the Egypt. So when I hear people talking about the variety, the yields, what has happened between in the 1960s? So who's holding the cotton hostage? Where is it? So those are the questions. Before we even talk about cotton, we have to find, we have to first find out from the researchers where the cotton is, because we cannot talk about growing the economy and all of 10 value chains that come out of cotton without talking about production. The production of the cotton. I think I don't know if, as Operation Wealth Creation, we've been working closely with some cotton farmers. And these are cooperatives that don't have access to cotton. And most products, you can go to any place and buy.
Why?
That is the question. That's a question that we are asking. That's why we are here. Let everything come out so that we know what happened basically to that. But we need to go back and start and find out, for us to do the production. We then, under Operation Wealth Creation, we worked with the Cotton Cooperatives Union and identified over 4 million acres of land that was available for production. But there was no specific access basically to cotton. coffee seedlings, you can go and buy coffee seedlings anywhere. You can go and buy maize anywhere, but you cannot, there is no shop that you can go and purchase cotton. You can only get the cotton from the CDO. So the variety of the cotton that is given to the farmer from the CDO, that is the only variety that basically is available to us and to some farmers. But we have identified a lot of land. For example, in Acholi, we have identified 350,000 acres of land, communal land, where we can go into basically large-scale production. So for us, we are here. As for me, as a fashion person, my challenge is mostly where we had no access to good material, good fabrics. All the fabrics that were available are very expensive. And now many fashion designers are coming out of business because the ministry has put a lot of high taxes on the fabrics. Yet we have a raw material that can transform. Look at how much His Excellency has just announced the second-hand, the ban on the second-hand clothes. But do we have the capacity? This is an opportunity for us now to go in as stakeholders to say, how do we bridge, basically, how do we bridge that gap? And one of the colleagues here talked about the cotton strategy that is there. I think that is one of the best things that has come out of the cotton strategy on textiles. That is a very big, good, comprehensive document, and I would like to commend the team that put that together. So what I can inform them that we've been working closely with NPA and the Ministry of Finance to come up, to start the implementation of that strategy. Okay. And they are in the process of that implementation. So we can discuss a little bit of how far, because we have already, National Planning Authority is working on it together with the Ministry of Finance.
Actually, Sylvia, one of the things since we talked into capacities, then I would probably have expected also to throw on the political economy of access to some of these issues that we've actually mentioned. I think Operation Wealth Creation by design is supposed to support some of those elements of seed access, issues around better fabric, issues around what farmers are actually facing in terms of access to some of these production inputs. So when I hear yourselves also complaining the same way like a typical farmer Bobby is complaining, then I also get worried that probably then you're similarly doing one element of
no, that's why I had said I was talking within two capacities. My passion starting was the private sector. That's where I started. But now I'm working in two capacities. So, but I will talk also as Operation Wealth Creation now. In what are we doing?
A minute?
Yes, just 1 minute. What basically are we doing to support? First of all, we're looking at all the factors of production, which include, land, which we are identifying a lot of land, labor, which has been discussed here, basically the skilled labor, capital, that when you go to the parish development model, at least capital, an element of cash has been given to the farmer. At the moment, in the history of Uganda, that right now you have more than 1 trillion shillings down at the parish. That has never happened. So we'd like to commend government for being able to do that, and the Ministry of Finance for providing that. The fourth factor of production, which is entrepreneurship. We are coordinating now the private sector and government to help the entrepreneurs, like you see some of the entrepreneurs basically that are here, and also then we are finding and looking for markets. Those are the five sectors of production, and also helping with the import substitution. So very quickly, I would like to talk about a little bit about Operation Wealth Creation.
We shall come to it with time, since we are pressed for time. Mugisha keeps warning me.
Okay.
That, and I really, this audience also wants to interact with the panel. There are several questions that have also been thrown around, not only to the panelists, which will come as we get some bit of responses from the audience. And I think going forward, we're going to have the first round of, if this side have 3 questions, this is our demarcation. So any hands that want to contribute? Yes, the first gentleman, second, third, from this side. So I see 3 hands from this side. We're together. So and then this side, who's, yes, 2, 3, so those 4. So 4 from this side, 3 from this side. So please keep your input. I give 1 minute. If you are not speaking for more than 2 minutes, that means you're not making the point. So that means make the point. Less than a minute, make it, and straight to the person you're addressing it to. Over to Pastor. And Joseph, you will also come in to fill in later.
Thank you very much. My name is Chariton Namwoza. I am the Chief Executive Officer of the National Organic Agriculture Movement of Uganda. My question is directed to Dr. Michael, but also to my brother, Richard Mubiru. First of all, we note with concern that Uganda has a lot of strength in terms of promoting the organic industry, and Dr. Michael talked about it. We have, for a very long time, depended on very expensive inputs. In fact, over the last 2 years, we have realized that the value of fertilizers, the cost of fertilizers, has more than doubled in 2 years, mostly occasioned by the Ukraine crisis, as you know it, the supply chain disruptions. Uganda is the #1 country on the African continent with the highest number of certified organic farmers. And this is because of the excellent work from government, plus the private sector and development partners that have invested in promoting organic agriculture. Now, here's the puzzle. We continue talking about competitiveness, but where does Uganda's competitiveness actually lie? With a conducive climate, with all these soils, and by the way, a lot of knowledge at the farmer level. Our farmers are sometimes perceived to be ignorant, but in terms of organic agriculture, for the last couple of years, since time immemorial, our farmers have proved to be very knowledgeable in terms of organic agriculture practices. What you see farmers, practicing is called traditional farming, agriculture, which is 80% close to organic agriculture. Now, what they need is support towards traceability, towards accessing the, organic inputs, which, by the way, are now being manufactured locally here, and they have proved to be very effective and much cheaper. So why are we ignoring this very important aspect of competitiveness that comes from our comparative advantage as a country with the conducive climate and the soils, and now the knowledge that we have here. Uganda, and lastly, Uganda is home to some of the most excellent innovations. The team at Makerere, there's a research team at Makerere that innovated a tool for testing whether the product is organic or not organic. With all these food safety issues that we have, it's called Kebera, and it can test whether, let's say, the cotton is organic or not. And this is happening here in Uganda, and many other things that I would have wished to share, but because of time, I'll stop at that. Chariton Namwoza, Chief Executive Nogamu, please get in touch with me. We can have a dialogue on cotton, organic cotton, and many other things relating to the industry. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Admat. The second hand, this gentleman. This table, then the other. The question is clear, Richard? And Dr.
Thank you very much. My name is Sam Kanakulia Lubinga, and we are not recognized, but I'm representing the Uganda Cotton Oil Producers Association, Processors Association. And the proceedings have been focusing on the lint and clothes and apparel, but we are representing the oil processors, which also represents the cotton cake. Bob has mentioned it, and I also thank Michael for their contribution, but I'm just going to be very specific on the things we need. One is the support in the modernization for efficiency of our equipment, that we can put it further, how the intervention can be supported to be efficient, our equipment in terms of motors and electricity saving and the processes. Two, investments in support of the farmer in the chain. Indeed, Doctor, you've mentioned it here. We are talking about sustainability, support in the soil management of our farmers, the quality of seed. Of recent, there has been depletion of the content and the quality of soils. We need support through narrow to get specific budgets to look at the soil management for the farmers to maintain the quality and the levels of production, because our quality of seeds will depend on the quality of the content of the soil and the matters. Thirdly, for the research, we deliberately want to focus on the protein content research, where funds should be very available through NAROD, specifically improve the quality of protein content for the benefit of the animal sector through the cotton cake. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that input, Sam. I think that's very clear in terms of some of the issues we need as inputs for transformation. And the last person on this side, then we go to the other four, because I requested 4 hands. I'll come back to you probably later, because
I'm called Gongre Bruno from Uganda Oilseed Producers and Processors Association. It came out here that the spinning is a problem. I just got up here to say it now. We had the biggest spinning mill in Uganda, which could consume cotton and spin it within a shortest time. I don't remember the capacity, but by then production of cotton in Uganda was maximum, and this spinning mill was working. This spinning mill is still there. The machineries in the spinning mill is still there. This spinning mill is placed within the railways. The road connections, the railway connection is okay. Why are we reinventing the wheel? Why don't we? It's just a suggestion. Try to look into how to revitalize this spinning mill so that the spinning we are talking of having a problem is not a problem. Then secondly, which is the last, the system of marketing, production and marketing of cotton. For those who are of my age, I think you know, the farmers were being supported. Then they were where they could take they call it a society. From a society, they take it to the GINA. And the government was very much involved. And this is what I'm saying. Why don't we make sure that the farmers are interested in the production of cotton by streamlining the marketing and then the production? Okay. I think that's what I wanted to put across.
Thank you, Bob. I think it's very clear, and our colleague here, Richard, is going to respond to as part of government.
Yes,
Why?
Doctor, we only have 10 minutes, so whoever is asking and the replies, yes.
Keep it short. Even 30 seconds will be good.
Just
I'm looking for stories.
Robert Odeke, Uganda Cotton Cooperative Union. Just asking if cooperatives can cooperate with the GINAs, or the GINAs work hand in hand with the cooperative unions, because Uganda Cotton Cooperative Union is bringing together about 15 district cooperative unions. So that to just reinforce what my brother Agong has said and what Sylvia shared and what Bob shared, that we can boost production. Because at one time, we had about 1 million metric tons.
I think the point is there clear. How
So-
can we do the cooperation?
So that cooperation, and even the rest were mentioned, seeds, because we do not have access to cotton seeds.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Robert. We had the lady, then the gentleman. She's here. Please. No
Thank you.
stories.
Thank you
Straight
so much, Dr. Medina. One of the transformation factors that I want to put on the table is ring-fencing funding for cotton research. And this I want to ask the Ministry of Finance. We need to ring-fence funds for cotton research. The next point is training or skilling along the value chain. All those players need skilled workers, and some of them even have to hire experts, which increases the cost of production. So the issue of training needs to be emphasized. And finally, I want to inform everybody that the provision of cotton planting seed is the mandate of Cotton Development Organization. And we both have the capacity, the skills, and the will to provide seed to everybody. And this we do year in, year out. We have enough seed every year to provide to everybody. So I just
Your
appeal
name?
that whoever needs the seed, please come and work with us. Thank you.
Sorry, you didn't introduce yourself.
Damali Rwama from Cotton Development Organization.
I think, Sylvia, you heard. There is enough seed for 300-something thousand acres. We probably have not approached the right person. Then the other gentleman behind.
Philip Sechimpi, the National Chairman of Uganda Tailors Association. My submission goes to Minister of Finance that they should emphasize on research in the tailoring industry, because they don't have the database for the tailors across the country. And even if there is the industries, the tailors are key in this sector. Another reference is in Singapore, 1962. Remember, in the time of independence, Singapore was very poor country rather than Uganda, but now when they entered into textiles, they are very far, many times, maybe like 5 or 6 times. Dubai also entered into textiles. By that time, they started now engaging many people in textiles. So I also appeal to Minister of Finance to go into research, thorough research in textiles, so that we can develop the industry. And I thank Mr. Mviru because you say this is the sector where they should invest a lot in research and other areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Sachin. I think research for finance might be far-fetched, but we have Dr. Michael here to tell us what they do in supporting the research development process. I'm exonerating Joseph on that issue of research because his issue is to give money where they've requested to do research. Our last question this side.
Thank you, madam. And greetings to all the person here in this 14th National Competitive Forum. I am representing Iki Iki Cotton Ginnery, and I am proud grandson of a farmer who was a cotton farmer and a small-time textile merchant in his time. I don't have any suggestion. I just want to have a courage to say that yes, I'm in farming profession and I am a son of farmer and I want to become a successful commercial farmer. This urge should go into the nerve of the youth of Uganda and the youth of East African community. This is the only thing I want through this forum and esteemed people here around, that this message, if we imbibe through you, madam, from the fashion industry, fashion and farmer should go together. This is what I wanted to say.
Thank you. I would request for anyone who has any more questions, please write them and give them to me. I'll read them. Because really, the panel, we have just more 10 last minutes for them to make their rejoinders. And I'll request if I can read them all, then they'll flash them. And now I'm going to request Joseph, before the panel comes in, you've got some questions, but I concentrated you on research. But maybe you can say how much money you want to give Nasari to do this. So over to you, Joseph.
Thank you very much. The questions are very pertinent. The engagement is very animated, which is good. We are doing a very serious note-taking, but let me just shed some light. To those of you who have recognized the interventions by the government, which are helping towards where we want to go, that's appreciated. Skilling, but then you're saying these people need capital to put these skills to work. And I think we have a solution in that direction in the making, especially if they are women. You are aware that with support from the World Bank, we've made available $218 million under the AGRO project. And so if these ladies or women can be helped to formalize, and we have a BDS service to that end also. So we think that we can construct something around there to take that forward. Similarly, there's been a lot of discussion about financing. Patient capital, concession of financing. When the minister was reading the budget speech for this running financial year, he made mention of a project we are processing to operationalization now, the Investment for Industrial Transformation and Employment project. We are looking into manufacturing and export sectors. And we think that we'll be able to deploy capital in the range of even 10 to 15 years at concessional rates in the margins of maybe 10 or so %. But this must be based really on feasibility studies. And as you are talking about the good old days of Lira spinning mill, the question that rings in my mind, in 1962, when we got independence, we had a population of about 7.2 million people. Today, we are talking 46 million people. Average land holding in Uganda is about 2 acres per household. Are we, and of course we've liberalized this space. The return on investment for cotton for a farmer. Remember that farmers are rational economic agents. And so if I'm to put my money on cotton vis-a-vis another commodity, the numbers must add up to make those decisions. And so I think for me that's a discussion we want to have. Sylvia, you talked about land being available. Such land, we need to work with anchor investors. Who are the anchor investors that we can have as a mobilization point around which to work with the small outgrowers. That is the puzzle we are trying to unlock. There is a study currently ongoing, a feasibility study for a spinning mill, and we await the outcome of it before we can be conclusive on that point. Now, a lot has been said on R&D.
Why has cotton not been considered?
Yeah, I'm coming to that, Madina. On R&D, I would like to confirm to you that government's commitment on R&D is on an upward trend. We had about 300 billion shillings in the budget, but through the wisdom of His Excellency, he has decided that we need to up that game, and we have a directive to double it under the STI desk, but also the idea that this research should be informed by a competitive approach to its financing. It is not just accessing research grants on account of, having pet subjects, but things which are speaking to the market. Why is cotton not among the commodities under the National Oil Project? As you are aware, the National Oil Project is a successor project to the Vegetable Oil Development Project. And it is continuing with the commodities which were picked up under the VODP. So that is the simple answer. The more difficult answer would be, for each of these commodities, you have to do market studies, proper feasibility studies. And of course, unless some of these commodities can be done purely through public sector support, others require that you have a partnership with the private sector. The reason we are successful, for example, with palm oil, there is an anchor investor that has really made this dynamic possible. The reason we are also successful with, what do we call it, sunflower, is we have anchor investors in that space. So the issue is having a conversation about sourcing and negotiating with anchor investors that can make some of these value chains feasible, and then we can decide on what risk the public sector should take or what contribution the public sector should take in that respect. So I think that's my preliminary response. I know we have a later session in the afternoon where we can delve in detail. Thank you.
Thank you, Joseph. I gave him time because government always gets questions, especially Minister of Finance. People want to pin you and they need these answers. So thank you, Joseph, for your response. Back to the panel. Each give some feedback from the questions you received. If it's not clear, I'll read it for you. But from Richard, at least 2 minutes each. And as also in that process, you give your final pitch since we don't need to come back to this.
Thank you very much. Mine was from Nogam. Why actually ignore the organic success story, yet we have competitive advantage? I think the straight answer is that nobody is ignoring this. And I think the right space where we seem to see very good traction in the CTA value chain would be in the segment of the SMEs to start with, because at that level I can see good traction in terms of even managing process, so that our running of conventional manufacturing, which involves actually chemicals, does not undermine it. That is one. The second has already been, I think, answered partly by Joseph. The issue of Lira spinning mill. Yes, I have the opportunity of visiting Lira spinning mill during my days on the board of Cotton Development Organization. And of course, I have the advantage of knowing the technology available in the spinning space. The truth of the matter is that you cannot revive Lira spinning mill given the technology that is there And given the migration of technology that has taken place since the 60s, the conversation around what can be done is what I think Joseph is best suited to answer eventually. Lastly, Dr. Medina and the audience is basically to speak to what next after this conversation. Where I speak from perspective of WUMA, the sector where I have my brother next to me, would be to sustain a structured strategic conversation with the players. I like it when you speak to success stories around whom you can build a value chain and so on. And I think this has worked for Sunflower. It should be able to work even for the CTA. And the key for this, and the entry point would be, how do we resolve the issue of sourcing, closing capacity for Uganda? And for me, the straight message is there is good capacity, because each one of us who are parents have never imported any ready-made uniform. We have 10 million plus children in school. They can close regularly. We have never felt a scarcity. Can we build around what Mr. Sechimpi was doing together with the value chain players? And I think we can take the conversation beyond this. I thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Over to you, Bede. And I gave you another question from the audience. If you can tackle it, will be
right. So one thing which, so this question is surrounding how, which is I think the point of the entire panel, is how can we engage more women and youth in this value chain? At the farmer angle, there are women present, but one thing that is worth noting in the garmenting side of the entire equation, purely by biology, thinner fingers, most of the people who are working in garmenting are female. So this sector has been the backbone of development across most countries, but for gender equality, it's also massive because it provides a secondary income for households as women are getting a job in the garmenting side. In terms of youth, of course, this sector appeals to youth because the workforce can't be an aged workforce. You're going to struggle to hold your own in a textile mill. So yeah, so that's on that. I think if I was just going to conclude, first of all, I'd like to appreciate the Ministry of Finance for the interventions that they have done. The electricity subsidy is important and critical for spinning to operate. The support on the cotton buffer fund is amazing, and the dialogue that we have with the ministry, we appreciate it entirely. I would say the main three take-homes for me is we need to respect the four-band structure of the CET if we're going to develop the textile value chain. We cannot allow fabric in duty-free to be dumped in the domestic market unless our direction is we want to become a garmenting nation, which we need to be guided on. That's number one. Number two is we need competitively priced cotton, which I think the ministry is also addressing. And finally, in terms of the financing, which you've also addressed, I think that's a very important thing, the long duration, concessionary, developmental funding for the sector. So those would be my main three requests and take-homes from this session.
Thank you. And then, Mr. Mturi, you need to speak also to the issues as a cottage industry. Which kind of interventions should even the next budget really put in place for you to feel that you're part of it and the game changers in this space?
Oh yes, I did say one crucial point that we need government to recognize that there is existence of a cottage industry that manufactures textiles, and it has an impact, or it can create an impact if supported. So I would wish that there is a forum to reach these hand weavers. And I said I represent them. We formed an association, and I'm the current chairman of the association. So if we could link with government agencies that would support these cottage industries, would be good to create an environment where they can have access to raw materials, and they can also be able to access other technologies to move from the cottage level to probably semi-mechanized levels. But there are also quite a number of innovations within this sector that are happening. These hand weavers are continuously creating new products in textiles, And these new products may not be having so much impact within the local market here because, first of all, it needs some science behind it, because most of the hand weavers are actually not textile scientists. They're just designers. So they also need some support in terms of access to scientific processes which can certify their products. And they are also finding a challenge when they come to export their products, because sometimes they are asked to provide certification certificates, and there are no standards, I think, locally under UNBS that can certify some of these textiles that are produced by the hand weavers in the local cottage industry.
Thank you, Mr. Mturi. Then over to you, Doctor. You know you have several aspects that you need to, but still keep it 1 minute and the takeaway for the bid for the next budget to see if where R&D can come and support cotton.
Yeah, thank you so much, moderator. There are quite a number of issues that I will have talked about, but definitely, yes, the organic materials my colleague was talking about, it is one of the things that we are looking at. We have a very good lab for really producing biopesticides. What we are currently lacking is the resource to continue with the research. Research is a very expensive venture. It is not cheap. If you don't invest, you are not going to get anything. And indeed, we should really be talking among ourselves, the private sectors, and all the people available, and see how we can really support research. Because the end product is what we are going to see out. Otherwise, without that, it will not work. But we are on that, and we are going to continue working on the biorationals. The oils, we are working on the oils, you know, especially in terms of the quality and the quantity. We are producing those varieties that have higher content of oil and also the good quality in terms of the ingredients in the oil themselves. The protein cake, we're also working on that, and again, I will emphasize, we really need resources to continue doing that. Usually we have quite a number of materials, and we have to make sure, you know, we have all these materials go through the lab for analysis, and they're quite expensive. So that is what we are really trying to do with that, and we are trying to make sure things work. Another aspect that I need to mention is really, if we are going to continue with the production and enhance production, we really need to start thinking of mechanizing production. Otherwise, the hand ore and some of what we are doing now may not seriously help us so much. In research, what we are looking at is ideotypes that can be mechanized in terms of harvesting, in terms of planting, in terms of all that, so that that's what we can use. Most developed countries are now, have mechanized, cotton production, harvesting and all that, because of just, working on the architecture of the crop to fit mechanization. So I think it is something we need to be looking at. I will have talked more about, the cotton in the past, how it was, as was mentioned here. Yes, cotton came in Uganda a long time ago, in 1903, when we had cotton, and with the time, cotton was somehow divided into two. That research was being carried out in two places. One place was in Namulonge here, that was specifically looking at what they were calling Bocalasa pedigree alba, which has fine texture and medium fiber length, more good for spinning and for apparels. That was happening here. And most of the people, it was divided in such a way that the central and the western were mostly growing the BPA. The east, the north, and the northwest was growing what we call Satu, that is Serere alba type Uganda. These are slightly short length fibers, a bit coarse, mostly targeting the pharmaceuticals for the cotton wool. And that was what was happening, and somehow it also reduced on the mixing of the seeds, because there was no way you could carry seeds to go in gene from the west, the central, up in the east or the north, because these were two different varieties. But currently, we are having that problem of, gening being done across, and at times you get varieties being mixed up. So at times you get the short fiber length varieties being mixed with the long one, the medium one, which is a problem, which we are working on seriously with the Cotton Development Organization to make sure we come back to the system where seeds are not mixed or taken across. Otherwise, thank you so much. We really wish to continue with this conversation and to really see how best cotton can be helped. For a long time, by the way, cotton has not been in the limelight. We don't get a lot of money for research, very little money, yet we have a lot to do. I'm happy that it is coming out now, and Minister of Finance is here listening. Hopefully, the coming financial year, we'll get some good resources that can help us carry out research on cotton. Thank you.
No, thank you, Doctor. Bob, and one of the issues that came out even from floor is how do we involve the more common cotton farmers in production of cotton to sustain the value chain? Since you're the representative, what more can we do to make sure they are more on board for sustainability?
Yeah, thank you so much. How we can bring in the cotton farmers in this value chain is that already I mentioned about over 300,000 farmers in cotton. So to double these statistics, the only thing we need to do, one is we need to see that the yields increases. That's where the farmers make business in cotton. Two, we also want to see that this other value chain that has been discussed here, we want to see more investment in that. Because any value added in cotton, that is a price added to the farm gate, to the farmers. So if all this can be worked on, definitely we'll see more farmers joining cotton. So in my concluding remarks, when the PSST read in his speech, he mentioned somewhere that in this discussion we needed more local and practical solutions. So in this context that of being local and practical, for you to be local, you get a local solution, you must also be local. Sometimes we have this problem in this country. We are not local. That's why we fail to get the local solution to our problems. Being practical, you must be a practitioner. So these are where the policy gap is. Being practitioners, sometimes the practitioners are not involved in policy formulations. But I'm happy that it is now, the trend is changing, which is very positive. Now, Minister of Finance, I still say that the answer you gave about cotton not being included in National Oilseed Development Program, I think it is something that you need to have a forum with us. You don't need a research here. You don't need feasibility study here. What government needs is change, mindset change. That is all. Because we know how it's going to work. So if you can give us more forum outside this, we shall tell you why we are requesting for this. And we are called. Then lastly, on the public-private partnership, I also want to mention this, that cotton, we are so organized that even the farmer before planting knows the price. Tell me in this country whether there's any commodity that the farmer knows the price before planting. It is cotton. As I speak now, we know cotton is some 2 months to come. Now we have the price for the cotton. That is something that really we need to take an example in other commodities. So, and this came as a result of the working together with the government and the private sector. That's Uganda Junior Cotton Exporters Association. So that's why we call that, you need to come and know what we are doing, and then we can work together. We are already steps ahead. We only need you to come and we see where the gaps are, and we continue moving on that. Otherwise, thank you so much for giving us this opportunity. My brother from Uganda Cotton, I come from the cooperative unions. So in this case, there are about 3 functional cooperative unions that are a member of Uganda Junior Cotton Exporters Associations, and we are working together. So my brother, with issue of the seed, that's not an issue because this membership is open, the door is open, you come and join, you access all the services that you need in cotton subsector. We, as the cooperative union working, we are accessing those services without any problem.
Thank you.
So you're most welcome.
Thank you. Lastly, Sylvia, as we conclude on this panel, where PSFU is, even the next session, the role of you connecting with your members. We need to hear you talking about how you're connecting your members, especially when around R&D, because these are your members. As private sector foundation, we need to see your voices, and you're part of the forum. Yes, Sylvia, please 1 minute, because
thank you very much. I would like, to commend the Ministry of Finance for organizing again this forum. But what I would like to say is that what is the plan now moving forward? Now that Ministry of Finance has understood there are so many stakeholders, how do you continue now to put them all together so that we can work together, given the fact that cotton is the only crop that has 10 value chains, so you can have 10 different industry. So if we're talking about agro-industry, it's cotton is one that you should actually grab, because it will give you 10, almost more than 10 different factories. So our prayer is to see how do you now coordinate us, Ministry of Finance, coordinate all the players and take a lead and understand this. Because in reality, there are three very important things that a human needs. And one is food, housing, and the third is clothing. So before you're even talking about coffee, you should talk about cotton. Cotton will bring in more revenue than it will bring in more revenue than coffee. So I'm glad that this conversation has started, and it has started at a very high level. I think we also mentioned something to do. This is so big in a way that can the policymakers think about having a ministry of textile? This is just a food for thought. Can there be a ministry of textiles? Because all the 40 and above million Ugandans every day eat, and every day have to put on something. Every baby that is born, I don't know how many are born every day, they have to be clothed. So my prayer to the policymakers and the Ministry of Finance, us as OWC, we will be here to coordinate and work basically with all the players in the industry. I thank you.
People are pitching for their next phases of funding. Minister of Finance will hear. They are really willing to coordinate the issue. Sylvia talked about coffee is not that important. If coffee people are here, they'll be lynching you right now. In terms of the...
No, I didn't say it's not that important. I was saying the time that has been given and the money that has been put in coffee, they should use that same drive to be put in cotton.
Thank you, Sylvia. Just now, as we conclude the panel, I'm reading out the questions for noting, but
yes.
you cannot respond to them.
Yes, Doctor, very quickly.
Is there a chance for organic cotton in Uganda? The international buyers always want products made out of cotton, organic cotton. And then there's the other question on, are there opportunities for students to engage in research or projects that bridge technology and agriculture, particularly in the cotton industry? Then there is the issue of rain-fed agriculture regarding cotton. It's so incentivizing to farmers, disincentivizing. Do we need affirmative action, and by who? That's from Professor Frederick Nyodi from Makerere. Then lastly, how best can we make some alternatives and suggestions on building capacity in terms of ensuring standards? And I'm happy to announce the ED of UNDS is around. So we are going to tackle the next aspects of standards, even fishing, that when we conclude, he has to give us the aspect on how they're addressing to ensure that the export market around standards is actually met. So we welcome the ED of UNBS in the House on the issue of standards that will be addressed even in the next panel. So a round of applause to our panel.
Thank you very much, Doctor. And I will request that Joseph comes and gives our panelists a small token. Please note it's not cash for those of you who are recording in their organizations. It's just a small token from the ministry to thank the panelists. Dr. Madina, yours will come after the second panel, since you're still handling the second panel. So, Doctor, you're allowed to go and pick some tea as you come. Joseph, please. We may stand now and receive, and then we'll have a picture, all of us together, with Dr. Madina. So, Doctor, I'm only giving you 5 minutes to pick tea, coffee. I'm going to introduce your next panel and welcome them. So by the time you come back, Doctor, they'll be seated, they'll be waiting for you. So that I buy you 2 minutes, 3 minutes of coffee. If you haven't picked coffee, or tea and something very quickly. It's still available for the next 10 minutes, and I close the serving area to prepare for lunch. So you can quickly grab a cup of coffee or tea if you hadn't. But the back benchers, all of them had coffee and tea. So don't think that we left them out. They are sorted, especially the people at the back. The moment the buffet came, they sorted themselves. All right. So Joseph, now you'll have a photo with our panelists. You can in the middle, Joseph, there, please. We can move forward. So we are at the back. So move forward, cameraman. There you go. So a few of us can be at the front and the other, so that we can feel there. Ensure everyone appears in this photo. It's going to be on the Ministry of Finance calendar. So I would suggest you smile, because for one whole year you will be hanging in someone's house, an office space. But thank you very much, members of the panel, the Cotton team, the Jinas, and of course, Dr. Mubiru. Diana, I'm told you're missing in this picture, so please come. You're the only one holding us. Diana, we'll make way for you there. There. So, immediately after this, we are moving into our next panel. So I will be asking our technical team, please begin running our profiles, and I will, of course, begin with our presenter. So please find Dr. Herbert's profile. Dr. Medina, you have 2 minutes just to pick water and also, pick a sweet from the table. You may need some sugar before I invite you back. So I want to request our panelists, Dr. Herbert Nachiende, the Director of Research at NAFIRI, to come and take his seat. Ms. Nakato Margaret, Chairperson Katosi Women Group. Mr. Philip Borrell, MD Interfish. Please don't run the profiles quickly. Let's go back to Dr. Herbert. I'll come back to them. Keep that one there for now. So Nakato, please come. Philip Borrell, Neil Helling, Dick Nyeko, and Ms. Grace Kwamboka. I'll then introduce you with your profiles running at the back. Let's keep Herbert's profile. Herbert, as I mentioned, Dr. Herbert Nachiende is the Director of Research at NAFIRI. As you can see his profile there, he has over 17 years experience in the fisheries research, aquatic resource assessment and monitoring, fish biology and ecology and water environment. I know that TV audiences, we want to thank you. As we transition to other programming, we want to thank you for having joined us in the very first session and the opening session. We'll now move to Ms. Nakato Margaret, profile of Ms. Nakato. There you go. She is the chairperson of Katosi Women's Group, successfully mobilized and organized over 1,050 women in these communities to work together and skill them in various work disciplines. She's a development practitioner working with rural and fisher women in communities surrounding Lake Victoria. We'll go to Philip Borrell. Philip Borrell, MD Interfish Farm, is also a piggery farmer with fully vertically integrated farm comprising of breeding and fattening, as well as feeds manufacturing and abattoir, an investor in the fish processing, export fish products to Europe since 1989. Wow. Dick Nyeko, the next, Neil Helling. Let's go to Neil Helling. The presentation. Oh, you didn't send it, Neil. Neil, you'll have to speak about yourself. CEO Yalelo Fish Company. He will, of course, at some point speak about himself. Let's go to Dick Nyeko. You have Dick Nyeko's profile. He's the CEO of UFPEA. Do you have Dick Nyeko's profile? All right, so let's put that up, and then I will introduce our yes, there you go. He is, he's previously served as Executive Secretary for the Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization at the ASC from 2008 to 2013, and previously served as Commissioner for Fisheries in the Ministry of Agriculture. There you go. And finally, Miss Grace Kwamboka will remain here. Where's Grace? I need to see where you are so that when... I just need to raise your hand. So Grace, if you are... All right. Oh, yes. Doctor, Grace will stay this side, so she won't walk up the stairs. She's expecting, so we don't want these stairs to be the ones to, to cut short our conversation with her. So Grace, you need to come and sit closer. Grace, don't you prefer, instead of going up the stairs, you can stay here. I can give you the VIP seat here. No. All right, she will do her presentation from there, Dr. Medina. So when you need Grace, there you go. So Grace's profile is on the screen. Finance manager at the Source of the Nile fish farm with over 10 years of experience. The farm was established as a commercial tilapia fish farm, incorporated in Uganda in 2005, growing fish in cages on Lake Victoria. Dr. Medina, we are between you and lunch, right? And that's a big problem. So panelists, please be mindful that lunch tilapia will be on the menu. So we can continue the fish conversation over lunch. But Dr. Hubbard promised to make his presentation also shorter. Over to you, Doctor.
Thank you, Maurice. Then the panel is done. And one of the things we have to recognize that fish is on our tables everywhere, every day. Doctors say fish is critical for our menus, protein intake. Even for my Grace colleague, Grace is going to be told to be eating fish every day if the doctors have not already told her. So this session is critical, and we hope to have a very candid discussion, but recall we're between these guys and lunch, but hopefully they'll give us an extra at least 20 minutes before, that way everyone can get it. Dr. Herbert Nachiende would like for you to put this into context, and if someone can start flashing Doctor's presentation, that would be great. And you do have, make it, as I've said, short as possible. Now that the Minister of Finance is here and you are the leading research institution in terms of fish, and we know we have several fish varieties around. So in terms of uptake, what do we need to do to transform this for the export market? Let's think big in that sense in your presentation as you link R&D and exports. You're welcome, Dr. Herbert Nakiende, to the podium.
Yeah, thank you, moderator. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Protocol observed. I want to make just a few corrections that I'm a few months to becoming a doctor, so I'm not yet there, but within a few months. And also the other correction I want to make is that I'm here representing the Director of Research, who is known by the names Dr. Winnie Kalubo. As we speak now, she's attending the aquaculture, the Fisheries and Aquaculture Sector Council of Ministers, which is for the East Africa, also deliberating on issues affecting our sector. So those are the few corrections I wanted to make. And I would also wish to start by thanking the Minister of Finance on this occasion to put us on the agenda to discuss the fisheries sector, which has maintained its position, especially in bringing in the national coffers in the second position, but also to note that it is in the second position, yet we just export 3% of what the leading commodity exports. So imagine if we had just increased that to 10% of what coffee brings in, what the fisheries sector would be all about. So to begin with, I wanted to give just a background. Do I move? Oh, okay. This one, okay. Thank you. I want to begin by saying that our nation is surrounded by 20% covered by water, and this constitutes around almost 160 water bodies, which include the lakes, rivers, wetlands. And the sector of the fisheries is anchored on two spines. We have the capture-based production, which is based on the wild stocks, but also aquaculture, which has been known as the fastest growing food industry globally, and in Uganda growing at a rate of 3% per year. Capture fisheries, which are the wild stocks, apparently, they account for 80% of what we produce, with the other 20% being from the aquaculture. And yet when it comes to our national development, the NDP3, the target from this sector is to produce around 1.7 million tons of fish, from which capture fisheries should bring on table 700,000 tons, which is less than what the aquaculture, which is projected to bring in 1 million, but you can see 20% apparently is what aquaculture sector is bringing in. So that one means that we have bottlenecks which are impeding for us to realize that projection. The production from capture fisheries, ranges between 600 to 700 tons, although with the statistics, this could even be more, but because of the limited funding to do comprehensive research and the leakages, the estimates fall below. And the exports to international market is estimated at around 27,000 tons, bringing in the revenue of over $170 million. I mentioned this is 3% of what the cotton brings in the country. So the 75% of the world's capture fisheries are considered to be declining. Globally, we have seen a decline from the world stocks, while the aquaculture has been progressing, and it is thought to be the future of the fish supply. To bridge that gap which we are experiencing from the capture fisheries, I also felt it is important for us to take note of some of the value chain actors within this sector. We are having the farmers, the fishers, who are mainly at the production level, but we also have various players, not forgetting the input suppliers at all the different sectors, the processors, the industry. We are having the middlemen or the brokers, but also finally we have the consumers who are not only located within our country, they are within the region, and they are also across the region. So this sector supports a wide range of the value chain when you look at it. In terms of diversity, we are blessed. We have over 500 documented fish species occurring nationwide in those water bodies which I mentioned about. But one important thing to note here is that we don't have poisonous fish in our water bodies, meaning all of them are edible and potential for food. Even the fish which has electricity, the one which is on the topmost, it produces large amounts of electricity, but still it can be eaten. So that is the blessing we are having, and this fish is used as food for humans. It can also be used, or it has been used, or instrumental in the feed industry. We are using it in the bait industry to support again the wild stocks, and also ornamental, and as well as the sport fishing. If you want to know more about the fish diversity in Uganda, NAFIRI has a website where we have documented that, and it is presented down. If you go onto that website, you can see the different species that occur within our water bodies. Also to note is that over time, the abundance of the species which grow to large sizes, especially the Nile perch, which most of us are familiar, the Nile tilapia, these ones have been reducing over time. But of importance to note is that the smaller fishes have now been coming up. That is the mukene, commonly known mukene, the ragogi, the mziri, in the different lakes like Choga, Victoria, and Albert. And as you can see, the smaller fishes apparently are accounting for over 50% of the total production. But also to note that these ones support a big section of our population, especially the women and the youths. The youths being involved mainly at production level who are doing fishing, but also the women in the post-harvest handling, the processing, and markets. So that one gives an indication of where interventions can be directed, especially when it comes to investment opportunities. Now this one brings us to the next slide of what are the bottlenecks. I've already mentioned this, that over time we have experienced a decline in the large species. And what is driving this mainly is the illegal fishing activities. As you can see there, those illegal fishing or the illegal fishing methods are cropping large quantities of immature fish. As you can see on the screen, those are the smaller sizes of Nile perch to the size of just the pen you are handling in the hands. Yet a mature Nile perch measures minimum 50 centimeters, which is equivalent to 2 to 2.5 kilograms, meaning that Nile perch, if you harvest it, you can earn not less than $10. But with these smaller sizes, you can even weigh up to 100 of them before you can earn $5. So you can look at how we are losing out. The other issue is environmental pollution and habitat destruction. As you have seen previously, we experienced fish kills, and these ones occur periodically, and that is because of environmental pollution coming from a range of issues such as poor waste management, which deteriorates the water environment, and it leads to such, and of course, that one hampers or affects the production, not only from the wild stocks, but also the aquaculture, especially the cage-based aquaculture. So when we are talking about investment opportunities, or what the government can do is to ensure that we emphasize the monitoring and protection of our systems to remain pristine and healthy and favorable for production of fisheries. The other issue is that we do not have appropriate facilities for handling. This one raises issues of fish safety and quality, and it leads to severe post-harvest losses. As you can see in the photos presented, the fish comes from the boat when it is very clean. But especially for the smaller fishes, it is produced in bulk, large quantities. You can imagine one boat landing 1 ton, and there are no facilities where to dry. That's why you can see such fish ends up being processed on the ground, and that one has largely fixed or made the fish, the smaller fish especially, to be for animal feed. But also we know that animals do not want dirty fish, because that one also affects the production line. They have to invest a lot for them to make profit out of it. So those issues are real bottlenecks and hampering the production from our sector. You look at issues of invasive species, especially the weeds. This one have a diverse range of effects, not only on the water, but also on the transport. The fishing operations become very, very difficult, as you can see in the slide. And again, this one now brings in the need for us to see how do we combat this. And from the research, we have been conducting the monitoring, but also looking at best ways of management of such weeds. Some of the measures we have been taking is to ensure that how best do we utilize these nuisance weeds into something productive. And apparently we are having projects where we are piloting the extraction of biodiesel, and that's where again we need support and also cooperation and synergies with the private sector to see that these weeds have come, but we can turn them into opportunities to do production. Other impacts which you can see are the climate change impacts. Recently you witnessed the floods, and these ones affected many infrastructure, especially those ones of the fisheries, as you can see within the slide. The other issue, of course, we know that we have to diversify on investments and also sources of revenue, but sand mining, which is taking place within the water bodies, really affects the production, because this one is being undertaken within areas of production, affecting the fish breeding and other areas. That one also affects the stock recruitment and hampers the production that would be having from these systems to meet the national targets and create more employment opportunities. So these are areas, again, which we need to look at critically. While the Nile perch has been reducing over time, we have seen the development of the fish maw, which is the fish swim bladder, but when it has died and it has been extracted, it is commonly known as the fish maw. This one has had some impacts, not only on the stocks within the waters, but also the supply to the factories. There is a general outcry, and also this one has increased on the demand for the Nile perch. This one also comes up with two avenues, that how best do we protect the Nile perch stocks, or how best do we multiply or increase the production from the Nile perch so that we get maximum benefit out of it. This one is giving a projection of how the exports have been developing over time. The large graph, which is presented in blue, is showing that the Nile perch exports have been decreasing over time, but the export from the fish maw has been increasing on the other side. And again, there are different value chain actors along with this, where we are having the producers, whom I mentioned, the fishers, the extractors, the traders, the middlemen, the regional maw traders, and also the exporters. So this is an opportunity also for entry, but this one, to be sustainable, we need to see that we have enough stocks within the lake. This one again is projecting what is the price vis-a-vis the price of the large fish vis-a-vis the fish maw. You can find that the fresh and the fish bones, they constitute over 80%, but the fish maw, which accounts only for 2% of a 50 Nile perch, a 50 kilogram Nile perch, almost fetches 20-fold the price of the fish fillet. And that one shows the potential as it is detailed into this table. The other investment opportunity will be the development within the development of the smaller fishes. Apparently, we have estimated that from the smaller fish alone, the Mukene Muziri, from only 3 lakes, we can be able to produce 300,000 tons, which is 44% of what is projected from the capture fisheries according to the NDP plan. But this one can give us approximately $158,000. That is if we estimate that fish just at the lowest value of $0.6 per kilogram. That is when it is fresh. Once you dry that fish, that 0.6 will almost more than double to $2. And again, when you add more value, you can have that one up to around $5. This is an opportunity, but we cannot be able to achieve this if we still have inadequate infrastructure, like I mentioned. So what do we need to invest in are the handling facilities, and this one, we need those ones which are really environmentally sound. We need private partnership to see how best we tap into the solar energy to dry the fish. These are some of the piloted projects, but they're on smaller scale, and they are still not adequate given the supply we are having. We have opportunities for the clean energy production, like the solar in fishing. Apparently, we are enforcing the use of kerosene in the harvest of fish, but we all know the dangers of using kerosene. It is polluting. So we need to venture into the clean energy production systems like the solar, which can withstand the rough environments. We are having areas where we can diversify and develop the products by adding value, and these ones can really improve on the benefits we can get from this, but it also creates more employment opportunities. This sector can also contribute immensely to the pharmaceutical, the energy, cottage industries, as you can see. Those bags you can see there have been made by fisheries women groups here, and these ones are from fish scales, but they are still hampered. They don't have adequate capital to expand this, and we know how costly such materials can be. We can also tap into the spirulina, the algae, which is now polluting the environment. We can convert it into something which is beneficial in terms of the spirulina capsules, and these ones have been tested. They have so many benefits, but do we have the capital, or do we have the right infrastructure in place to support that? Investment in cage aquaculture, I've mentioned that we apparently having only 20% produced from aquaculture, yet we envisage it to contribute 80%. So how can we harness that? It is through targeted investment into aquaculture. We need to zone and map aqua parks where and even support the private sector to ensure that we have mass production, because the demand is really very high and it is there. We can also have to invest in aquaculture, but also targeting the bait industry. We know that apparently the bait which is used to harvest Nile perch is got from the wild stocks, but this one is not sustainable because it affects the productivity. The last fish we are seeing there, which is Momiras, has been instrumental in supporting the bait fishery. And a kilogram of that fish for human consumption can cost around 5,000 to 6,000 Uganda shillings. But a single individual of that fish of 50 grams is costed at around 1,000. So meaning, if you have to have a kilogram of that one, you can earn almost 4 times what you are able to earn from the whole fish. So this is an opportunity where we need really to invest in, and the same with Clarias and the Aprochromines. But these are areas which need funding, especially when it comes to research, but also partnership with the private sector. The issue of seed and feed have been really challenging. Apparently, the aquaculture sector is hampered by the inadequate seed and of inferiority, which are inferior and do not grow faster. But as research, we have been investing into establishing on how best can we produce the fast growing strains. Also, the feed has been really a major challenge, and we know that feed accounts for 60 almost 80% of the overall production from capture fisheries. So we need to fund research, but also to fund the private sectors to ensure that we are having production of which can support the industry of the aquaculture. I have mentioned that we have a diversity of fish species, but we have not tapped into the ornamental trade, which again is lucrative globally, and this can be an opportunity where we can have more money. We can also tap into digitization of data collection. We have been establishing to see how information can easily reach the farmers, can reach the fishers, and these are developments which we really need support to ensure that these ones are expanded to a larger scale and they're adopted. But to do that, we need enabling policies and revise. As I wind up, because always this is almost the last slide, and the summary of the recommendation is, or the key take-home message. Of course, I've just rushed through because of the time you have given me. So what do we need to do? We need to implement effective management systems on these lakes to promote the fish stock recovery, but also those critical habitats which can be equated to maternity wards, which we are calling the fish breeding areas. Of course, we have had interventions where the FPU has been on the lake, but we cannot be able to achieve sustainable management of the fisheries by chasing them around, and it becomes very costly. That's why we are saying we need to review and create empowered co-management structures that can collaborate with government to ensure that the management of the stocks are ensured. We need to recognize the roles and the contributions from the private sector and enhance the synergies, especially the public-private partnerships on key interventions to take this up. I've mentioned about the enabling policies, but also we need to promote and develop the safe production, handling, and processing technologies to ensure that we are diversifying on the products that we have. We have had challenges. Most of the inputs that we have to put in right from fishing and also aquaculture production are expensive, and most of them have higher taxes, especially the feed, and that one brings the cost of production really very high. So, Minister of Finance, we are saying, is it possible to provide subsidies, the tax waivers, and also extend some soft loans and credit facilities to the sector? Apparently, this sector does not get the loans because of the nature of the activity. In most cases, they have been saying that the fishers are migratory, so having the loan recovery is very difficult. But then we have the cage aquaculture farmers or the aquaculture sector who are stationed in one place? How do we come in and subsidize on the inputs to ensure that we build a robust but a sustainable production system from the aquaculture, which we are envisaging that it has to contribute 80% to meet the market demand. We are looking also at issues of capacity building, especially for the private producers, and also providing them with adequate seed, streamlining the activities of special of the fish more along the value chain and regulating to ensure that these ones comply to the existing regulations, and also explore alternatives for the fish more, because apparently we are having this produced from Nile perch, but there are reports that even the catfish and other large fish, they also can produce the fish more. So we need to diversify that, but to do that we need the real funding to do the research and many things. But most importantly, the last one is to ensure that we create awareness and continuously sensitize the communities. We have seen, I can even ask in this room, how many people can eat small fish? It is considered as fish for the poor, for the marginalized. But the smaller fish at the base of the food web, they are highly nutritive and they are loaded with a lot of nutrients. But because of lack of awareness, we try to despise them. So for us to achieve these efforts, we need to continue to engage with the communities, to sensitize them on the best practices for fishing and many aspects within the sector. Because of the time I had to rush through, but I hope this one can generate a discussion through which we can add on this discussion. So thank you, the organizer and the moderator, for giving me this opportunity.
We can do better. Let's clap. I think there's some things we have learned. I think the cotton people have learned from the fish people. Even the fish people, I think, we learned something from the cotton people. And one thing which is coming out from both groups, issues around seed, issues around support in terms of R&D, I think that is very clear. And then both groups are seeking for tax waivers. So I don't know how they'll get revenues for the ministry, but both are really seeking for these tax waivers, subsidies. So we have to ask yourselves which ones, and those that are going to be more critical to ensure that you grow. And since we are looking for transformation, but at the same time we are trying to look for revenues to ensure we support you more, then we need to see which kind of avenues are debated in terms of the specificities. Now I think what you mentioned, Nyendes, that one of the things that people, I think no one here knew, is that even the scales of our fish can be used for bags. You know, they look so small, and you find yourself wondering what really you can get out of that kind. It looks like waste, but it's probably someone else's income generation activity. Thank you for those insights. And now to the panel. This is a panel that it's interesting because someone talked about, I wanted to even ask the morning team what they meant by, is it local investors? That means we do have local investors. It's just not the color. It's just investors are here and they're Ugandans investing in Uganda, as you can see them. So we do welcome all these investment aspects as long as they're to make sure we grow the country. So the key issue we want the panel to address itself to is, I believe all of you are at different chains of development in terms of supporting fish and the fish sector. And what Herbert here was talking about is we have this value chain, but what I know about the fish value chain is also different depending on the species you have. So based on this, I believe the actors here probably are not in the same fish value chain in terms of the actual species they deal in. So as the token goes to you, you need to tell us which kind of speciality in the species you actually deal in, for us to better understand you, and then also to inform the audience in terms of which investment transformative approaches they need to put for the budget priorities for the next term within fish. That way we would not think fish is the same, but we can be able to understand the kind of fish that's going to drive transformation in the country. So from Nakato, as you come in to think through You tell us what you do, which kind of fish you deal in, and which kind of prayers you want in terms of transformation needs do you think will be able to transform us there for even the next budgeting planning? Over to you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. For me, I don't have a specific sector because I'm working with women who are very, very active in along the entire value chain of the fisheries, from the Nile perch to silverfish. And depending on the season, these women always switch back and forth from Nile perch to silverfish to fishing to fish processing to trading. So they are very, very versatile in the sector. So I represent a sector which is very, very broad and very, very active, and also represent most of the people who are active in the post-harvest sector. Doctor said that fisheries is one of the growing sector, and I want to share with the audience here is that globally it's also recognized, as we know that the voluntary guidelines for securing sustainable small-scale fisheries were endorsed by the FAO member countries, including Uganda, just to make sure that we preserve, we continue to protect fisheries as a key prime source of fish for food, but also to contribute towards poverty eradication. And last year, 2022, was declared the year of International Year of Artisanal Fisheries and Aquaculture. And that was again aimed to draw the world's attention on the global importance of fisheries and its contribution to food security and poverty eradication. So for me, Mr. Nachiende has mentioned very well the key areas of intervention in order to transform fisheries. But I'm going to focus on maybe 3 or 4, as they are very key priority areas for me. And the first one is to look at the fisher and the fish workers in these learning sites, in these communities, as investors in the sector. We have increasingly failed to recognize them as investors, yet they are investing all their little money they have in the fish production, farming, and harvest. And we are not creating any enabling environment for them to be able to continue to engage in this sector. As we know, in our country, Uganda, 80% of the food production is also from women, but most of this is happening in rural communities. So it is very, very key that I really highlight that we need to recognize these smallholder fisher and fish workers in these learning sites who have one boat, one number of nets as investors, and you create an enabling environment for them to be able to engage. First, I want also to highlight why do we need to make sure that we recognize them as investors. We need to make sure that we recognize them as investors to make sure that whatever other investment that is coming in the fishing communities does not displace these people from their fishing and fish trading and processing activities. If you remember, when the Nile perch gained value, it was the women who faced the first shocks, and they were pushed to the periphery of the sector. We know as gradually agricultural products, including fish, as it gains value, there are tendencies for those people who have been active on small scale to be pushed out. And this has a danger or a threat to the nation that it creates a threat to food security in these communities, and it also reduces on the capacity of the fish to be able to contribute towards poverty eradication. So we need to direct attention towards investing in these fisher and fish workers. A lot of effort has been done by the fisher organizations. We have so many associations, although I must comment that it was first women who did the organization in fishing. And we need to direct the interventions through these associations. We have AFALU, the Association of Fishers and Lake Users. We have the Federation of Fishers. We have the Katosi. Over 1,000 women are organized under Katosi. And we are gradually growing on these numbers. We have the National Women Fish Organization, well established. So we can use these, we can capitalize on the organization of the fishing communities, the fishers, and direct attention or investment in these communities to improve on all the areas Mr. Nachiende has highlighted, the poor processing, the post-harvest, which are also contributing to fish loss, due to poor handling. We also need to invest in addressing the gender gaps that are existing in the fishery sector, which is like any agricultural sector. We all know we are transitioning. We are not yet there. We are just on transitioning from centuries of disempowering of women because of the traditional social cultural norms. And these norms or traditions, what they've done to women to be able to engage in the sector fully, they still exist without, we have not made any deliberate efforts to make sure that we invest in addressing those years and centuries of disempowering
Margaret,
women.
As you come in, because one of the things here is they want the solutions, and not the probably what is happening is recognition. So you need to probably provide the actual solution to how the recognition should be done. In other words, in the next phase, in gender gaps you mentioned, how should government reduce that gender gap? You've mentioned it's there, so how should we do it? Because they need to prioritize. At the end of the day, you're going to tell them what should they prioritize between recognition, between gender gaps, between investments. So they will need that kind of guidance as you speak, at least in a minute, then we can come back.
I think I was very, very clear also is that when we recognize, I also highlighted the areas of investment, like providing areas where fish and fisher workers can be able to get credit to increase their access to processing technologies, credit, all those investments which can be done, capitalizing on the existing organization of the fisher associations to be able to provide incentives for them to be able to engage in the sector. So those are areas which there are still large gaps. You know, with farming, there are many opportunities where a farmer can be able to get access to inputs and services, but there's not very, very clear distinction on how fishers and fish workers can be able to get. So those are still gaps which are existing. And then I was talking on addressing the gender gaps. We know they are there. Women cannot enter fish farming because they don't have land. All fisheries and fish farming is capital intensive. We know women have been deprived of ability to access education, and for them to be able to engage in fish farming, they need the knowledge and skills. So those are all areas which need to be intervened on and addressed. I also want to highlight on the area of public investment in fishing communities, and I look personally to the Minister of Economic Planning, is that we all know fishing communities are lacking those basic factors which are very key in production. The poor infrastructure, the roads, electricity, all those, when these communities are working and they are deprived of those factors, then their cost of production is very, very high. So there is need for increasing public investment in fishing communities. Currently, we have increased taxes from fishing. We have licenses, permits. All those are taxes that are being generated in the fishing communities, and there's no plowing back in fishing communities in terms of improving these communities with infrastructures that is very, very key for enhancing production. Lastly, I want to talk about the SSF guidelines, which I talked about in the beginning, which our government also endorsed. And in the recommendations of the SSF guidelines, if our government implements those recommendations, it can lift millions of people out of poverty and also bring to leveraging the competitiveness in the fisheries sector. Currently, the Directorate of Fisheries Resources, under the Ministry, the MAIEF and FAO, I was part of that. We have also completed to develop the National Plan of Action so as to implement the SSF guidelines. So we would like to see the ministry also investing in implementing the National Plan of Action for implementing the SSF guidelines so that we can be able to see that those recommendations which were negotiated and discussed and endorsed by our government are actually implemented so that we can contribute towards...
Which ministry?
Sorry?
Which ministry should do that? Because a ministry can be many ministries. So which ministry in terms are you guiding this to in terms of fostering these guidelines? Because they also have
the guidelines are under the Ministry of Fisheries, Animal Industry and Fisheries.
Okay.
But we also need planning. We need resources to be able to implement those recommendations. And now we have finished to make the National Plan of Action, where we have consulted in several regions around the Lake Victoria, Lake Albert, on how people would like to see those recommendations put in place. So it doesn't make sense to have the ideas from the communities on how they would like these recommendations to be put in place, and there's no financing allocated to implementing the plan of action. So those are my key highlights.
Thank you, Margaret, for that. But I think you've been evasive on some of the things that we need to do, because one of the things those are broad in terms of probably environmental aspects. But some of the key nitty-gritties, as the chairperson got to see women, beyond finance, beyond closing the gender gap, we shall come back to it. But we will need to see some of the things that really address you, more specifically as women, beyond the global environment that probably men. Because the ministries, both Ministry of Agriculture, Trade, Ministry of Finance, they have certain expectations they need from us as the panelists in terms of takeaway, in terms of what they need to guide to prioritize also within their budget, their budgeting framework. So when the moment we are broad, it is not going to help the ministry in terms of taking this ahead. So Margaret, you're within the audience. Grace is within the audience. Yes, Grace, the CEO, Finance Manager for Sunfish. Tell us what you do and how best can government really prioritize your initiatives in terms of expectations that you need them to take away. Be very brief and to the point if it will be helpful in terms of your bullet points for takeaways.
Okay, thank you for that. And just to be specific, I'm in aquaculture. Sunfish has been in aquaculture for over 10 years, and specifically in tilapia. When the first presenter who gave the summary in aquaculture and fisheries spoke, he gave some of the highlights and some of the factors that are affecting fisheries. I'll just speak to maybe 5 of those, just to highlight in a very summarized manner. And one will be the compliance cost. This would probably be under the Ministry of Finance. We have quite various licenses that are required to operate in aquaculture. And you get this from various ministries. We have NEMA, we have the Ministry of Fisheries, and then there is, I think, Environment is NEMA. If they can merge some of these and you have a one-stop center to avoid duplication, and then because it duplicates costs and also work to get these licenses. If there was a one-stop center where you can get licenses all at once, and some of those that are duplicated can be merged. If you have 1 or 2, 3 licenses, then you have the capacity to operate comfortably knowing that you're compliant. Then 2, I will speak to the issue of feed. One of the biggest challenges in aquaculture is feed. And as most fish farmers will tell you, probably 80%, 90% of the fish feed is imported. And importation comes with costs. I think one of the things the government could do is, these are talks which I understand are in progress, and there are people who are already trying to invest into this, is come in and support people who have the investors who have the capacity to get into feed production so that it can be produced locally, but with subsidies that will enable them to produce it at a cost that will enable a farmer achieve this feed at an affordable price. If you look at historically from 2017, there was, I think feed cost was about 50% of the cost of aquaculture. Right now, that cost is about 70–80%, and that leaves you very minimal capital to invest back into operations, and that is really affecting farmers, and some of them are actually getting out of the business. As if you go around, you'll see that some farmers are getting out of aquaculture and trying to focus into other things. So the government coming in and subsidizing feed production so that we have local producers, that could help. Number 3 is financing. Financing, I'll speak this in terms of probably working capital intensive. Aquaculture is a very working capital intensive business. So what happens is if you are depending on internal funding only from what you're getting from sales, it becomes very difficult to reinvest into the business. That's why you'll find some farmers, he goes one cycle, then he gets out of business. When he gets some money back, he will come back and invest. And most of this working capital is in feeds. So it's kind of a recycling cycle. So if there could be something they can do in cheap financing or subsidized financing, or if they could finance raw materials, if they get the farmers, like if they can provide feed in such a manner that like other farmers or other sectors do, you finance inputs and you expect this farmer at the end of the day will be able to pay back when they do their sales. So if that can be done, if there is a way to do that and support the small farmers, that will be good. The big farmers too in that line. So financing, coming in financing, I know at around 2017, 2018, the government came in with agricultural financing where they gave subsidized loans to farmers. And I'm sure some of those that benefited from loans went into capital and increasing production, but as you increase production, it goes back to, do you have the working capital to sustain that production and keep adding into the gross product of the country? Then the other thing I'll talk about is cold chain management. That is storage centers. This is also a conversation that has happened in various forums, as I may speak to it. One of the things that farmers, especially, we know that fish is a very perishable product. And when you harvest it, you need to have a way of managing it and handling it until it is sold. And some farmers, most farmers do not have this. They maybe because they don't, not maybe, but they actually can't afford to install cold chain systems in their facilities. So if there could be centralized facilities that the government can set up, and when they set those up, ensure that there is proper management and sustainability in that. So the small farmers, when they harvest, they know that even if I don't have a farmer a trader coming to the farm today to get this fish, it is mature, I can get it out of the system and then put it into this storage and sell maybe within the next 1 week instead of it being in water and continuing to eat. And then the last one that I could speak for now is pricing. And this one is quite a sensitive one because people who are investing into aquaculture, you invest expecting some returns. But one of the biggest challenges that is happening is price control and price stability. So where farmers are losing money is because there is the fishing, the market is very cyclic. It's high when there is shortage with capture fisheries, and then it's low when the capture fisheries are high. The prices will also fluctuate with that. And then the prices are mainly, since we are in a market economy, the prices are mainly controlled by the market. So the person who has invested in aquaculture sometimes has it difficult to say that I'm going to establish a price for my product. I'm not sure if there are any regulations that have been put in place to that can be put in place to kind of help farmers with that. Maybe competition laws or something like that. That I will leave to the Ministry of Finance and Trade. Maybe they will speak about that. I don't know if there's anything on that. Thank you. That's it for now.
I think finance has had that. They'll speak to it a bit. Thank you for your interventions. I think they've been very particular and straightforward and well understood in terms of what we need to do to guide. Over to the panel here. Philip, over to you. What kind of things can we do and also prioritize based on your perspective as a player
within the...
Thank you, Medina. When I look at the title of this, it's Lessons from the Fish and Aquaculture Value Chain. So I think lessons can come from successes, but also from challenges, even from failures. When we look at what we call the fish industry, it was mentioned by you, and I think also by Herbert, and I'd like to thank Herbert for his very comprehensive presentation. I will just focus on a few points. Is that fish, since now about 20 years, I think since something like 2003, has been second ranking in exports of Uganda. And these are international exports. Generally, there's also some regional exports, but it's mainly international exports. So maybe there's a lesson to learn on how did fish reach that position. And I would say, I would identify 2 or 3 key elements. One, what we call the fish industry, which is really a tool for value addition. But not only value addition, but penetration of markets. And now we are not talking about small markets, we are talking about large international markets that have very high standard requirements for food safety, and more requirements coming up for sustainability of the products. How did this fish industry that started just with a few factories, I remember in 1992, the 6 existing factories that were all very new factories came together and formed an association. And really, they worked for the long-term benefit of this industry through a private sector association. The fact of having founded a strong private sector association enabled this association to work as a real partner with the government. And I'm very, very happy to have today our neighbor there, Mr. Dick Nyeko, who in those days was actually the Commissioner of Fisheries in Maif, and the Commissioner of Fisheries is the Chief Fisheries Officer. We were facing a challenge together for this country. Europe had started putting up a number of what they call directives, they call it now regulations, that were really there to ensure the food safety aspects of the products imported into Europe by any third country, that is non-European member country. And I think that we had to set up a system where we would guarantee the food safety, and these guarantees had to be recognized by the European Union specific directorate, which is really protection, consumer protection. And we were audited a number of times. And it's under the, when Mr. Dick Nyeko was commissioner, that Uganda in 2001 became a harmonized country with the European Union. That means that they recognized that the the guarantees of the Ugandan government for the food safety of the products exported were equivalent to guarantees that were given by European member states. So I think that is an important point in terms of when we talk about agro-industrialization. By the way, I'd like to say agro/aqua industrialization, because agro means related to fields, in Latin ager, and aqua is water. So this is agro-aqua industrialization. I wanted to mention that because it's a very key element of the success. Now, has that success been a continuous success? No. We stagnated. Our main export figures were in 2005, where we exported a good amount of fish, and since then, there's been a decline in the figures exported. At the same time, there's been an increase in the unit value of what has been exported because there's a high demand for our fish. So why have our volumes declined? It's very simple. The fish industry up to now has relied on one single species.
the Nile perch, Latus niloticus. And it comes from one lake, of course, a very big lake, and the most productive lake in the world, Lake Victoria. But the fisheries, the capture fisheries, have been poorly managed. And one of the recommendations, for example, here I've heard a lot of demands for subsidies and stuff like that. I don't think the fish industry, through its private sector association, has ever requested for any form of subsidy. We know the government doesn't have money. They always say they don't have enough. So we are realistic. We don't ask for subsidy. But when we pay a levy, and we agreed with the Ministry of Finance, PSST at the time, I think it was late Keith Marcanisi, and Mr. Chailap was deputy. And we agreed that the levy that would be levied on exports of fish, and that actually totaled on a yearly basis to a very substantial amount, would be plowed back into the system. And I think that we need a mechanism to plow back that money in a way that is assured, like ring-fenced, but also in a way that is strategic. Because one of the reasons for which the resources decline is illegalities. I think Herbert mentioned that. And fighting illegalities is not something very easy. It also needs partnerships. We need the UPDF, definitely. We need the Director of Fisheries in Maïf. We also need the private sector at the level of the fishers and their associations and at the level of the industry. We have to be more strategic. So I think it's very important to be more strategic.
We have a couple of minutes, 1 minute that we need to be out of the end.
Then what I would like to mention now, so we've seen this success story, but then mitigated by stagnation. And now we say we want to produce 1.7 million tons of fish, when we are currently getting through capture fisheries about 450 to 500,000 tons per annum, and aquaculture maybe 50,000 tons, and I'm still optimistic because those are the real figures, not the figures that appear in the statistics. And, but we can produce a lot of fish with the water bodies. What we need is, I think, the two main things, because management, there's been enough experience, and my neighbor here has is heading a company that has a lot of experience, so there are a number of companies able to provide the management that is needed. But what we need is two things. One was already mentioned, feeds. And I should salute and recognize here today the investment of Mr. Omar Ahmed, known as Mandela, who's building a fish feed factory, a very modern fish feed factory in Busega. And I also recognize the efforts of a large international Dutch company called De Heus that is setting up a new feeds factory in Jeru. In a year and a half from now, we'll have locally produced feeds with the local ingredients, except maybe for the premixes. But that is not enough. We need good seed. And Herbert also mentioned that. We need good seed produced massively. In order to import safely in this country good seed, we need to set up a minimum biosecurity measure so that when we import improved genetics, and we can only boost our aquaculture production if we import good genetics, like we did for the milk and dairy production in Uganda. If we want to import good genetics, which is necessary, let's put up the basics of a biosecurity. Much as we, for exports, set up a food safety system in Uganda. Now for imports of live broodstock to get good genetics, we need just to have a simple system of biosecurity consisting mainly of the ability to diagnose diseases through labs, and also to be able to quarantine the fish that comes in the country for the period of time needed for that. Thank you, Medina. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Philip. I think it's very clear in terms of what the ministry has to do for you in terms of investing in the feed support systems. I think that is very clear, because the ministry is looking out for increasing exports and building these value chains. And that's the biggest thing. And at the same time, improving employment opportunities. we'll get back a chance to speak again, at least 1 minute before we close the panel. I didn't want to make sure that at least also Dick and Neil say something here. So Neil, just make a pitch, the best pitch ever on this, and then Dick, and then we can come back. Members, please write your questions if necessary. I can read them out, that way we save time. You can be writing some of the questions or the contributions you want to make to the panel, such that we don't go through the Q&A aspect of it, as Maurice says, we are bad for time. Over to you, Neil.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Neil Hellings. I'm privileged to be the CEO of Yellow Uganda. Yellow is a part of what's known as the First Wave Group, and we're the largest producer of tilapia through cage farming in East and Central Africa. We came to Uganda in 2019, and despite COVID, we were able to establish our farm without too much interruption. We overran only by 2 months to the project schedule, which was written pre-COVID. And we're now at a stage where we're harvesting 700 tons of fish a month, which by far makes us the largest aquaculture cage farming operation in Uganda. But we could be a case study for today's conference in that we have just made the decision to expand our operation in Zambia rather than Uganda, simply because of the cost of operations of doing business here. So that is tragic, because when we look at the other farms that we have, nowhere has God blessed more than Uganda for the production of fish. So our challenge is not the production, it is certainly and most definitely not the lack of local talent, and indeed, as we now explore moving into another territory within the region, that farm, the genesis, will be from Ugandan staff. So it's not the climate, it's not the water, it's not our people, but the barriers to being able to invest here are too high. And I saw there was a message early on that someone from UMBS has come in. That's certainly one of the major factors why we have decided to invest a 300-ton expansion outside of Uganda. The issues of feed, most definitely. Of course, I now worry we have also a very capable mill which has just started in Kenya, which we were involved in helping to create. But will there be now the raw materials? So we'll go from having inadequate feed mill capacity, now quite possibly having inadequate raw material, and the price benefits that we would have hoped to have had now will be in the market of scarce resources. So that's a real challenge for us. So in summary, as I say, from a physical location, whether it's Chogo, whether it's Lake Victoria, and indeed as a result of those opportunities on the larger water bodies, whether it's land-based production, Uganda should be doing far better than it is. And it is only the regulatory framework for making the initial investment. It's not too bad once you're here. Okay? We're in a common water body, so we actually want to see the government not just set high standards, but enforce them, because common water body is common risk for all. But it is just the establishment costs that prevent the likes of Yellow and many of other companies like us from really coming in and driving forward to that 1.5 million ton export of production, which is actually a realistic. If you look at the size of the water bodies, it is an attainable figure in our opinion. But things will need to change from a government point of view for that to be realized.
Thank you. It was quiet, but really well felt. Trust me, both all of you, I think these interventions are very clear in terms of guiding the expectations of government to support the value chain process, which is highly lucrative in terms of support for initiatives that are going to generate resources. Over to you, Dick. And as a former commissioner for fisheries, but you'll be speaking more now as the aggregator of most of these associations. What's your take, at least in 2 minutes? Then please, questions, please write them and then we can read them to the panel.
Of course, thank you very much. Good afternoon. In the interest of fairness, I think you'll give me more than 2 minutes. I could like to thank the Ugandan government and the government services. That
Speak through your microphone.
That they could pass the Fish and Aquaculture Act 2023, so we have a new dispensation. The problem is the implementation of that act. That act now does not have a funding mechanism. So basically, the funding mechanism which was there was gutted. You have about 66 instruments in that act to make it properly operational. So since March, the first step would have been the advisory committee under that act to be instituted. I believe it is a very simple, low-hanging fruit that official services could move and have the advisory committee, which is multi-sectoral, put in place. It includes Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Works, Ministry of Water. The only institution which I felt could have been there would have been Ministry of Health, as I would say later, because food is all about health. When you're talking about product safety, it's about health. Whatever hazards we are looking for, whether microbiological or chemical or even radiological, is about the safety of the human being who is consuming the fish. So Ministry of Health is definitely vital, and we believe. But the operationalization of that committee should not actually wait for an instrument. It could be appointed, and they could set their own rules and procedures. And if a regulation or an instrument is required, that could be a low-hanging fruit. That is one. Two, government says the private sector is the engine for growth. But that engine, I can believe, is if it's 6-cylinder, is functioning only 2 cylinders. And the driver is very hungry. So perhaps he's driving even in the wrong direction, which is government. And the passengers, which are the larger communities, perhaps either don't know or don't care, because whatever it is. They have been encumbered a lot. Everybody who's elected in parliament goes to say, we are going to make laws, we are going to make laws. Now we are going to have 1,000 legislations. Why do parliament, for instance, think of making laws and not deregulating? Sometimes there's too much regulations. For instance, the Water Act. Water is needed for production, for aquaculture, is needed for farming fish, for producing whatever type of crops. But you look at the Water Act, basically you can do nothing if you have to follow that act. And if it was supposed to be enforced, all of us in this room would be in prison. Deregulation is very important. NEMA, the same thing. Too much regulations, too much instrument, and even a contradiction where, for instance, they could put Nile perch as invasive alien species, subject to CBD, whatever it is. But Nile perch is something which is of economic benefit to the citizens of Uganda, and is leading to export-led growth and job creation. Sincerely, in which part of the world? And by the way, our alien is alien because Nile perch was there before. In 2 million years ago, Nile perch was there on Lake Victoria. There was no Lake Victoria. This place was called Karunga. And if you look at the paleolimnology, that is the ancient history, you find Nile perch was already there. So basically, the introduction was a reintroduction. Is a Sudanic fish, is an African fish? That discussions need to be had. And lastly, all the government instruments for action. For instance, the Public Health Act. In 1998, there was a fish ban related to cholera as an hazard. In the Public Health Act, you'll find that there's a multi-sectoral committee there, which I've checked is not operational. The same thing with the Water Act. The same. So you find sectors in Andakis Everybody is like a big chief. They are fighting in tufts without multi-sectoral advice. And if that advice was there, for instance, the Public Health Act, the issue of sanitation in fishing communities that they were talking about would have been addressed. And a number of others. With the water sector, you will find at least the fisheries concern related to cages and the rest, even whatever it is would have been addressed. So Ministry of Finance could put money into operationalization of all statutory advisory bodies in institutions so that at least government functions on the basis of advice. Thank you.
With this reduction of the budget, we need to think again through that request of financing these institutions that Dick is talking about when they're already cutting. So where should they cut? And then support also those institutions as we go ahead. As I come back to the panel, think through those kind of issues that you think need to be prioritized. At least one takeaway from each of you. For the ministry and through the private sector development unit can front in the next budget for this sector in particular. I know some of them have come about, but we need to get that kind of the concrete final discussion from himself. The ED-UNBS, please, I don't know if we can see him. The ED-UNBS. This side? So, I think I will just give you some 2 minutes, since some of the things that we've actually they've talked about here, it's an issue that UNBS comes in, both for cotton and both for fish. So it seems there are certain aspects that they need your support and they're not feeling you on ground. What can you say something about? 2 minutes, then we...
Thank you so much, Doctor. I wish to say as follows. One, we've done a lot of note-taking, and we'll have these things in-house, where we shall have come up with the interventions. Number two is to say that the issue of product quality and competitiveness of our products is something that everybody is embracing. To us, this is good news. And number three, in the previous discussions, there was issue of cost of doing business. We do appreciate the concern. We've taken a number of interventions, including reducing the fees and other things. There are some reforms that we tend to undertake over time, and we believe that with support that is coming from government, we'll be able to deliver on that. The issue of building capacity, I agree with the recommendation, and the issues of governance, we are looking at it. We're undertaking a number of reforms, as it was mentioned by the PSS team, and we believe over time we shall be where the country wants us. What we can say, we're positioning ourselves. Now, in the area of fish sector and areas, these are interventions. Number one is developing supportive standards that will enable our colleagues to reach the external market. We're doing it at African level, regional level, and international. Standard development, we are the secretariat, but this is done mainly by different actors. So my appeal is the panelists to join us, and the issue of requirements checking, I think we take note of that. And another information I want to share is that at UNBS we have what we call NSSS, National Standardization Strategy. We moved from a situation where we have catalog of standards, but now we do it on needs basis. So as we identify more requirements as dictated by the market, we're ready to respond. The second intervention, so this, the second intervention is certification, but this is limited to the regional level. We tend to cross to the continent. But also we note that, so you can certify these products, the fish products, they can reach Kenya without chew mark, without any hindrance. And very quickly, the third intervention is it relates to testing. We are aware that our chew mark can't go beyond ESC. So here we provide testing results. Our laboratories are state of art. They are accredited by SANAS and recognized by ELAC. So we are confident that with this, we shall be able to. Of course, we do experience challenges in scope, and the panelists and other stakeholders, we invite you. Anytime you have any scope limitation, we're able to respond. So these are the interventions. We're behind private sector, and we're ready to support you technically, but also on the reforms. I submit, Doctor.
Thank you, Edie, for UNBS. I think you've seen some bit of commitments, and then you need to hold him accountable to what he has said in terms of individual collaborations to maintain standards. From the audience, some of the questions that are coming through are for Yalelo. Please give examples of these barriers you mentioned. Is it taxes? Is it raw materials? What can government do? And then the other is on how can the big investor like Yalelo and the common fishermen both benefit from the increased productivity? They seem to always be in conflict, which is a loss to all. Probably someone's talking about there is a bit that when the big guns are fighting, the small ones actually in loss. Then to Ms. Nakato, the cost of monitoring and managing the water environment is another big bottleneck to aquaculture. It is expensive and unreliable, and this has led to many losses. It requires addressing issues to support sustainable production. So the question is, how are you handling this problem of water quality management? And said to Ms. Nakato, and I think they're talking about as a group of women in terms of quality, but I think probably this should be going to either DIC as a support system with the Ministry of Water and Environment to ensure the water quality management issues will put forward. Then we have from Food Rights Alliance, the issue is saying that our competitive barriers, quality and safety, we need to invest in quality ethics, quality enforcement, quality infrastructure. Therefore, we need to lift the ban on recruitment of extension workers. Invest in quality enforcement, criminalize intervention, fraudulent, and issues around deregulation, something like that, and innovative financing that's targeting women. And that's one was a contribution in terms of what they need to do. So now back to the panel. We've had some of the questions on board. As you give your response, make sure we wrap it up, at least in 2 minutes each, such that we be out of this panel at least in 8 minutes, since we are 4.
Doctor, just before you run there, he raised this like at 10 a.m. because he really came because he had a specific question. And I think this might be going to Joseph. I doubt it's going to any of the panelists.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mugisha. Mine is not specific. It is a general question. I want to invest into fish cages. But how does one obtain a license to do fish cage farming? Because, first of all, my name is Atamale Hannington Mgerwa. I'm the secretary of the Uganda Coffee Roasters Association. But I would like to invest in fish farming as well. Then another question goes to Madam Nakato. I happen to have land in Bukwaya, Chikoko area. You know the place. I have a plot of land at Bukwaya, but I cannot get a plot in a water near Bukwaya. It is very much surprising that we did a feasibility study and presented it to the Commissioner Fisheries some time back. We were not granted the license. but a foreign investor is doing fish cage farming in front of our land. Is it true that the lake was sold to individuals, or it is a lie? We also need some sensitization on this. Lastly, we want to develop the fisheries industry in Uganda. But the landing site, the first market for fish, are not developed. So this one is a request to the ministry. If we want to improve the fish industry, let's improve the landing sites as well.
Thank you.
I have tried, finally, I have tried to do some research, but all the big landing sites in the Uganda area of Uganda are owned by an individual. So when does government put money into landing sites to prosper the fisheries industry? Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Morris,
yes,
are
Doctor.
there any people online that
Yes, I'm picking that. Doctor, I will add you 1 minute in your time, just so I can talk about fish more. Allow me just, this gentleman, he says 30 seconds. He'll talk about fish more in 30 seconds.
You have the microphone to do it 30 seconds.
Thank you, thank you. Matovu Richard is my name. I am representing Ufuta. This is Uganda Fishmouth Traders Association. Me, I have only 2 questions here. The first moderator talked about the fishmouth being one of the most expensive. Indeed, that is true. But when you talk about, when you go to our neighbors, our price is very low. Just because we have 2 reasons why everybody who is dealing in fishmouth is leaving Uganda because of those 2 problems. One.
You have your 30 seconds are done, but
Yes. One point is because we are Uganda government is failing to sign the protocol with China to have a direct export of fishmouth. But our neighbors in Tanzania, they've done it. We've been requesting this for over 5 years now, but Uganda government is failing. TZ did it in 1 year. So the price in TZ compared to Uganda is 2 times. Another problem is the tax. In Uganda, export tax of fishmouth is 8%. TZ is 2%. Kenya is 0%. So everybody is leaving Uganda because of those problems. Lastly, the first moderator talked about that we should explore more other fish for fishmouth. We have another type of fish which have a fishmouth, that is catfish. So we have 2 types of which have the fishmouth. Thank you so much.
I think Morris will admit
So, yes, I will. And please note, the last one wasn't a question, it was a comment. Huh? Yes, so I was giving you only the 1.5, not 2 minutes.
So are there questions online that probably someone will read out?
No, Doctor. Unfortunately, I think the audience online believes the panel has done a fantastic job. There's 50 people there, no single question.
Then we do have the director within the Directorate of Fisheries, Wanika Joseph. He thought he would want to say something, but probably let's keep it until let the panel at least do something, then we get back to them. So the other questions are, how do we balance regulation of local fishermen in their fishing while allowing them to survive, given that fishing is a source of income and food within the communities? The other one is they're suggesting addressing the skills gap, either through Makerere University, to ensure that we have the handful of fish effects graduates per year. So government should also be able to maintain this issue called the fish investor. I don't understand what they're saying, but government should be the main investor. That's what they're saying in this fish sector, and not in private sector. So setting cold rooms, providing timely extension, and then investing in fish feeds. Then regulation around safety foods, And then lastly, from Andrew Nwagira from Enterprise Uganda, he's talking about having observed from the entrepreneurs that they support that those engaged in fish farming make relatively more money compared to other businesses, and they become financially stable in the shorter period. But the key issue is access to information to raise the fish in terms of best practices. So in terms of the issues around extension again, in terms of that. So over to the panel. We shall start with Herbert here, at least 1 minute to each, then you address what the question was to you, but to give us your final input to the discussion today.
Yeah, thank you, moderator, and thank you, colleagues, for the useful contribution, because I know these are the Minister of Finance is listening in. I didn't get a specific question, but what I wanted to emphasize is that you have seen we are number 2 in bringing in income to the national coffers, and we are based on only Nile perch as the major contributor. And I mentioned we are just exporting 3% of what the highest earner is exporting. So in terms of economics, calculate if we had increased that to 10%, which is very possible if you increase the funding to the different aspects. And that is only produced from majorly Lake Victoria and some small portion from Albert and Choga. So what we are saying here is that the fisheries and aquaculture sector has enormous potential to contribute to the agro-industrialization, but also the economic development of this nation. But Ministry of Finance needs to recognize that and tackle the key areas. I gave you statistics that the smaller fish, only from 3 water bodies, can contribute over 300 billion. But if I pose a question, how much do you allocate to the entire agricultural sector? And then from that, what comes into the fisheries sector? So that's what I wanted to contribute and say, let us reprioritize and increase the funding, tackle those issues of infrastructure at landing sites, at all production levels, remove the barriers, and I know you have the mandate and you are within the means to do that, so that we reduce the cost of production and make the best out of it, because we shall be creating more employment opportunities, and we have the potential to meet the national development target of 1.7 million if those bottlenecks are removed through your interventions. Thank you.
Thank you for that, but recall also finance funds priorities that are coming in. So make sure those ministries you belong to prioritize some of these issues. There are issues to disburse. So we might be holding them accountable, but they are funding priorities. That's why they want you to prioritize. Over to you, Ms. Margaret.
Thank you. First of all, I want to clarify on the questions that were asked, which are related to aquaculture. As KWDT, we are not supporting women. Currently, we are not supporting women into aquaculture, and that stems from the gender gaps that exist, that women don't have land for them to be able to invest long-term in aquaculture. We also we are not in charge of assigning who puts where a cage in the lake, so I cannot answer on any questions that are related to access to fishing grounds or to plots on the lake in terms of aquaculture. But I also want to recognize that those are some of the challenges the women we are working with are also experiencing, is that as we support them into fishing, processing, and all the other activities, there are a lot of conflicts emerging now on those who are fish farmers, on how to access areas, some of the fishing grounds. So those are some of the conflicts that are emerging, but those can be addressed in another forum and not this one. Finally, I'm still very highlighting on why financing is important to invest in the fisher and fisher workers. Most of the financing mechanisms are available for producers, the parish development model, the MIOGA. The money is either too little, it's actually always too little. It's like the program did not take into consideration how much money for the person who is in fishing, fish farming, or even fish trade needs. So that's where we need to really increase the amount of money or to create a fund which can be accessed specifically for fisher women so as to be able to address those gaps that are already existing, that they don't have capital to invest in fisheries, yet we know it's a high-intensive venture. Somebody has already mentioned about, drawn our attention on the landing sites where fish, the first primal source or the first primal contact of fish from the lake are the landing sites. And he drew our attention at the status of these landing sites. And this is again where I draw my attention to gradually increase public investment, not to leave this to the private sector. There must be deliberate effort into improving fishing communities, roads, handling facilities, increase women's access to transformative harvesting technologies, which are the solar technologies, which are already mentioned by Dr. Herbert, to make the deliberate effort to make sure that these women access these facilities so that they can be able to produce quality fish products and also reduce on losses, but also to reduce on the cost of production as they have access to these means of which are key factors in production.
Thank you. Over to you. Yeah, I was going to come to you actually, Neil, before
I'm
Philip
going
comes.
to jump in. I'm looking at my watch because I'm actually now behind schedule to get to Entebbe for a flight. So please forgive me. The response to the question about UMBS, I'll give an example. We own a feed mill in Zambia. I will produce 1,000 tons of feed to the recipe that we use for the farm here. I have to pay for each truck to be inspected. So it's a bit like saying to Nile Brewery, you need to inspect every truck of beer that goes out rather than the batch. To give an idea of scope, that adds $114,000 a year to the cost of operation of the farm here in Uganda. So we're not talking a few $1,000s, those costs are huge. The other factor is we understand that the Bureau of Standards has a very important role. None of us want to see counterfeit or substandard produce, but aquaculture is a relatively small industry, particularly for this part of the world, and manufacturers will not produce the certificates that are demanded by Uganda alone. So I can bring that equipment into Kenya, I can take it to Zambia, I can take it to Tanzania without the costs that are imposed by UMBS here. So it's not that they're not doing their job, you're actually doing the job you mandated, so I'm clear, but others are a little more flexible, and those costs can be as much as $200,000 to $300,000 difference between establishment of the farm. Somebody mentioned the issue about staffing and Makerere University. I can't speak more highly. Our graduate trainees that we took in 3 years ago are already working outside of Uganda because their standard of knowledge and the crucial ability to implement their knowledge puts them head and shoulders above everybody else in East and Central Africa. So there's not a talent issue from our point of view, the opposite. There's too little opportunity for the talent that Uganda has created. And I apologize, but I need to run.
We're going to wrap up in 5. Then you take the picture, you go, because they need you here. Then Philip, make it 1 minute, and then we can wrap it up.
Thank you. I think the two main issues, one, the regeneration of the stocks of Nile perch. The industry needs more Nile perch. 3 measures, in my view, should be taken that are not that difficult to take. We just have to take seriously. 1, controlling the illegal nets, particularly the monofilament nets coming in the country, because they are all imported. It should be doable. Number 2, ensuring that we have a strategy that handles the issue of illegal fishing, that is an efficient strategy, whereby we target more the large traders who benefit from this illegal mafia-type activity more than the small fishers, because they consolidate all that fish. And when you arrest a truck that is worth incredible numbers, full of immature fish, we have to see who is behind that trade.
Lastly.
And then for
maybe you can
for the aquaculture, I think there are 2 points I noted and already mentioned. 1, is if we get good genetics in the country, and I think it's a priority, we have to make at least the effort that I mentioned of setting up the basic conditions to import them safely through a good biosecurity system. But with good genetics, you can produce in a period of about 7 months a fish of about 1 kilo instead of a fish of half a kilo. That is filletable, therefore the products can access international markets. We already have the logistics, we have the factories, so we have all those value addition investments and logistics in place. So now it's a matter of producing. We need the good feed, the good genetics. Things are on course, but for the genetics, we still have to set up the biosecurity system. I think those are the main recommendations I have. And don't forget the issue of the levy. Really, it is totally unfair that the people who pay the levy have no say on how that money is used to manage our fisheries.
Dick, 1 minute, please, because I know Neil is rushing. Grace is in the audience, probably, I know. Since you're there, you can forgive us on the time to come out. So, Dick, 1 minute, and then...
Yeah, just in a minute. Thank you very much. I would like to say that it's very important that Uganda Investment Authority monitors the health of investments that have come in this country. For instance, we had 21 fish factories. Now we have 11. What happened to the other 10? And that is a lot of millions of dollars of investments which have been frustrated. So health of investment. There is also health of value chains. Some value chains, like for Yalelo, is one huge company from farming to plate. But there are a lot of value chains like that of commercial fisheries in Uganda, where there are a lot of artisanal fishermen. Upstream, it is huge, and all that. And I think some value chains exist, others really don't exist at all. And that don't exist, I think they should be nurtured so that they exist. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. A round of applause to the panel.
Thank you, Doctor.
Are very clear: compliance, regulation, recognition, and then reduction in terms of standards. Over to you, Maurice.
Can we give, yes, yes, you will get the second.
UNBS.
The boss is here.
UNBS has all the standards and codes of practice, but it is online and it is for payment. I think this is a disservice. There's codes of standards for beef, for fish, for cereals, for whatever it is. The standards are there. If UNBS needs the money, why doesn't government transfer that money to UNBS so that the standards are advertised? All the business operators, whether at local level or at whatever level, have access to this standard.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for our moderator, Ms. Glover, Dr. Glover. Can we request our Assistant Commissioner, Teresa Namwach, to come and award our panelists? I know Yalelo wants to run away. I think his fish is steaming, and he needs to pick it while it's hot. And this is for you also, Doctor. Dr. Glover, you also have. Grace, we shall give her from there, don't you worry. Grace, you want to try? Please come. Please, Assistant Commissioner, to all our panelists, this is from the Ministry to thank you for your time and for joining us this afternoon. And we apologize. We've taken a bit longer than we should have, but the conversations are very important. And we needed to have this conversation. And it's interesting, Joseph, that we picked cotton and agriculture and aquaculture and fisheries, because clearly they have a lot of problems. And I'm glad we are listening. Please, Commissioner, in the middle, find a way near, in between. No, Commissioner, we have a photo. So you in the middle. Can we move in front and have a very nice photo so we can, there. Joseph, you don't want to join for this photo? All right. Diana, you don't want to, you're the boss. Okay. Teresa is there. All right. So we want to thank our panelists, and your reward, panelists, is that you go away with lunch also. So don't leave the lunch for us. I think the only person leaving without lunch is our very own Yalelo. So we will now move to lunch, and the team at the back, please guide our guests to where the lunch is being served. Lunch will be exactly 30 minutes. So at exactly 2:30, we'll be starting the next session. And thank you. And we will start on time because we want to cover up the lost time we have this morning and be able to conclude today's business by 5 p.m. We know you're very busy people. So you're welcome to lunch. There will be a bell that will be sounded at exactly 2:25. And that will alert you that you need to come downstairs. So if you're having dessert, you can come with the dessert downstairs at that point. That is allowed. And please have some fish on your lunch plate. And ensure that if, for example, you had a question for any of the panelists, I suggest you walk with them and have lunch with them. You can ask as many questions as possible. The team that is online, we will send you virtual lunch. I don't know how that can be done, but we'll find a way. But we will be back, our virtual team, at exactly 2:30 to continue this conversation. Panelists for the next session, Dr. Fred Muhumza is already here. I have asked him to go and have the first plate of lunch. So Dr. Fred, if you could make your way to lunch, so that at 2:30 you're here with me to begin our next session. I suggest, Doctor, you also sit with your panelists so that you come back with them after lunch. All right. So over to you, ladies and gentlemen. Please enjoy your lunch. See you at 2:30.
Government industries in Uganda.
All right.
Government must give out the loan at a 4% interest.
Not 8%.
To promote the industries. Even in India, to promote farmers, the Indian government gave out farmers 4% at a 4% per annum. And they came up.
And now the cotton industry is supporting millions of people and several thousand farmers.
One of my friends,
yeah, he'll come back.
The industry
yeah.
is outside.
He's here with a colleague who has a garments factory. So the issue around wetlands he shared with me was that if we were, because those are natural reservoirs of water, and the suggestion was as long as we invest in irrigation, we would then, first of all, increase our yield because the cotton farmers are not necessarily benefiting from maximum usage of land that they have because they are going with one cycle, especially for those who are growing cotton in northern Uganda where a lot of cotton is grown. And if we were to use the wetlands we have to support our irrigation strategy, then we would actually increase our acreage and production of cotton. We spoke to CTA, and I know you wanted to share something, and I know Dr. Medina captured a bit of it, but we didn't speak to what he said. Sid?
Thank you very much. Before I get to CTA, he talked about the swamps.
Yes.
You know, one time I'd proposed that in our road construction, it should be designed in such a way, because there's a lot of water that runs off the roads. It should be designed in such a way that they feed into a collection center. And these collection centers will actually be points for collecting water for irrigation or water for production. I think that is something that
his
works.
Suggestion was actually, if we have those collection centers, even using our existing wetlands, do solar-powered irrigation that pumps this water into areas where it will be needed.
Yeah.
Because you will find there's areas where, like he said, every 15 kilometers there is a swamp somewhere. But you will find 15 kilometers away from that swamp, there is somebody struggling to grow their maize. And yet they would use that water. Yeah, but
so that is very important. We integrate that into the road design.
Yes.
Then on CTA, you see when you look at cotton, you have the side that goes for textiles and apparel. After removing the lint, now you remain with the seeds. Now the seed itself has a whole value chain. From the seed, there's extracting the oil, which oil can be used for our cooking.
Yes.
And if you look at the amount of oil imported here, it is so huge. So growing that cotton sector leads to more seeds, which comes into that. Then from the seeds, you have got the oil, you have got soap and cosmetics, you have the feed for both animals and the poultry, and he has said with the animals fed on the cake.
You increase the milk production.
So multiply effect is very, very big.
There's the energy part.
Now the energy part, which comes from all this waste, because now we are on environmental concerns. All the stacks, you turn them into briquettes, and that is also quite massive. So the benefits, I think, are enormous. But it's how we look at it and the direction we agree to take that matters.
All right.
But what's something that we also now need to put into consideration, because when you look at the number of people growing cotton is declining, but that now calls for us to look at how do we increase productivity? Not just increasing production, but productivity per acre. How do you double, how do you ensure you get more from an acre? That is also an area that needs to be looked at.
And of course there is the conversation now on organic cotton and the other. All right. So I want the team to prepare our profiles for our guests. Dr. Fred is ready. I think you noticed that I prepared my people before all of you. You found my guests are seated. So me, I've done a good job. And Doctor, we lost 15 minutes. I hope you can recover them for me, because at exactly 4, I will kick you off the podium. So you have 1 hour, 8 minutes. But I could help you with the profiles. Yes, we have the first profile of James Karama. Fred, if you want, it is there. You don't have to run through it.
No, they know how to read. They all want to school.
Just it is there. That is our presenter. Let's go to Mark Mwanje. There you go. Mark is there. Experian Uganda CRB Limited. The details are there. We are trying to show you that we brought a very serious panel for this particular session. Next, we'll move to Johannes. There you go. Chief of Party, Director, Senior Technical Advisor. You can go. And Johannes wants to run away quite early, so they will start with you after the presenter. Paul, our CEO at the USE. There you go. Then Eric. Doctor, be nice to Eric. I went to school with Eric, so don't be very tough.
Which school?
Edward Masiko, doctor. Yes, there you go. SME Private Equity Professional, Managing Partner and Team Lead at Power Capital Partners. Kim, finally. I think, Doctor, I've done a good job. Profiles in 1 minute.
Thank you. We did it together. So now can you go and sit? Morris, that's the other guy who doesn't need an introduction. If you want to know who Morris is, just see where he's going to be sitting and find him there. James Karama, why don't we set the ball rolling? Just come over. Tell them anything else you want to tell them, but you have 10 minutes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good. I'll be taking you through some perspectives on unlocking potential and alternative financing opportunities to boost private investments in agro-industry. I want to introduce myself because we've already been through the introductions and you've seen the profile. So in terms of the structure of the content, a high-level overview of the agriculture sector, trends shaping global sources of financing, and then the risks and recommendations. So in terms of the agriculture sector, these are data points that are well known to you, especially around the contribution. I won't delve into it so much, but just for a few pointers, a significant proportion of Ugandans are employed in agriculture. So it's the biggest employer across this country. And then in terms of financing, there are no highly specific financing packages for agriculture. So we tend to finance agriculture like any other sector. We assess it and lend, and the average lending rates across the country that have been shared by Bank of Uganda, 20.4% for local loans, 8.5% for foreign currency loans, and that's average, not just the individuals, but even the large corporates. So in some cases, you'd find that when it goes to the individuals, it is even higher than 8.4%. You may get levels of 12%, 11% for individuals. Agriculture is a significant driver for exports in Uganda, and we've seen some targeted initiatives to drive commodities like coffee, maize, and dairy, what Dr. Mumuza would refer to as the move to have non-traditional exports. It was a big move in the 90s, and it delivered results, so we saw it expanding. And then in terms of outlook, we expect the CAGR for agriculture to grow at 4.2% to levels of $5 billion in terms of value in the next probably 4 to 5 years. Moving forward, in terms of trends shaping the sources of financing, first, technology is leveling the field gradually across the world. So you find that borrowers have more the world. It's also making the world more interconnected in terms of information and data. Political trends are a big factor, especially around the composition of public debt, concerns about debt levels. You've seen globally that some countries in Africa have had to default on their obligations. Countries like Ghana have been through some difficult challenges where they had to just stop paying lenders at a sovereign level. And then a lot of developed economies are beginning to look inward. You've seen what happened in Brexit. Countries are beginning to look inward. So developing economies are looking for alternatives to what they call the global north. We are seeing the BRICS and all types of Africa coming up, East African community, trying to look to themselves to organize. And then the big question about government borrowing and how government borrowing crowds out the private sector. But government borrowing is not new. Every government borrows. It's a topical issue. The Americans borrow, the British borrow. So it's not new, but it's topical. How does government borrowing impact other parts of the economy? Then demographics, young and growing population. And this population doesn't have the effective demand from the young population is not high enough to drive the economies forward. And that's a big question. How do you have an effective economic demand in a country with a high level? I think in Uganda, over 75% are below 18 years. Is that effective, an effective way to drive demand for value addition and industrialization? And then sustainability, talking about financiers looking to sustainability, social issues, and then the issues of climate change. And then in some cases, you find all these factors come together in a strange way. Social issues start affecting politics, which again affect lending. Like we had a case in Uganda, we passed a new law that politicians in America took interest in. Then a big international lender had to be forced to reconsider how it does business with Uganda. So in some cases, all these factors just come together in ways that are unexpected. Now, in terms of risks and recommendations, there are the macro risks, especially around monetary policy of developed nations. These countries, their first obligation is to themselves. So how they drive monetary and fiscal policy is for their own benefit. And then the FX risks, currencies, multiple currencies. We import from multiple trading partners, and this affects our FX risks. And then imported inflation. And you'll also appreciate the issues, the economic dislocations that have been happening post-pandemic, Russia, Ukraine, then the geopolitics of China and the US. All this affect how capital moves around the world. Regulatory risks, especially around standards, global standards. Sometimes you produce goods locally, but for them to meet the standards of exports for China, for South Africa, for France, the standards are so high and sometimes almost unreasonable, and that affects funding and value addition. Then sector inherent risks, especially information for players in the agro industry, production risks negatively affecting the structure of supply chains. We have the issue of climate risk. Now you don't know when rain is going to fall, how much rain will fall. When the rain falls, bridges collapse, roads get closed, farmers are stuck with produce. You don't know whether you'll have a long enough harvest season for the produce to dry. So there are so many things happening in that space. And then finally, political risks, civil unrests in trading partner nations, disruption of infrastructure and supply chains due to wars. In terms of recommendations, and this is my last part here, recommendations around economic transformation. And that's a big topic, economic transformation, especially the measures government takes, the PDM, the MIOGA, agro-based services. Government is a big player in economic transformation, and whatever it does is welcome. And like I was telling the moderator, Dr. Mumuza, that government is the biggest buyer of economists. And therefore, whatever we do, we rely on the economists in government to tell us where we are going. I don't think there's anybody who buys more economists than the government. Then government borrowing, that one is already mentioned. Technology is a big one. How do we use technology to transform? How do we get on that bandwagon of technology to foster innovation in productive sectors, adjust technology, shift the labor force, and then be able to use technology to bring more Ugandans to the formal sector? Technology is so powerful today. A farmer can actually know what is going to happen to the weather just from his phone or from the local community center. We didn't have that 20 years ago. So the farmers are not 100% blind. They are aware of what's going on around them, and technology is driving that. And then partnerships, especially around how government partners with financial institutions. There's the agricultural credit facility model. How do we leverage such partnerships to multiply the effort from government? New products are coming in. We heard about Islamic banking recently. What impact will it have on funding? And then how do we introduce new players into the sector? How do we encourage insurance, pension funds to go into the sector? And then finally, regulation. How do we use the law and regulation to drive investment in the sector? Because you must agree that there's no business that is not a child of the law. We perform based on the laws that are designed by the country. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Karam. I just had to make sure your seat remains warm, because if it gets cold, then we'll use some energy to warm it up. Your Highness, you are going to speak to the theme of the day, and you have it on in your head, actually. That's the beauty of dealing with these guys. They still live in their spaces, so speak to your space. Your minutes begin now.
Thank you, moderator. Our panel is, the title of the panel is Boosting Private Sector Investment in Agro-Industrial Parks, Alternative Financing. When I saw that title, there was a bit of a conundrum. In agro-industrial park financing, it's very difficult to do what we call as alternative financing. But then when you think about alternative financing, it's usually financing out of the regulated channels, right? Banks, funds, or capital markets. And then when you drill down and break down the various levels of financing requirements, the biggest one, of course, is the parks themselves. Agro-industrial parks are a little bit different than from industrial zones, the SEZs. In effect, they use a lot of resources locally. There are a lot of inputs. They're not like a garment and textile plug and play where they're dependent on external markets. There's still external markets, exports involved in agro-industrial parks. So construction of these parks is capital intensive. On average, it takes about 10 years to design, build, and successfully bring it to a profitable stage to build an agro-industrial park. That's a long, drawn-out process, a very capital-intensive process, and it requires patient capital. So when you think about it, from that stage of financing need, there are alternative financing, but not the traditional alternative financing you might think of. The major sources of financing for industrial parks have been so far bilateral financing organizations like the World Bank, DFIs like the African Development Bank or TDB, and so on and so on, and national level development banks. Because it's really capital intensive, there are a lot of risks involved, and those investments and financings go normally towards infrastructure development. Other forms of financing, so the way we think about financing, we don't think about it as the financing, but depending on the type of setup of the parks, there are different types of local financing or international financing provided. If the park is a PPP arrangement where the government provides land and some infrastructure, water, sewage, that support is a form of financing that de-risks the private sector's investment. In other cases where you have a straight PPPs where the private sector takes a majority share and a public sector investment vehicle could invest 25% or 30%. This is an emerging model that India has done well, and currently Ethiopia is trying to replicate. India and Ethiopia recently, with the agro-industrial park development, have been completely public financing in terms of the construction of the facilities. The third type is purely private sector investment. There's a famous case in Ethiopia, the Hujan shoe factory. They came up with their own industrial park, basically a Chinese industrial park. They built infrastructure, they developed everything with the help and financing of the China Export-Import Bank. And they've turned Ethiopia now into the largest shoe exporter from Africa and one of the largest in the world. It's purely private sector, except for the financing part from the Chinese government. So that's along the development of the parks themselves. I know here, earlier somebody mentioned there are 10 industrial parks. I understand they're mostly government-owned and financed. Moving into the sort of the adjacent levels of financing needs, the investors themselves who come into the parks have various levels of financing requirements, from working capital to supply chain financing, to machinery, lease financing. There's a whole range. Most of these players are international FDI investors who go into these industrial parks. It could be avocado oil producer or a malt barley producer that's selling malt to a factory or a beer factory, and so on and so on. Or it could be purely export-oriented investor. There is an emerging class of what we call local investors in the country where the parks are located. Those are the ones who struggle with financings. The financings available for them are limited, and mostly limited to formal financing. Informal or alternative financings, such as private equity or capital markets or related other forms, are very much limited. So far, you know, the financing aspect is tied to the risk and the success of the parks themselves and the operations of the investors. And the success leads to the availability of financing or lack thereof, because capital outlay and investment and financing is based on the risk arrangement, the risk matrix. And so far, those who've been successful, for example, in Gabon, there's an industrial park that produces forest products. It's become very successful, but the financing arrangement has become one of the most critical part of the success story. The supply chain is financed with a number of financing facilities, one being the country's sovereign fund that provides some funding and financing. The other is the country's policy development bank, and then there are other DFIs that are involved in financing. But the operations and the success of the actual investments have made the investment easier. So now what you're seeing is private equity funds coming in, various types of specialized funds coming in and financing. The other financing is supply chain, for example, with malt. I mentioned in Ethiopia, Soufflé, a French malt barley producer, set up a facility to supply the breweries, basically. Malt used to be imported. With IFC's support, with a blended financing mechanism, they're working with 60,000 farmers to produce malt barley. And that malt barley goes into the factory, which is found in an agro-industrial park. And the supply chain financing is the key part to the success of that model. As you all know, farmers, after a harvest, they want their money day one. They're indebted throughout the planting season. They don't have cash, so they would sell to the first guy that show up. Even if you have contract farming, they will still sell to dealers or aggregators who come to their gate, even though the factory and the intermediaries that work with them provide improved seed, extension service, all types of support, right? At a harvest, if they don't show up with money, the farmers will sell, even with the contract, right? Contract farming, to the first guy who shows up. So the ability to provide supply chain financing and make sure as soon as the farmers drop the sack of malt barley that they receive their money is the success factor of that whole intricate, very complex setup. And in Ethiopia, supply chain financing was new. Ethiopia's financial sector is a bit behind the times. And the blended financing facilities set up by IFC allowed for that to happen. And now Souffle, not just Souffle, but other investors who came in to produce malt are copying, replicating that model, not beyond Ethiopia also. Let me stop here because I'm sure there's more my colleagues have to share, but I think this will suffice for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Johannes, for that. We agreed. Just do what you have to do when you have to do it. Doesn't have to be now, but it can be now. Paul, he talked about a lot of equity financing. That is sitting in your space. As I'm coming this side, speak to the theme and speak to what you do most. Sophie, do you want to come and take over that seat? Please do, because the ladies here may not be happy with me having a chain of men here and me myself being a man. So Sophie is going to come and bail me out. That's why I was chasing Johannes, but he also was happy to be chased. It works both ways. This is what we call a win-win, and it's very good in financing. Then that's what we do in equity markets. Buiso, you have the floor.
Thank you, Doctor. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Paul Buiso from the Uganda Securities Exchange, and maybe I'll just describe what a stock market does. What we offer is we pool resources from the people who are saving money and would like to invest it to the companies that need the capital to invest into. Now, how we can relate to this theme is in terms of the different products that are on the exchange. One that is commonly known is the equities, where companies that want to raise capital or sell down during an IPO, like the current ongoing, are able to issue a prospectus, deal with the risks, show the benefits of the company, and then offer their shares to the public. That is one option. The second is through the bond market. The government bonds are listed on the exchange, and so are the corporate bonds. To date, on the corporate bonds, and maybe this is where many of you would relate, we've had about 26 bonds, corporate bonds, 16 bonds listed on the exchange. And those have have issued 360 billion, but of that 280 billion has been raised. Out of all those bonds, there's only been one agricultural company that has raised money, and that is Kakira Sugar, that raised 75 billion shillings in 2014 at a coupon rate of 14.6%. But what does that entail? It entails being prepared to access the public markets. One, you must be a public company. Two, you must be able to disclose all the nitty-gritty of your company, how you make money, what you're going to use the funds for, what your strategy is, how you plan to grow. And the Kakira bond recently matured. That was in July this year, and was successfully paid off to all bond holders. So the markets do provide that solution in terms of bonds and equities. However, as the exchange, when we look at the agro space, in 2018, our board laid out a strategy for us to move into the commodities market. It took us a lot of research to understand how the commodities work in East Africa, Africa, and globally. After doing our research, we started the process for applying for a license. We got this license in December 2021 from the Capital Markets Authority. In other words, we put in place all the enabling environment to have a commodities exchange in place. Commodities are not any different from equities. It's really securitizing commodities. So if you've got maize, you get the grade, you securitize it, you list it. Currently on the USC Commodities Exchange, we've got maize and beans listed. We've got grade 1, grade 2, and bran that are listed commodities. Now, we benchmark off the East African standards and the UNBS standards. We've worked hand in hand with UNBS to put in place these standards and to list these commodities. But listing the commodities is just the starting point, because you now have to go out and find warehouses that can be admitted to the exchange, that can bring in the grain, have it securitized, and then you have the securities traded on the exchange. But then the question one would ask, why would you have a commodities exchange? Really three important points. One, price discovery. If farmers want to raise money, then there should be a market where prices can be clearly defined based on quality. And that can only be found in a centralized market that is regulated. The second is that once the commodity can be housed in a warehouse, that means it can be collateralized. That means the bankers can actually provide capital to the farmers to be able to lend to them. And then it fills in that gap of the ability for middlemen to come in and buy the grain before it's actually sold to the rightful party. Now, that doesn't take away those risks, and what we've really been looking at is how do we mitigate the different risks in the market. We carried out a pilot early this year in the February season, harvest season. And of the 3 consignments that we tried to admit into a warehouse that we're partnering with in Jinja, all of them came through the laboratories stating that not fit for human consumption. So we went back to the drawing board and asked ourselves, how do we solve this problem? There's no regulation on maize. The standards are there. The different actors are in place, but by the time maize is picked by the different middlemen and it reaches the warehouses, it is contaminated. So we've been speaking to the aggregators to see how to work hand in hand with them in terms of getting good grain. But that means dealing with the inputs, the seed, the fertilizers. You have to get back to the whole value chain to ensure that the quality you want to trade on the exchange is actually the quality that will be delivered to somebody willing to buy that receipt on the exchange. Now, what the other value the exchange adds is that the aggregators or the farmers can come together and issue either a bond, commercial paper, and raise capital collectively, and then fund their farmers within the groups. In other words, they would either create an SPV, or it's a SACCO, or a cooperative, and that way they are able to raise the capital and then lend it down to their investors, to their farmers. The farmers pay back, the cooperative pays the bondholders or the issuers of that paper. So those are some of the solutions we are looking at in terms of funding the agro space. A lot of challenges, because as a market, there's so many stakeholders we deal with: custodians, stockbrokers, farmers, aggregators, name it. And bringing all that together without regulation collectively can be a challenge. So that's an area we're looking at with the Capital Markets Authority to ensure that we can improve in providing a final solution to the commodities market. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. I think he said very many complicated things, but you have understood them because you clapped. It's a very innovative way of financing agriculture. Remember, we cannot have agro-industrialization without agriculture. The agro comes first before industry. So if you can't finance that entire value chain, you're going to have a problem setting up a maize mill, a cotton ginnery. If the cotton is not coming, it can't be a cotton ginnery. It must be cotton. So who is financing the cotton individuals? I'm moving this side. So the banker has already said his slot. Just proceed, sir.
Thank you. A very good afternoon. Like you were told, Eric Lokolong is my name. I'm a lawyer and I'm a practicing advocate for that matter. I have about 20 years experience in the space of capital markets. We did set up the capital markets that Mr. Bwisho is talking of some 20 years plus back. I moved into commercial banking. I left commercial banking. I went into development banking and development finance. Johannes was talking about DFIs. DFIs are development financial institutions. and I have now moved on into private work, focusing on transaction advisory. In relation to this topic, I will just speak about some practical points which I believe are important for us to reflect on and carry on how we support the agro-processing industry and the sectors. Generally, in terms of financing, I would like to state that based on my experience, I am aware and I've been party to certain transactions where the government of Uganda has raised money specifically to be channeled in form of grants to the agricultural value chain businesses in Uganda. Off cuff, I can confidently say I am aware that one of the largest grain handling facilities in the region of Mubende Mityana was financed with very concessionary amounts from some of those lines of credits from the development financial institutions. I'm also aware that a number of tea factories in Western Uganda have got financing from some of these schemes. What comes to light is that the wider public may not know that there is some money in forms of grants and concessions to the government of Uganda sitting in various development financial institutions which are specific to those sectors. So my ask is that, where you have people, clients, organizations interested in this cheap funding, they should look out for advisors who know where the money is and slightly cheaper money. Even within Uganda, those monies are available. Some of the development financial institutions also insist that this money to be able to cover the entire value chain, the implementation programs are through the banks which have a wider branch network in the country. So the funds flow from the development financial institutions to other commercial banks which have a wider network, and they are given a cap within which not to exceed financing within the agricultural value chain. And I've seen this working over the last couple of years. Paul talked about the equity and debt markets, the capital markets or the stock exchange. Whereas that happens in the regulated sector, there's also a very vibrant private sector that facilitates promotion of private equity and debt financing. Also privy to the fact that a number of Ugandans are raising capital from other alternative sources rather than the traditional banks within Uganda. I mentioned financial literacy or awareness that there are funds which are available, but you must stick out your neck and say that, we really need to get the best rates to support the agricultural value chain sector. Agriculture is not like trade finance, where you go and buy something from Dubai or bring goods from China and you sell them here. That's a little bit of a different story. It's important to know the risks that are involved in agriculture as opposed to other sectors, and price the facilities according to the risks associated with that. Over the course of the morning, I had some concerns about regulatory bottlenecks and so forth. These are real. I support a client who is putting up also an agro-processing facility to export peeled matoke. He exports peeled matoke to different parts of the world. And one of the headaches I witnessed when I was advising him is I came across something called a photosynthetic license from Ministry of Health. He also has to get a license from Ministry of Trade. He also has to get another license from Ministry of Agriculture. So it's a little bit of a headache in terms of getting all these licenses. Like it was stated earlier, it's important for all these to be under a centralized place to avoid delays in supporting the agricultural sector. Finally, I would like to talk about our judicial system and some of the shocks that investors have faced here. Like I said, there are a number of organizations which source for money privately rather than from the public space. You may have seen in the papers some time back a company called Simba Group, which had a problem with a lender from South Africa. We have had a situation where Diamond Trust had a problem with somebody else simply because of poor understanding of how funds can flow from Tunisia into Uganda. How does money cross from South Africa into Uganda? And how do I recover that money? So it's also important for our legal practitioners to understand that banking and finance, as well as trade generally, transcends borders. And that is another area that we would like that greater focus is put on. Those are my comments for now. Thank you.
I can hear you speaking in... yes, go ahead, go ahead. He's given us some insight, but he has left a lot of blanks. Being a lawyer, there is some fee note.
I will fill them in.
Where he will want to fill in the blanks, because there are some advisors, you can find them. He knows where they are. So please, after here, talk to him, find those advisors so that you can get into these DFIs. They are out there, they can fund us. If they come through Stanbic, you'll have some commission for Stanbic, a commission for the other fellows. Before you know it, you haven't solved the problem you thought you were solving. But thank God we are having this conversation, and thank you, Minister of Finance, for allowing this conversation to happen. A credit bureau. Somebody is speaking in your space. What do you do?
Yes.
How are you helping us?
Thank you very much, Doctor. And my name is Mwanje Charles Mark. I work with the Credit Reference Bureau, Credit Info. And Credit Info is a fairly new credit reference bureau in the country. But as an industry player, we've been in the market for a very long time. So I'll just give a bit of history so that we know, to share just the perspective of how long we've been here and the contribution we've made. So Credit Info took over business from Experian. It was acquired actually in May this year. Experian CRB had also acquired business of CompuScan about 4 years back. So there's been a bit of changes in that industry. But getting back to CompuScan, CompuScan started the journey of credit referencing in this country. So as a business, we've been here for more than 15 years. But starting from where we started from, is that our role in this space and in the agriculture space is we come in on the information side. So we provide the relevant information that helps lenders make the right decisions, but also helps them to manage credit risk. So our journey has been quite long, because when we started, we had quite a number of challenges, including identification, which later were able to solve with the financial card system, which has supported the sector for the last 15 years. We are in the last, on the evening hours of the financial card system now, and we are adopting the national ID as a unique identifier in this industry. But to go back with the birth of credit referencing in the country, started in 2014 with the Financial Institutions Act, when credit referencing was actually seen as a key enabler for economic growth in the country. And in a way, at the time, there was a problem that lenders could not know, did not have enough information about their customers. So it was very easy for me as a borrower to move from one bank, borrow, don't pay, and go to another bank and still borrow and I don't pay. And that created a lot of risks within the industry, and banks became more careful or more risk averse, and they didn't want to lend. So the journey started then, and over the years we have seen some very big transformations within the credit information sharing industry. And in 2016, when we started the credit referencing, it was only limited to the regulated financial institutions. So only banks, credit institutions, and microfinance deposit-taking institutions were allowed to share data within the credit information sharing system. In 2016, we had some changes that happened, and the law was revised, the Financial Institutions Act, to allow everyone who provided goods on credit or provided some lending to be able to share information with the credit reference bureaus. So that's where we come in. And this information, once we get it from the lenders, we aggregate it and then able to provide it to anyone who wants to use it to make a decision about a particular borrower. I wanted to put some disclaimers. I've talked about what we do. Of course, in the collection of information, we look at both structured and unstructured data. And structured data is data that you'll find in the main databases in the country, I find that data that we have from the banks or in the credit reference bureau is structured, but there's also unstructured data that is out there that is very important in supporting lending. So in that data, on that data that we collect, we also have what we call positive and negative data. Now, all these data sets have their own benefits. So for the positive data, is that positive information about your credit behavior. So if you are taking loans and paying them well, and keeping a good credit history, then you build a profile that brings creates benefits for you as a borrower. And the negative data is that data that relates to information, to loans that are not paid or bad credit history, but it also has its own benefits. The benefits to the lenders that are able to know which kind of borrowers to deal with and which kind of borrowers not to deal with, and in a way improve their risk management process. But to the public, the benefit is that once we get this information and realize that if I don't behave well on my credit, I'll not access credit, then I start changing my behavior. So there is unintended benefits of behavioral change when it comes to credit, to dealing with the credit or borrowing. As credit reference bureaus, and I'll talk on behalf of all my other players in the market, because at the time when we started, we were only one credit reference bureau. Now the market has developed, and we have about 3 players in the country. And there are things that we don't do as credit reference bureaus. And many people tend to confuse our services. But we are not a listing company, so we don't list bad borrowers, or to provide that when you don't pay your loan, then you get listed and then use that as something to work against the borrower. So we are not a listing company. We collect both positive and negative information. Then we're also not a lending company. We don't lend. Other times, people have called us a government intelligence agent. We are not a government intelligence agent. We don't collect information to give it to government about your credit behavior. And we are not debt collectors, and we don't approve or give loans. So coming from that background, how do we fit in the agro-industry development space? When I listened to many of the presenters earlier on, one of the key factors that stood out most in the discussions when it comes to financing was actually access to credit. Access to credit, access to cheap credit, access to loans. And that gap, over time we have had initiatives that are trying to close it, amongst which is making sure that we have information available. But we still have gaps, mostly within the agricultural sector. In the agro-industry, of course, you can't talk about agro-industry without talking about the ecosystem, or the value chain from production to manufacturing. But within the agro-industry, farmers have different data points. There is data at all different points, right from the time when they are planting to the time when they are selling. Even at post-harvest handling, there is data that is collected at that point in time. However, this information is not used to build profiles for these farmers. So as credit reference bureaus, how we can actually help in this process is to pick that information and create profiles for these farmers who can then use these profiles to access credit either cheaply or easily, but at least they become included into they become visible into the credit system. There are a few things that I noted when I was coming, and some of the problems that we've experienced in the financial sector. And one of them, of course, that keeps coming up in many conversations is about the high interest rates. But if you're going to deal with high interest rates, and banks, when banks are pricing, they look at risk of the borrower, but also look at the cost of funding. Now, if you're going to deal with the high interest rates, and if you're working towards bringing those interest rates down, of course, as you're dealing with the cost of funding or cost of getting funds, on the other side, you also need to deal with the risk profiles of the people that are accessing funds or credit. And one way of reducing that risk is by making sure that you have sufficient information about the person you're lending to. So when we collect this information and build profiles, then we enable the farmers or even different players in the market to access a little bit cheaper credit. Then there's also an issue around collateralized lending in the financial sector. If you're going to get certain loans or loan amounts, all lenders want to cover their risks by collateral or using collateral. And what we have realized that over time, the physical collateral that we look at is not sustainable to produce the development that we want. We should be able to create a mechanism whereby borrowers can actually get credit based on their own credit behavior. Over time, as we collect information about you, you're building your reputational collateral. And at all times, this reputational collateral is actually what is going to stand surety for you in front of a lender, other than the physical collateral that you're looking at. Because physical collateral does not pay loans. It's actually the individuals that pay the loans. So as we build the profiles and get more information about different farmers or participants within the financial system, we can create reputational collateral that helps them to access the services that they need. And lastly, maybe something I wanted to talk about, and coming from the presentation, is about the issue of technology. So we have seen that there's been a lot of transformation within the financial sector and adoption and usage of technology in the delivery of financial services. One of the things that has not been discussed at length or that needs to be dealt with is the issue of fraud. And fraud has not, it's one of the areas that is making it's still making financial services difficult. The lenders want to give certain amounts of loan because they cannot take on bigger risks or bigger credit, but because they fear to be defrauded. So there is need for some, group of financial institutions or group of like-minded entities to come together and create a mechanism for managing fraud that comes off the technological innovations that are happening now. One of the ways that comes to mind is by making sure that you have complete identification information. So we have seen that within the data space and alternative data space, looking at the existing public data sets, we are able to build KYC profiles for different individuals. These KYC profiles will help the lenders and all the other players within this ecosystem to be able to know the people they are dealing with and also reduce the amount of fraud that comes to them. So I won't stop there, but I think there is a big role as CRBs that we can play, more so on the identification and also creating credit profiles for different farmers. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll be getting back to you later on how best do we collect farmer information in order to build those profiles, because I hear you, that's the best way to go around things. Most banks will use collateral. Really, collateral is not the best. Assess me for who I am and the business that I do, not the house I own. I was about to say in Soroti, but people might mistake me. Sophie, why don't you help us out here? You've seen our topic of the day. You came prepared to tell us something. They are waiting and listening upon your voice and messages. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Doctor. Am I audible? My name is Sophia Chigozi. I am an advocate. I work with Mesa Advocates, and I'm a commercial and alternative finance practitioner. Today, on the topic of alternative financing, I'm here to talk about specifically Islamic finance. Just about 2 weeks ago, on Friday the 8th of September, the Bank of Uganda launched Islamic banking officially. in Uganda, and at the same event handed over the first operating license to Salam Bank Limited. So it has been a journey with the law. The Financial Institutions Act was first amended in 2016, and which, among other products, introduced Islamic finance in Uganda. But the law was never operationalized until much recently, when the regulations came out, and in 2023, about 2 months ago, when a further amendment to the Financial Institutions Act was passed, and the tax laws were also amended to provide for taxation of Islamic financial business. So right here, alongside the conventional financial system that we have, we fully have a fledged Islamic, not fully, maybe other laws also need to be amended to fully operationalize the entire ecosystem, but we now do have Islamic banking in Uganda. There is a fully fledged Islamic finance bank, and the question is, one of the questions are, how ready are Ugandans? What is the perception, what is the perceived value of Islamic finance towards fostering economic growth and boosting sectors, including the agriculture sector, which is what we are talking about mostly today. So we have noticed that this forum is aimed at coming up with views to advise government on how to come up with its budget for the next financial year. That is one of the crucial reasons we are here today. And in my opinion, I think that looking at this contemporary financial system, whose role is to function alongside the traditional financial system that we do have, there is need to prepare the population, which is going to be the ultimate consumer of Islamic financial products. The government has been a beneficiary of Islamic finance since about 1977, when Uganda started getting financing from the Islamic Development Bank, being that it's a member of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. So the government is aware of the benefits of Islamic finance. The Islamic Development Bank has given out funding which has helped in infrastructure development, including roads, other bigger projects like the oil pipeline, among others. I think even the agriculture sector has been in one or the other beneficiary of this financial system. But here we are, it is now rolled out to me and you. We now have options. And the question is, what is the perceived value of Islamic finance towards economic development? What's the level of awareness of Islamic finance? In 2008, I carried out a research in central Kampala, and I was looking into perceived value, acceptability, and awareness levels of Islamic finance in Uganda among white-collar elite. And my findings were that not even 50% of white-collar elite knew or understood exactly how Islamic finance functions. Most of them know and understand that, yeah, there is no interest. So how do these banks make money? I'm not here to talk about banks, but I'm here to talk about how an alternative financial system that we have today can be of benefit to economic development. And my recommendation is that government should foster awareness on Islamic banking. It has been rolled out, but there are barely any programs as far as enlightening the general public. And yet, when you look at certain components of Islamic banking, such as risk sharing, stability, and innovation, these are proven stimulants of economic growth, regardless of whatever sector that this financing is being applied to. There are countries where Islamic finance, it has grown so rapidly across the world, in every corner of the world, that it is one of the fastest growing segments of the financial market today, operating in hundreds of countries through hundreds of financial institutions. And the global economic, the global financial assets of Islamic finance are right now about 2.5 trillion US dollars, and experts presume that they could be able to grow up to 4.9 by 2025. So this is an opportunity that is available for all of us, for everyone, even in the agricultural sector. Mr. Paul Buiso here, in 2018 we had a discussion about the regulations for the sukuk, and I think the time is ripe right now. I think those regulations should come out so that the Capital Markets Authority is in position to roll out is sukuk. Sukuk is the Islamic finance way of investing on the stock exchange, because then out of those bonds, they can be able to benefit the agricultural sector, like he ably discussed. So going forward, that is my submission. And I think it's something that we should explore to foster economic development. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. New products coming on board. We're just so slow. Where is my friend from FSDU? We worked with FSDU to do those amendments in 2016. This is 2023. So she's right to say, can we move faster? We've been sitting for several years. Those amendments were done. I remember it wasn't an easy task to do that. Agent banking, which was part of the omnibus, moved on, and many other things. But then we stalled. So you have the last slot, but I have somebody online. You'll bear with me. I've had the whole bus. I don't know whether it is yellow. It looks like it's yellowish. But we're about to get there. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Doctor. In the interest of time, I'll try and be as brisk as I can. My name's Edward Isingoma Masco. I lead the team at Pearl Capital Partners. We are, for the last 2 decades, been managing agricultural investment impact funds. In itself, we've been providing alternative financing solutions for agribusinesses in the East African region for now 2 decades. We've managed 4 agriculture investment funds. 2 have been domiciled in Uganda, and 2 have been domiciled in Mauritius. And from those funds, and the latest fund, the Yield Uganda Investment Fund, where we've deployed it in 15 agribusinesses, we have had and continue to have so many learnings, and that's what I'll share for purposes of the discussion today about what are some of the recommendations or what are the things we see in the market that could help transition
or support with alternative financing models. For us in particular, it's private equity, venture capital type of investment for agribusinesses. We don't, from that 20 years experience, we don't believe loans alone are enough to spur and boost private investments in the agri-industry. We believe you do need private equity alongside the debt structures that are mostly in the market. So some of the things that we've observed over the years, and I'll be happy to share some of these, is that there is still, for purposes of Uganda, there is still a bit of work to do with government policy around private equity. As you have just mentioned, Doctor, that the Islamic finance structures since 2016, that process has also been ongoing with the private equity investment models, and that process has lagged slightly behind against the other countries in the region. And that means there is still a bit of government policy interventions that are required. There is a lot still required in the BDS, Business Development Services, technical assistance support to these agribusinesses, both pre-investment and post-investment. We've seen USAID doing quite a lot of work there. We've worked with them on some projects. We've seen other partners in the market doing quite a lot, but it's still far, far behind compared to how much goes, for example, to Kenyan-based agribusinesses and support the private equity space as, to develop and do better. We believe that there is still also a lot that could be done with development banks, because we don't see a lot of things like co-investments with private equity players. If we have private equity players coming into the region, we are, at the moment, the only agri-focused fund managers in Uganda, but we've seen some of our peer Agri-V and other funds in the region based in Kenya coming to invest here, but we don't see the local development banks doing co-investments with them. And we think there is a lot there that could be done, guarantees, co-investments, and schemes that would spur quite a lot of capital going and alternative capital going to these agri-industries in our country. Local investment motivations, yes, we still talk about the market. We've done quite a couple of exits in agri-investments in this country, and we've had discussions even from our regulator, the Capital Markets Authority, that look, why are any of these not going to the market? We don't think there is enough motivation. I would rather go and talk to another larger private equity player coming in than go through the hassling and the process of listing locally. And that is, again, another area that we could take forever discussing. We think local domiciliation of vehicles, having funds registering here, purposely for agriculture, investments, we think there is work that could happen, and therefore local domiciliation structures, as Sophie mentioned, the rules and getting all those set up has been going on forever, and that's taking us quite a lot of time. Tax policy, we think there are things that could be done around tax policy alignment in terms of encouraging private sector investments in the agri space and alternative investment vehicles. We think there are also so low-lying fruits that could be picked. Sophie has already mentioned Islamic finance options coming. We've seen in 2 of our investees where we had to use Islamic finance as a co-investor, and it was a super excellent, the way it worked, almost as good as equity. But the framework wasn't as laid, and therefore we didn't have to advance that more. I'm happy that that's now developing. But we think there is a lot of capital that could also potentially come around the latest topics around ESG, climate change money, and capitalization, because you can't talk about agricultural industrialization without talking about climate change and climate lens investing, gender lens investing, and the previous speakers have spoken about all this. And lately, there is now refugee lens investing. We as Uganda have a lot of refugee communities, and they are mostly involved in agri-productions, and some of the engagements there need help. So we believe The last thing is that there is other aspects like the judiciary processes around private equity and alternative financing models and some of the things that have been in the news. But we also believe something has got to be done about distressed assets in the agri space, because there is quite a lot. If out of every 10 distressed assets on bank books and that need turnarounds, restructurings and things, they are always about 70–80% that will be in the agribusiness space. And there isn't a distressed asset fund here. There isn't interventions. The Solvency Act has not kicked in to have special considerations. For example, when we get into scenarios where we are having to appoint receivers on agribusinesses, you look at these businesses as live products. They are having crops, they are having seasons going on, they are having stuff in the gardens and even the machines, the abattoirs. You shut it down for 2 years, you've lost the opportunity cost of productivity in any of those agri projects. So in some of these things, we believe that there is a lot of these interventions that could be helpful, and as we get to prepare to the next budget interventions or government planned interventions, we think some of these would be good priorities because the capital is there. But why is the capital not coming here? I am involved with the East African Venture Capital Association. We've engaged ministry, we've engaged various players, and we believe there is so much capital. At our conference last week in Nairobi, there was a lot being announced by even other East African member states about what they are doing to spur agri-industrialization. And I think even benchmarking alone would have been a good way and step forward. Thank you.
Round of applause for Mr. Masiko. Now, there was a time Anne Kansime, you possibly remember her, or you still do, enjoy her humor. And she said the plane to Nigeria was full, and they were claiming that it was indeed full. And she said, but there were no people in the aisle. In Kavale and Kigezi, when they say the bus is full, the seats are full, and there are people in the aisle. Now, this plane was not full until there were people in the aisle. This being a Zoom meeting, there are people I couldn't sit here. One person, IT, do you have my person who is supposed to be in the aisle of this plane? Mr. Kim Kasule. Is he ready? Bring him on.
Fred. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, now we can hear him. Yes, Fred, I was about to tell you to let him unmute. Yes. We can hear you.
Thank
Kim.
you so much. Okay, great. Thank you so much, Fred, and thank you for the fantastic panel, and thank you again to the Ministry of Finance as well. My name is Kim Kasule, and I head strategy at African Queen. We are an FMCG distributor and work across the totality of Uganda with about 11 warehouses across the country. So on my side, I just have just 1 or 2 words. There are people on this panel who are much more qualified, both in finance and in agriculture. I think, though, where we can add some small tidbits of advice or information might be more around the commercial side of how do we actually actualize and execute this future that we're talking about. On my side, very, very simply, you know, when we talk about the bottlenecks on the regulation side, I think we've talked about 1 or 2 of the harder parts, but I do think there are a few things that the government has done well. When we talk about the Uganda Agriculture Insurance Scheme, you know, that's been amazing for driving financing in agriculture. Over 300,000 smallholder farmers are signed up to the scheme. And with this scheme, you know, many farmers reported increasing their investments in their farms by 60 to 100%, right? Because the government had helped them de-risk their operations. Two, same thing with the agriculture credit facility. I know that some farmers aren't 100% happy with it because I know it needs some capitalization, but I do know many farmers across both aquaculture and also agriculture who have benefited from this as well. When you talk about financing, I think the biggest thing around it is really around the question of risk, and that's it, risk. Do we, the biggest question is how do we reduce the risk? How do we structure demand, and how do we structure the supply of financing? Right? It's really as simple as that, right? In terms of what's going on globally, we've talked about a lot of different things around alternative forms of financing, and I do hope that I don't repeat any that have come up. There's been 2 or 3 different ones that have come up across the world, because where finance is going nowadays is that it's really becoming what we call democratized, right? It's no longer about me walking to a bank branch and asking for a loan. No, it's more, credit rating on the go and accessing finance in less than 5 minutes. That's the new form of financing. And when we talk about the value chain, we start to see players like, for example, 1 Acre Fund. People like those are playing in the financing, but they're playing in the on inputs, right? They're financing things like inputs. We have other things like, for example, the technology of remote locking of assets, right? So you see people like Visa, PayGo, Solar People, right? That's all done through technology, right? And so it means it's much more safe for you to invest in an asset and know that whoever it is that's borrowing that asset and using that asset, you still have control over it remotely. That's amazing. We have other forms of what we call embedded finance, things like DigiFarm, and many others as well that have come up. A very interesting one that has recently also come up has been what we call diaspora agri investing, which I think would be interesting for someone like Mr. Paul Buiso, where we structure an instrument which invests in agriculture and the agriculture's value chains, but we ask the diaspora to be the ones who fund it, right? And we use that as a form of financing agriculture within the country. Now, I said I'd be brief, so probably on my side, from the way that we see it, is around, okay, look, how can we change the model towards where the future is going, right? For me, I think we talked about reducing risk, and I think one of the biggest things as an investor in a business is, how do I structure demand? How do I make sure that if I do produce, a ton of green bananas, there's actually going to be offtake for it, right? And there have been a lot of brokers working very well for many years, but of course, things are changing, right? One example is in pharmacy in America. They have these people called PBMs, pharmacy benefit managers. And what these guys basically do is they allow, they act on behalf of pharmacies and do a lot of the buying from the pharma manufacturers. And they structure it. And I think a similar model can work in agriculture through commodity exchanges, or the implementation of commodity exchanges. And in terms of probably what one of my recommendations would be around, if we're talking about from the Ministry of Finance, or talking about at the policy level, would be about, okay, look, how do we implement something like a commodity exchange and use that as one of the biggest drivers for both trying to find demand for our agricultural products. I'll give an example. As a country, produce a lot of potatoes. We were talking about fish as well earlier, right? Something like that where, 1,000 smallholder farmers know that there's one person who's going to be able to offtake all of these potatoes, and on their side, they already have demand. You know, I don't have to go through the whole hell of looking for customers, or the potential of I've borrowed money and some of my produce is going to go to waste. I'm going to have to sell it at a discount at the end of the day. A commodity exchange allows us to really reduce the risk of financing. And even as a financier, if you know that hey, I'm lending to Farmer Kim, and he already has someone who's going to take off the who's going to offtake his supply, you know, that's very interesting, right? And that allows us to start doing things like offtake contracts or forward contracts, which again helps reduce the cost of financing in agriculture. So number one would be around the commodity exchange. Two, there are new instruments that are starting to be played with. I know in India it started to happen, which is around using public warehousing or investing behind public warehousing. This is very, very, very simply what this means is someone borrows and they store their produce in what we call a public warehouse. And that produce or that stock is now used as a basis or as collateral to help with lending and to reduce the cost of financing. And I think if we can start to drive regulations or reduce regulations around these kinds of new forms of financing, I think it becomes very, very interesting. Last one is around really export guarantees. It was brought up in a prior session. I think it was on the session about around cotton. When someone was saying that they sent cotton to Sudan and South Sudan and it got lost. You know, I think that our market, the EAC, is growing very, very, very quickly. And when you look at other things like the Africa Free Trade Agreement that are coming up as well, it is really important that we as Uganda start to move very quickly forward in export promotion. And the biggest thing around this is how can the government help us reduce the risk of exporting to Congo and my money gets lost, right? And there's a lot of commercial banks these days which work between several countries across the EAC. And I believe that there is a way of developing guarantees through the banks that will allow people and make people a little bit more comfortable to start to export a lot of this produce that we do create. So I think, Dr. that's probably my submission. Thanks.
Thank you, Kim Kasule, the MD for African Queen. I think I'm going to set up African King, and then we'll see how we wrestle up in the blue and red corner. This opportunity goes to 3 people on the floor. Number 1, going to, oh, there's one hand, 2 hands on the same table, and then the 3rd hand. Okay, I'll just hold those 3 hands, and then I'll force a lady to speak. I know which one to pull. Not Sylvia, but it can be Sylvia. 2 minutes, can we do it quick?
Thank you, Doctor. I'm Stephen Chikule from the National Social Security Fund. And I want to thank the panelists for giving us those insights. However, I would be curious to know what role institutional investors would play in the financing of such a sector. NSF is already involved in a small way. For example, we are partners with PAL Capital through the Yield Fund Uganda. We have a couple of investments on the Uganda Securities Exchange with companies who are funding the sector. We have corporate bonds with the major industrial producer. But I think there is more we can do. And for us as a fund, it is critical because, as you said, 70% of the working population is in this sector. If you intend to have a 50% coverage, unless you find a way of making these people more productive and enhancing their serving capacity through strategic investments, it is a dream. So right now, I'm a bit curious, and I'd like to know from our panel of experts what role institutional investors are playing in enhancing agriculture value chains in other economies, and what more we can do here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The same table, so that we clear it.
Thank you so much, Doctor. My name is Nelson Tukundane. I work for Uganda National Farmers Federation. Mine is more of a suggestion or a recommendation. When we talk about the agriculture sector, we look at the way it is organized. These alternatives have been given. Are we targeting the people, and the people who are targeting, are they organized? Because if we do not organize this sector, then all these interventions will be scattered. I will just highlight an example. If you just walked to a farmer in Kayunga and asked about the SCDP and the ACF and all those other alternative sources of funding, do they really know that they are there? So my recommendation, and of course, is a journey that we have started working as Uganda National Farmers Federation, because our main role is to identify these farmers, mobilize them, organize them into farmer groups, cooperatives, district farmers associations, and then empower them through interventions like business development services, financial literacy, but also create linkages where these alternative sources of funding can be directed. One of the recommendations I would want maybe for this particular sitting to take into consideration is strengthening the issue of ICT. As the Farmers Federation, we have an ICT agenda 2030 where we are saying farmers can be profiled. One of the presenters actually talked about profiling of farmers, their credit history, what they produce, how much they produce, the quantity of production, and how planning can be done at that level. So one of the key attributes of the ICT for farmers is farmer profiling. And then we look at using ICT to extend timely extension services. We know that government has tried so much to put extension services into place, but they are not enough because of budgetary issues. So how can, for example, farmers harness the ICT innovations to access extension? The other issue is, of course, market information. We know that right now we've just had a colleague give us information, but he's away from us. So farmers can equally harness these opportunities that ICT has presented. What we are doing, we are profiling huge off-takers who are actually interfacing directly with the farmers. So if we have an organized cooperative, for example, in coffee, in fishing, and different enterprises, they already have the production capacity of a season, and they're already interfacing with the buyer. So that direct interface where we're actually eliminating these barriers of information that is wrong, but also of the middleman, that shark that has actually taken the farmers. Lastly, I know in the interest of time, I would actually also look at the humble beginnings, these small underlooked sources of financing, because I'm looking at, I come from Kashari, I'm looking at a farmer who is just a maize farmer or a bean farmer accessing this credit. How about we strengthen these local innovations, small financing opportunities like the Village Savings and Loans Association model, where farmers can actually be mobilized and use, for example, recurrent or opportunities around the financing they have. Then we know that PDM is a very good approach with the circles and the likes, but I think there is a mismatch. We talk about money and we issue this money when we have not prepared these farmers. Okay. So how are they investing? Where are they investing this money? If I get the PDM facility and the only thing I'm having at back of my mind is this is a token of appreciation from the president. So there is a mismatch that we need to strengthen financial services, financial literacy, but also to create a cooperative movement where all these other issues can be addressed, but also not forgetting the fact that ICT presents great opportunities for our farmers. Thank you.
Thank you. There was one more on that table, and then I'll get to a chain of ladies and close it at that. 2 minutes. Don't take 3, 4 like he has done. But
Thank you so
it was
much.
Farmers Federation, so I allowed him to behave differently.
Thank you so much. My name is Austin Yakubaho. I'm also from Uganda Cooperative Alliance. And in line with what my brother from Kasha has said, a lot of alternative financing for agriculture and many financing firms, they tend to prefer companies and private individuals over cooperatives, most especially because they do not know how cooperatives are run or the modalities required. Usually they will ask for MEMATs and other information that cooperatives do not have because they own rather bylaws and other issues. So my question is, how open are the other alternative or financing firms to how open are they to finance cooperatives or learn about cooperatives? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right on this table. And then I'll get to Sylvia, and then Sylvia will get to...
Yeah, thank you very much, Doctor. I want to thank the presenters for highlighting those alternative sources of funding. When I was listening to Mr. Masiko, I was getting excited, but then I still see there's something not yet answered as far as aquaculture is concerned. It was highlighted earlier on, there's a lot of potential, but it's a capital-intensive operations venture. And even what PDM is providing does not cater for those people, because PDM talks of 1 million. These are guys who need more than 1 million. You have to feed the fish for minimum 80 months before you can sell it, and they must eat every day. Here is a farmer without even money to buy a kilo of posho for the family, but he must feed the fish in the water which he can't see. Can we think deep and see how do we help these farmers to access credit? They are willing, they have the water, the land, but the money to sustain the operations for 8 months. How do we help them to access credit? Thank you.
Pick my microphone. Who is the person helping me? Right across to Shelina. You see the green and white? That's aquaculture. These are people who actually, what she's speaking to. Shelina, I went there for green and white. I thought it was DP, but I found it was catfish. Do you cut the fish or the fish cut you? How do you keep them eating for 9 months with no... Okay, Shelina, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ainemba Mazinavakoza Sherina, and I'm a African catfish farmer. Some of the challenges my colleagues in the aquaculture sector mentioned them. With regards to financing, Masheda Mixed Farm is located in Buyala on Mitiana Road. We've produced our own catfish fingerlings. We have a hatchery that has a capacity of 1 million fingerlings a month. And we have outgrow ponds, about 102 ponds. So we do catfish in ponds. However, now getting to the next level, for a fish farmer like me, our challenges are within value addition. So after we grow the fish, we sell fresh fish. We would like to get into adding value to the products. We've done several research on products like catfish powder, catfish sausages, and we've developed a few. This is our catfish powder. However, some of our challenges is access to capital, especially for the youth, younger people. We don't have that trust with financial bodies to be able to inject capital into some of the products that we want to build. Processing is expensive, and banks do not want to take the risks on perishables. So this discourages farmers to process food for export, in turn bringing in foreign currency. So my question would be, how best can we be supported to boost the business? We do have capacity to produce the fish and to export. However, we do not have the financial capital to be able to add value to these products. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's a real person. Apart from feeding for 9 months, now adding value becomes a nightmare. And you haven't touched the real money. Sylvia, why don't you have the last say from the floor?
Thank you very much, Doctor. My name's again Sylvia Owori. I am the Director of Operations at Operation World Creation. For the last 10 years, we've been in operation. We have been dealing with farmers, and we were distributing inputs to farmers all over the country. As an operation, we are in each region of Uganda. We are in every district and also in every constituency. So the biggest challenge that most of the farmers are getting is similar to what Masheda is saying, to the small-scale farmers. They don't have access to credit. And most of them, what happens when you are a farmer, you don't have, you don't have collateral, but you want to basically farm. And also the youth, the challenge we're seeing, there's a very big number of youth who we are encouraging to come into farming, but there is that lack of capital. So I have recently gone into farming. I'm a 1-year-old farmer, coming from fashion to the farm. And I want to say that I'm an organic farmer. I'm doing a local chicken, and I do my own feeds to make sure that we get the right feeds. And as of this week, I've started now to harvest and sell local chickens. And these are the cocks that are 3.5 months old. So I want to encourage the farmers. How many farmers now, my farm is in Tororo, and I have to get a truck to come all the way to Kampala to get feeds. And even when I come all the way to Kampala, it's still cheaper to get them in Kampala than to get them in Tororo. So that's why I have to come the whole distance. So our farm is big. It has more than 10,000 local fed chicken that are out, organic, that we let outdoor. My question now is, I have all the farmers around me that can be able to supply this chicken, and I have that want the chicken, but they don't have the money. And we want to build a cooperative local chicken probably movement. And with this opportunity here, I want to ask the finance people, is that we have done something that now works, but we want to use that model and take it all over the country, and people can have a franchise of the farm. Because we started from 1-day-old chicken all the way now to 3.5 months, which we've started to sell, and they've also started to lay local chicken. And you are all aware of what is happening with the chicken, how many people are dying from cancer. So my question is, I have this big dream and this big vision, of which it's not on paper. I have it. You can come and basically see for yourself. I've documented it from day one up to today. I know exactly, I've done the chibalo, the numbers. I know exactly what it costs from a one-day-old chick, from the staff, from electricity, from everything, what it costs up to the 3 months. So my question is to you, the people in the credit, whoever is willing to dream big and come and work and see something that's going to be a revolution into this to this country. And my other question basically was, when I decided to do organic chicken farming, the first farm I could find all the way from Karamoja, the first organic farm I could find was in Lugazi. So all the way to Mbale, Bukedi, all that upper area, everyone is just doing this, just very few chicken at home. And yet, I think there's a very huge demand of chicken. When you go to the supermarket, you do not find, it's very difficult to find local eggs. So now we have a potential of having almost 600,000 local eggs basically per month. So my ask is now, I have walked the walk as a farmer. I have tested the wealth creation, that you can create wealth through at least one value chain that I have tested. So my question goes to Mr. Edward Matsiko, because he said there are lots of different options of financing to farmers that don't have collateral. What are those alternative farmings? That is now me as a farmer, as an Operation Wealth Creation person or farmer, but also as Operation Wealth Creation. How can we now work with you, the financiers, and use our networks, and so that we can be able to reach all of these farmers and get them out of poverty, I think.
Thank you. I think we end it at that point, picking comment from the other side, but there are people again in cyberspace. 2 questions. One, I think, goes to capital markets, stock exchange. In there, how do you balance disclosure and privacy? You said people need to really disclose to be seen, but they want to be private. They want to manage that. And then I think to Sophia, somebody is asking and saying, really, Bank of Uganda provided the agricultural credit facility, which has the best offers for farmers. However, it has not bridged the gap between the gap of easy access to finance. How different will Islamic banking address the challenge of access to agro industries and farmers? Now, each one of us will have 1 minute. Let me begin here. Just 1 minute. Do you have any closing up message for us? There's no question for you. You had a question, I think. Yeah. Yes, please respond to that in 1 minute, and then we go on closing.
Yeah, thank you, Sylvia. That's interesting. Maybe there was 2, but okay. On the question of Sylvia, yes, when we fund with a private equity model, we don't require collateral, but it is the track record of the business that you've set up. So I would still require to see, when you say you've documented it, I would still have to do a due diligence. I would still have to look at what you've done, what your balance sheet is, what your processes are, and things like that. So it is still, it's even a longer process. For example, from the time we visit and start talking to the time we invest, goes all the way to about 9 to 12 months, just going through a whole long process, because it is not a collateralized type of model of investment. So yes, that's one. Scale would be important, and that would be interesting. Then the second thing is the point from Stephen. Maybe, speaking to an audience like this, and one of my investors in the fourth fund that we had, the Yield Uganda Investment Fund, was NSSF. And I think it was interesting that we were able to attract NSSF to do private equity in an agriculture fund. They had never done it before. We were able to engage. We were able to bring first loss protection from the European Union, BDS from IFAD and European Union, and justify that the model will work. We've already started returning capital to NSSF, and we believe that in our next fund that we are raising now, we will be approaching NSSF again to now scale, not do only the 2 million that they did with us 7 years ago, but probably they've now seen, and they can actually consider agriculture for a larger capital allocation. So
Thank you.
Discussion is happening. Yeah.
Let's just catch that point. Finance, I hope we have a cocktail, because there are conversations to continue during the cocktail to close up these deals. We've just opened them up. NSSF has an appointment. Sylvia has an appointment. Let me hear from Mark Mwanje. Your one comment.
Yeah, thank you, Doctor. Just as I finalize, my final thoughts actually on looking at how we can increase penetration and access to credit. Now, increasing the formal lending space, we look at currently our penetration is about 6.6%. But when this was the same place we were about 7 years ago, and we started credit information sharing way before Kenya. On the Bureau, we have about 2.2 million people registered, but Kenya has about 18 million people already registered. Now, we need to find ways of increasing formalized lending, and in this way, looking at alternative ways of, looking at alternative data as an enabler. So Bank of Uganda, the Ministry of Finance need to think about frameworks for enabling credit reference bureaus collect alternative data. There is also need for incentivizing credit reference bureaus as well through the Credit Reference Association, Credit Reference Bureau Association to incentivize them to access public data sources. And these data sources will enable us get information that we can use to develop alternative credit scores that can help create affordability assessments for, for the lenders, but at the same time, bridge the gap on predictive analytics and also allow the lenders take or be more confident about giving out credit to these farmers and different players. So I leave at that. Maybe the last one is to deal with the changes in technology. There is need for creation of a national fraud prevention system that cuts across different sectors, where information is shared from the telecom sector, from the banking sector, and even other sectors like manufacturing, to help increase the confidence of lenders and also the public as they're dealing with this data. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I haven't read the details, but I think I heard the mobile money platforms are doing 500 billion per day. Part of this is actual lending. Some people are lending and lending there. I get calls to say, this person used you as a guarantor. I'm like, who is that one? I don't know you, I don't know them. But I mean, what is happening with these platforms? So there's a lot that IT is giving us, and some of these legal things we need to walk into those spaces. I'm not preempting your closing remark, but please give it to us.
No, mine is slightly different. I just wanted to encourage that in the trade finance space, there are very good products that can help facilitate business in the agricultural sector. I keep saying, why must somebody keep tons and tons of fertilizer for 12 months, yet you could have found an arrangement under which you supply it to a farmer, crops get ready in 90 days, the buyer comes in the next 120 days, but you're sitting on stock for all this while. Things like trade credits and so on, all these are on the market, but you need to get to the right guys to help you know the end-to-end of structuring this product. So there's money and the opportunities, but meet the right guys to tell you which buttons to press.
Is there stock out there? Sometimes the farmers are so hungry to pay school fees that they sell gardens before they are ready.
Paul here will collateralize that stock for you. We have mechanisms for collateralizing crops in the field, in the silos, and wherever it is.
We are going to have a cocktail. I hope it is available. I'm just preempting somebody to stand back. Sorry to call you Stanbic, but I thought I should mention that.
Yes, thank you, Doctor. I was very thrilled to listen to all the speakers and the questions, because it confirmed the fact that lending is a complex subject and process, and there is no silver bullet, but many levers that we need to pull. One thing that came out is data. We still have good, strong sources of data, or how to get data or share data in this country, so that we're able to profile the businesses with a level that gives us confidence. And yet agriculture, like they mentioned, there's the farm process, the midstream, and then the downstream part of agriculture, from farm to fork. And that complexity around all this data, how do we access it as people want to invest in the sector, whether it is NSSF or an PE fund or a venture capital fund? How do you get enough data in? That's one big one. Second is the structures. How do we enhance structures that make it easier to finance? Like Paul mentioned here, he has all the frameworks in place, but how does he move to the next level of commodity financing to allow banks to come in? So give financiers the framework through which they can intervene, the certifications, because bankers will want to see that there's somebody who can confirm to them that this stock is certified, these products are going to be bought, and they are in this location, and therefore finance against this product. So if you have an independent body or independent bodies that support that, it makes financing easier. The other part that came out from the MD of African Queen, he talked about the offtake. Most lenders, traditional lenders, need to see where this product is going to finally end. Who is buying it? And sometimes the lenders even want to know that the buyer has confirmed he will buy. We don't want to finance without knowing who is going to buy the product. And we need to be able to see all the way through what type of anchor sit. So one of the easiest places to be able to finance is where the existing anchor players, somebody actually is a guaranteed buyer of a lot of these products. You've seen that in some areas, like the old one, the famous one is tobacco. A lot of tobacco finance went in on the back of organized tobacco buyers. That was a famous one, and it is across not just Uganda, it is Zambia, it is Malawi. You find where there's a proper anchor system. So the end-to-end profile of the product is important to make it easy for financing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Paul, I'm going to hold you last. I need to pick Sophia first. Her sitting at the end does not mean she come last. I know we're making Paul last.
Doctor, I thought you were saving the best for last.
You'll still come back to do that, but at the cocktail.
All right. Well, Islamic finance has different modes, participatory and non-participatory modes. With the participatory modes, it means the financial institution is coming to be a partner in your business. There is full disclosure. You literally agree on goals. There is open financial monitoring, and then at the end of the day, you share in the profit or loss according to your contribution portions. Then there are the non-participatory modes where the bank actually invests in the business, and it relies on utmost good faith that you will run it well and ultimately still share in the profit or loss. What is practical in our country today is that there is the Microfinance Support Center. It is run by government. It has been rolling out Islamic finance products, I think since 2019. And there are some businesses that have benefited from the Microfinance Support Center. I think the question was, what is practical right now. So they have a list they have an eligibility criteria which your business must satisfy in order for you to be eligible for financing, for your business to be eligible for financing, whether as an individual or a company. The banks, I think the only fully fledged Islamic finance bank that we have right now is Salam Bank. But since it has only got its operation license 2 weeks ago, I think Bank of Uganda by law allows it 12 months within which to start its operations. I do not speak for Salam Bank, but I know that it will let us know when it's open to accept and take deposits and get into those transactions. So that is how the Islamic finance status is in the country.
Thank you. We've been waiting since 2016. They are welcome, and the good thing you have said, MSCL, Microfinance Support Center, has already been working. So there's already some lessons to pick from. Paul, I just wanted you to close off. I didn't want Sophia to be the very last, so that there is somebody behind the queue.
Right, thank you, Doctor. So we are all investors here, in one way or another, whether it's a private business, whether you're putting money in money markets, whether you're putting them in your bank to get a saving. We're all investors. And what we target is return. And we look at the risk that is out there to make a decision on where we put our investments. The capital markets is a public market. So to access funds from pension funds such as NSSF and even the general public, you must be a public company and you must provide information. We are not any different from the private equity markets, and what one has to do is carry out due diligence and ensure that the public is able to understand what the business is trying to do and in what direction it's going, and whether it will offer a return back to investors. Why it's called patient capital is that this is not debt. Usually it's equity or debt. But majorly when it's equity, it's long-term. The return to investors is twofold. The first is through a dividend that's paid annually if the company reports a profit. The second is if there are capital gains on the secondary market as investors opt to exit. The stock market provides a platform for the original investors to exit if they want to cash in their money and go into other investments. Now, institutional investors, I don't think NSSF would put its money in any business if it doesn't understand the growth patterns and the details of this business. And that's what we talk about disclosures. When it comes to your personal data, that is private information. And the stock exchange has a depository that keeps that information private and secure. That is another conversation that is dealt with. But getting back to the solutions that are available, the capital markets are there to pool resources. In Uganda specifically, and I think maybe to the Ministry of Finance, there's need to promote the capital markets in terms of long-term funding. We are at different levels of funding. Different companies need different capital requirements, different growth patterns. But the promotion of microfinance, banks, and other solutions, even private equity, has been clearly articulated in terms of government policy. But long-term capital, we're talking about 10, 15-year solutions to companies. If you're setting up an agro-processing and you need to put up a factory, if you're borrowing at 20.4% that Karama put up, you will start wondering, I mean, your rate of return only gets harder in terms of payment. So the capital markets bridges the gap. All solutions are required. The microfinances provide short-term and to a certain category of investors. The medium term, the banks also provide that solution. The sukuk bonds and the different solutions are there. The capital markets are long-term horizon. They are not short-term. And that's why a lot of companies have not been able to get solutions, because you need to look 10, 15 years. Where will you be? The person coming in is not looking to get a return tomorrow. If you're coming in to trade, maybe you can go and there's trading in Forex and other solutions. But coming back to agriculture, What the commodities market does is it provides forward contracts. A farmer can be paid in advance to deliver stock at a particular date, 6 months down the road, 9 months down the road. The commodities market provides that gap through funding from the banks, the pension funds, and all these products are listed on the exchange to provide solutions. But these are medium term to long term. The short term, we'll see commercial paper, but the process of getting commercial paper off the exchanges is so laborious. You need to get an information memorandum, that's a prospectus. You have to go to capital markets to raise money. And yet, commercial paper only runs for 365 days. It's a working capital solution, which cannot be dealt with at this point in time. Unless we go to people like NSSF, they structure a medium-term note, and investors can come and pluck out money or borrow money from that fund and use it and pay back the fund so that it's a revolving fund. Those are among the solutions that are available. But the capital markets work. We've seen them work in numerous nations. Even here they're working. But there's the need for the interest and the better understanding of what the companies need and how they can access this capital.
Thank you. Thank you very much. A round of applause for my panelists. Maurice, you need to come in here and guide the proceedings. You do a better job on that than me.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for Dr. Fred Muhumuza. Dr. Fred and the panel, we have a very small token from our director, Moses Kagwa. So you'll come and award our panelists for a job well done and a small souvenir from the ministry. It's not every day that the government gives you back after you've paid your taxes. So this is the least we could do by giving you back in form of taxes. You'll go to the front there with Director Kagwa. To all of you, including Dr. Fred Muhumuza, you will also receive a small souvenir from the ministry. So, Director, start from anywhere. You're allowed to start with anyone. The lady can be last. So, Sophia Chigozi will be last. Since she wanted to have the best and last moment of the conversation. We are coming to the end of our forum, and just bear with us. We have 3 things we are going to do now. Joseph will do the honors of running through today's resolutions and the conversations we've had, and the rapporteurs have done a fantastic job. That information is ready, and immediately we have heard from Joseph. I'll invite our acting director of budget, Teresa, who will then address us. And immediately after Teresa, I'll invite Mr. Law from NPA, who is here as the acting ED. I know he doesn't like those titles, but he will speak on behalf of NPA. And finally, we'll invite the Director Economic Affairs, who is here representing the Minister, to make closing remarks. So that's it, and then we will close. No, Director, don't go very far. We're having a photo, all of us. In front. Just move ahead a bit. Move ahead, Director. We can come closer here to the front. There you go. Ensure that all of them are in your picture, cameraman, because these particular people will be on the month of December on the calendar of the Ministry of Finance. So, Diana, ensure December is covered. This is the month of Christmas and Thanksgiving. Thank you, Director. Thank you, panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for our panelists. Thank you, Director. I now take the pleasure of inviting Joseph Enyimu to come. He will do the last lap, which is to tell us what the takeaway notes are, where we are going to, what it is the ministry has picked from today's conversation, and that will inform the budgeting process that has begun for the financial year 24-25. You're most welcome, Joseph. And please, it's working tea, Joseph, as you speak. Some people may be picking tea, so don't mind. They are listening at least.
Okay, that will help with ensuring that people are awake. Good. Should we say it's evening already? Good evening, and thank you very much. I am going to moderate you through our final session, and I will endeavor to do so that we can leave this place with a sense of confidence that the hours we have put in here have been productive. So this session focuses on the implications of our discussions today for the budget for financial year 2024-25 as far as the policy and budgetary process is concerned. Like we did mention in the opening session, the budget process for financial year 2024-2025 formally commenced last week when the minister laid out the budget strategy paper. And as we speak, there are consultations going on at multiple levels. We have a very large team currently in different local governments. And so the NCF that we are holding here today is one of those platforms. Going by what has emerged from our discussion today, let me assure you that a very detailed documentation process has transpired. And I have a copy of that document here that has captured virtually every point as made. And what we are going to do with these points is organize them around particular themes that can then facilitate further consultation with management, but also decision making. But for the purpose of this session, I'm going to try and summarize the issues around 4 areas. And my first area of summary is to refresh our minds. The budget for which we are consulting has a theme, and the theme is full monetization of the Ugandan economy through commercialization of agriculture, industrialization, broadening and deepening public services, digital transformation, and market access. That's a theme that has been running through the NDP3 period. And listening to today's conversation, I can confirm that there are a number of elements that are are well supported by that theme. I want to pick out specifically digital transformation, the case for data and digital solutions as far as the 2 areas we've discussed today has been well made, and those have been documented. Of course, market access has been a dominant feature in all of these discussions, and so we are well aligned with that theme, and what that does is that it makes it easy to consume some of the things that you have raised. Commercialization of agriculture goes also without much emphasis. A lot has been talked about how to facilitate the players in this space to better integrate and maybe profit more through the different value chains. And given that the theme was around agro-industrialization, the 2 can easily be blended. But allow me take that deeper, that the budget doesn't only have a theme, it also has a strategy. And the strategy for next year's budget is a 4-part strategy. The first part, next year's budget, is focused on raising more revenue, reducing public spending. That's a hard one, but that's the focus. So we are all sober. And then number 3, reducing borrowing. That's what we mean by fiscal consolidation. And what that triggers is the next point, the issue of allocative efficiency. That means that for us to do the things we've discussed here, there are going to be some major trade-offs. There will be people who have to release money from one side so that that money can do some of the things we've talked about. And we have to prepare ourselves for that pull and shove. The third one was enhancing household incomes. And I think that one featured very well, that it is not just about a return on investment for the industrialist or the exporter, but also for the farmer. The issue of raising yields, improving R&D, working on either the seed stock, making sure that it's of the right variety. We picked up those issues. And then, of course, something which has featured, but not very explicitly, has been, which is part of our strategy for the budget, and NPA is present here, they are going to speak to that, which is shifting the economy into a higher growth path. That we are discussing with you these things, and we are going to move them into the budget, not in a regular way, because we have the challenge of growing the economy exponentially. And so there will be some things which are very unconventional, the way we treat what you have processed here, which may require some explanation for you to recognize. I just thought I should lay that background before I go into the major takeaways. So allow me to start with the first segment of the takeaways. Number 1, you have made mention of a couple of ways in which government should support you. But what is apparent is that government cannot do that unless the players are either formalized or organized. And so the whole thing of formalizing the private sector segments that are represented here, whether they are farmers, whether they are tailors, how can they be recognized and how can they engage with government as, either legal entities or formal enterprises? It's something which has come out very strongly. From the Farmers Federation, they discussed about that. And of course, to let you know that one of our major challenges, whether it is from a tax delivery point of view or a public service delivery point of view, is the large informal sector we have to deal with. 53% of GDP is informal. And so we are counting on your umbrella bodies. I don't know if PSFU is there anyone here from PSFU? I know that you're clustered in a number of, I don't know whether there are 18 segments in PSFU, but we expect that that clustering should be able to deliver more value for the members because we want to keep this conversation alive. And so the feedback is that you really structure our engagement going forward for that purpose. So these representative bodies and umbrella bodies are really the key to maintain this engagement going forward. I think for me that's one of the big takeaways from this engagement regarding the 2 value chains we've looked at. Number 2, there are a number of what I consider budget neutral actions that have come up. There are things that don't really require you to put in a lot of money to achieve them. One of which was activation of multi-sectoral committees in a number of legislation that has been passed, whether that is the Fisheries Act, the Food Safety Act, or the Water Act. You did make mention about the fact that there are critical organs in these pieces of legislation which seem to be falling through the cracks, and yet they are key to activating the provisions within this legislation. So that we picked. And then, of course, the thing also which was loud and clear was the one-stop service centers. You talked about the high transaction costs you have to face with respect to the different permits or licenses. So we have a dedicated process that is attempting to do that, and we are going to ensure that these licenses are duly reflected and fast-tracked within that process. Our private sector development unit will give you time-bound and result-oriented milestones around that process because they are quite advanced on that. The other thing which has come out very clearly are what I call market mechanisms to solving some of the issues that have arisen. Not all of them need money from Treasury. And I think the discussion this afternoon is a classic one. The issues around private equity. How do we support firms to be prepared to participate in this space of private equity, the disclosures required, and kind of the business development services that would bring them to that standard to participate in non-bank financing. I think the news from the Uganda Securities Exchange is really very welcome. The fact that they have already securitized provisions for maize and beans will be very good news for the ministry to further engage with them on in the context of PDM. The other one, which we have heard you loud and clear, is the Export Guarantee Scheme. Fortunately, there has been conversation with Uganda's Bankers Association on this front, and the part of government that we anticipate to bring this to fruition is also gaining traction. And so we will keep you abreast on how this unfolds. But it is something we are picking, de-risking trade and also de-risking agriculture has come out very strongly. So I want to leave it at that in terms of the headline themes that we've picked up. Otherwise, just to reassure you, I have a full-blown PowerPoint here with all of the detailed items that came through, and this will be shared with you for validation so that we can use it as an M&E framework moving forward. So in terms of the rest of the session, I am going to invite two of my colleagues, one representing the Director Budget, to do two things. One, to give you a sense of comfort that some of the things that emerged here are in fact already receiving some degree of treatment, either in the current budget or in the budget strategy that was presented, and then also to let you know the way forward with those that we haven't already provided for. The second colleague from the National Planning Authority will be giving us an understanding of how this conversation is going to speak into the next planning cycle. As you're aware, next financial year is the last year for NDP3, and some of the matters we've discussed here are larger than one financial year. And so he will speak to how we want to take them in line with the budget strategy of shifting the economy to a higher growth path. So it is on that note that I want to invite the representative of Director Budget to come forward and make those remarks. And right after her, NPA will be here. You're welcome, Teresa.
Thank you, Mr. Nyimu, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for keeping with us and sharing your ideas, which we have ably captured. And they're really timely for us because, like you've heard, we are now in the process of consulting on the budget for next financial year. And this forms a very good input. Now, as you've heard, as they've summarized, so many issues came up, but I'm glad that for most of them, there was an indication that you appreciate what government has already put in place. But I also noticed that for some of them, there is need for us to step up information on the availability of some of these facilities that you can take advantage of. So the issues I captured here include the issue on financing. They've raised the issue on accessibility to cheap financing for the industry. Like you've heard, there is a lot out there that government has put in place in partnership, of course, with the financial sector. For example, we have in place funds that cover both the big and then the small players in the sector. And specifically, we have the Agricultural Credit Facility in Bank of Uganda, which is implemented in partnership with the commercial banks. This is really cheaper compared to, it has better terms compared to the financing that would come directly from commercial banks, because government is putting in a portion that covers for the risk, and the commercial bank meets the other portion, so it brings the sorry about that. We have money in UDB, Uganda Development Bank, for the medium to large scale players. It is also long term, it has lower interest rates. We have money for, which was set up, the Small Business Recovery Fund. And we also have the EMIOGAs, we have things like the PDMs, it's for the small players. We mentioned the issue of cottage industries. I think those schemes that target small players are available for people, for the businessmen at that level. And it has not come to attention that there is segregation, but I believe the funds are there for everyone, whether you're in agriculture, whether you're in fisheries, as long as you're organized along the agriculture value chain in this case. We also have cases of government partnering with players in the sector. For example, we have money under, we have cases where government has partnered with investors under UDC to de-risk some of the investments there, so that the private people can go in and invest. And then, of course, there is the agriculture insurance scheme, which is available. I don't know why it's not so much mentioned here, but the agriculture insurance scheme was basically set up to reduce the level of exposure so that the financiers can lend to agriculture businesses. And then from our perspective, as one of the measures to reduce the cost of financing, we are doing what we call the fiscal consolidation agenda, where we are reducing borrowing from the domestic market. We want to ease money for the private investors to access. Now, we mentioned an issue of research and development. Research is already ongoing. Government is funding research through NARO, through STI in all sectors of the economy, but specifically in agriculture. There's a lot of research in seed development because we want quality seed for production. We are researching on on a lot of the soil, the inputs, fertilizers, and all that. So this, to me, is taken care of. We are putting effort in it. It has been ongoing, but it's also an area. When you look at our budget strategy for next financial year, we are still putting focus on research and development, especially along the crop varieties that we have identified as the key drivers for industrialization in agriculture. And we also have research into, programs, education programs that can help to support the sector. What has come up here is an issue of lack of skills or mismatch of skills in the sector, but I want to inform you that there's a lot of research going on there. We even have some universities, like now Busitema recently came up with a course in textile engineering. It was raised here. There's a whole program on textile engineering, which is targeting the development in that sector. We also have a fund that was established last financial year to support feasibility studies, because we recommended here earlier that government should come up and partner with you, and we said it has to be based on proper studies on the feasibility of such investments. So we have a fund that has been set up to support such studies so that government can move in to support you and partner with you in agro-industrialization. Another issue that was raised is the need for incentives in agriculture. We have a lot of incentives already in agriculture inputs, because most of the agri inputs, whether it's production, processing, are all exempted from taxes. There is a guide. If you don't have it, there is a guide by URA on the kind of exemptions that are available. For example, there was a mention on expensive feeds for fish. But for us, from the government side, all those are exempted. However, we need to study how best we can bring down the costs of feed and other inputs. And that study will still continue. We have other incentives, like you had. There is energy tariffs in the textile sector. And we also have grants, for example, in the fishery sector, where they are supporting fish seed production. So going forward, in next financial year, in the budget strategy, we have prioritized agricultural production and value addition as one of our key drivers for growth. And we have identified a number of commodities where we need to put effort on. And these include cotton, tea, fish, oil palm, maize, cassava, and others. And we have also thought of all the strategies that we can use to leverage what is already in place. For example, credit. How do we make that credit more accessible and available to you beyond what is already there? We are also still pursuing production, all strategies that will enhance production and productivity within agriculture, including seed multiplication, like I mentioned. We are also thinking of addressing the bottlenecks to exporting agric products. And one of the key issues was the issue of quality standards. And we are saying we are going to step up the enforcement of rules and regulations guiding production of our products that we export to the neighborhood, for example, beef, poultry products, and all that. But above all, government is also thinking of promoting and safeguarding our regional markets. You know that the regional integration agenda is basically to promote trade, most importantly. So we are securing markets beyond what we had. We are moving to Congo, because if you If you realize, I think the region provides us a positive trade balance compared to any other trading partner we have. So we are moving to put in place all strategies. But the issue of export guarantee is noted. We take that home, like Mr. Nyimo mentioned. It's something where the debate will continue. We also have skilling programs. Skilling, we have the presidential initiative that has produced a lot of young men and women that can feed into the textile sector. You mentioned earlier that there is a big mismatch. Now, there are other recommendations that came up, and we have picked this, that we shall take them back. And I just want to mention a few that I picked with seriousness. For example, the number one tick is on export guarantee, the financial intermediation, the issue of harnessing sector-wide synergies in agriculture. This one, of course, but the intent of the NDP program approach to budgeting and planning is to make sure that sectors work together. But we are going to, as the years go on, we are going to make this work, and then we realize the objectives. We took seriously the points of the cotton value chain, where some products have not been given a lot of attention. For example, the issue of the oil seed, the cotton seed not being classified among the oil seed commodities. So we've picked that, how to enhance the value chain for cotton and many other industry products. Then we've noted your recommendations on incentives for cottage industries. We've noted the issue of over-regulation, where we need to harmonize laws and maybe deregulate in some instances, and the issue of infrastructure at landing sites, and then on profiling farmers. These, we may not have direct interventions currently, but we pledge to make sure that we are going to have a discussion and get back to you. I thank you all for listening.
Good evening once again. Patrick Olo is my name. You are aware that I'm from the I represent the National Planning Authority. Commissioner Nyimo and Trezor have summarized the issues, and I would like to ride on what Mr. Nyimo said, that a number of these issues that we have been picked cannot be done within 1 year. Some of them may not be done in 1 year. Some are interventions for the medium term. So riding on that. So they've summarized almost all the issues that they have picked, apart from one, which I did not hear come out, and it is at the heart of, rather it is one of the things that we are teasing out within the NDP, for that is to do with building capacity for the private-public partnerships, for the public-private partnerships, PPPs, kind of financing in terms of building the capacities of both government and the private sector. The fact that we've been talking about the shrinking fiscal space, we think this is critical going forward in the NDP 4 period. We are aware that we did an end-term evaluation of the NDP3, which showed that we had performed at around 17%. So the question would be, why is it that we're talking about NDP4? So I'm talking about the NDP4 to show you that some of the proposals of the NDP3 are being considered for the NDP4. We are still in the preliminary stages. talking about the theme that we've had today on agro-industrialization. So this agro-industrialization is key, is critical for everything that we have been doing around NDP 3. And preliminary consultations indicate, like we are receiving from this discussion, is that it is likely, rather it is still relevant, even going forward in the NDP 4 period. So it is the foundation of the import substitution industrialization agenda and the export promotion agenda. And key in this is to do with promotion of value addition within the selected value chains. So I appreciate the facts that we have gotten from this engagement on the 2 value chains that we have had. We can now box better in terms of the interventions that are required for cotton, as well as the fish value chain. So in accelerating agro-industrialization, pointers are showing that we will be still looking at improving market access. And in market access, within the regional markets and even beyond, we cannot understate the issue of certification, adherence to standards, traceability, establishment of export quarantine facilities, certification labs, and all that. You have seen the conflict that we have been having with South Sudan. You know that maize fetched us around $182 million in the financial 22-23. Now, what if we addressed issues to do with standards? Wouldn't it fetch us more resources? So, the issues to do with standards are coming out prominently with within the NDP 4 consultation process. From this engagement, I appreciate the issue of feeds. So far, we were only considering livestock feeds. We are told that the aquaculture feeds, because fish is an important element in the preliminary discussion of the NDP 4. So aquaculture feeds, investment in the aquaculture feeds industry is coming out prominently, and it has been picked. Mechanization is also critical in the agro-industrialization strategy. And then developing other requisite infrastructure to support innovations, technology development, that is in terms of incubation centers, innovations. We know that most new jobs are coming out from startups, sustaining that. These are just highlights of what the new thinking around agro-industrialization in the NDP 4 is likely to look like. Then the promotion of domestic market and promotion of exports in terms of targeting markets through our commercial diplomacy, and the issue of standards and regulations, as well as eliminating counterfeits. And then we have also picked the issue of strengthening regulation and nurturing of the logistics industry to help in terms of promoting or rather support the private sector in terms of the export, in terms of doubling our exports. Trezor has talked about the resources that they have provided in terms of feasibilities. You are aware that the National Planning Authority has got a feasibilities department that supports, that works both with the public and the private sector in terms of trying to develop feasibilities studies, and a number of feasibility studies have been are in the pipeline to be developed in order to try to guide public investment, because the government is running a quasi-market approach where it comes in where the private sector, where it might be expensive for the private sector. So, but this should be based on some background studies which our feasibilities department in the mineral sector, and as well as supporting the beneficiation of the priority minerals which have been identified. The other one is to do with we cannot leapfrog this economy without attaining efficiency in our resource use, and this speaks to directing resources to the productive sectors, as well as attaining fiscal discipline on the side of government. The Commission has already said that we are thinking in terms of fiscal consolidation. And one final one is to do with integrating science, technology, and innovations in terms of the way we do our business, in terms of setting up a knowledge-based economy. Science is not to do with simply looking at space science or the pathogen economy. It is looking at the integration of scientific ways or devising the use of technology in terms of running the different perspectives of the country. For instance, the judiciary could do a good job in terms of integrating the usage of science in their business, just like all of us or all other MDAs are expected to integrate that. So this is basically to call upon you that we are soon rolling out, we are soon coming out for a full consultation process on the NDP4. But these are the preliminary thoughts around the NDP4. And I appreciate the invitation from the Minister of Finance. We came in to listen in to the views from our colleagues. Joseph.
Thank you, Dr. Olo. We have NPA's assurance that there is even a wider process to take forward some of the ideas here that require further refinement under the auspices of the Planning Authority. I think that is very comforting that we are dealing with both the budgeting issues but also the planning issues. Ladies and gentlemen, I am very pleased to inform you that we are now coming to the last and final item on our agenda, and that is the closing remarks. It's my singular honor once again to invite the representative of the Minister of State for Planning, Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, who is none other than the Director Economic Affairs, Mr. Moses Kagwa. Give him a hand as he comes to deliver those remarks. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Joseph. I don't usually like giving speeches as the last person because most people will have gone away. I remember at my wedding, I was the last to speak, but it was only my parents and the parents of my wife who were still present, and maybe my best man. So the rest had left. So, but at least here today, I'm happy that there are still some people whom I'm going to speak to. This has been a very colorful and well-organized discussion with a lot of people who are knowledgeable in the subjects that we are covering. My PSST usually says that he's going to practice the economics that work. And I think this is the economics that work when we meet with private sector and they give us their views on how things should be done. I'm happy to see Masheda here, Masheda Mixed Farm. You should go and visit because there are a lot of things that are happening. I think there is a lot that is happening there when we talk about bringing our youth who have not gone to school or have gone to school but not beyond P7. Masheda has a solution on how we can handle that. So that was a very important one. I was also pleased to have Yalero here, the fish people. It's an amazing project. Near Jinja, when you see how much fish they have managed to harvest, and they are selling not only in Uganda, they have a number of shops across the country, and they have been exporting to Kenya. So really, we must commend them. And I heard they had some constraints in terms of, I think, bringing in feeds from Zambia. The number of licenses or the number of fees they have to pay for each consignment that comes here, the inspections, it's a bit frustrating. And I think we shall look them out to discuss the issues that are affecting them. I know our textiles people have been here. We want to have an integrated textile sector, right from cotton growing. Sylvia Ori is very passionate about that. But we have also had fine spinners here and Nyanza Textiles. They have some issues, especially of financing, on how they can move throughout the value chain. So these are things that we as a government are really going to look at. I had something very interesting about public warehousing, which sounded nice, but I know that private sector has capacity, unutilized capacity of more than 60%. So how do we as government collaborate with the private sector to use their facilities to warehouse the produce of the private sector? On off-take agreements, it's amazing, especially things that have been done by the breweries. Nile Breweries, for example, has organized farmers, and right now they cooperate with about 25,000 farmers, and they're giving them inputs and funding of about 50 billion Uganda shillings. So that organization and the farmers are producing the inputs that these people want, the rice, the maize, the sorghum. And as a result, the farmers are assured that there is a ready market, and they have been given extension services, they have been given good agro-business advice, and they are doing well. So maybe we could look at this partnership and see how far we can go. On strengthening the use of ICT in agriculture, I can't agree with you more. And this has been practiced, not so much, but it's been practiced. For example, in the north, Mukwano with oil seeds producers, they have extension services, but the way this is done is on the radio. There's a program on the radio where the farmers are educated about and sensitized about the good methods for agriculture. And if they have any issues, they call in and the extension worker responds. If the issues are very serious, beyond that, then the extension worker will go and visit that farmer and resolve their problems. So you don't need to use so many extension workers. You can use a few and resolve. In Kenya, they are using the phones to tell farmers when to plant, what to plant, where to buy the inputs, and it's working very well. I've also not heard anything talked about the parish development model. And yet, this is an initiative that is a game changer in this country. Someone told me, Eric, you can confirm that in so many areas in Karamoja, people had never seen money. But now they are being organized to see the money, and only to see the money and being guided on what to actually produce. So we have been talking here about lack of credit, but there's PDM money for so many of these farmers. And they can use this money to go into producing of so many of the things, the coffee, the cotton we are talking about, cassava tea, we have talked about vegetable oils, rice, sugar cane, and so many other products. So this is really, for me, what I would call a game changer. And we should all embrace it. We should sensitize it so that our people who are living in subsistence can actually come up. And this parish development model is actually aligned to the NDP 3. If you look at it, say, but where is this coming from? It's aligned to the NDP 3. You enhance value addition in key growth opportunities, and all these ones are highlighted. Consolidate and increase stock and quality of productive infrastructure. Strengthen private sector capacity to drive growth and create jobs. Enhance productivity and well-being of the population. Strengthen the role of the state in guiding and facilitating development. So all of it is there. We are putting 1 trillion shillings every year in parish circles. There are about 10,954 parish circles. So each of them receives 100 million. And then the parish, the people form parish, the groups, enterprise groups, and they choose what enterprise they are going to do. You may discuss with Sylvia Worry. She has a very good program of parish to market to try and resolve all these issues of producing, and then there is no market. So it's important, and we are working with OWC to ensure that this is actually done. I've heard of overregulation. Yes, overregulation. There are sectors where you also begin to get angry. If you're in the hotel business, I don't know whether this is overregulation or not. You pay VAT you pay as you earn, you pay income tax, you pay local service tax, you pay property tax if that is your building. Those are 5. You pay KCCA or local government license. You pay a swimming pool license. You pay a bar license, because if you have a bar, you pay a license. You pay a restaurant license. You pay a hotel license because that's accommodation. And then you pay billboard license. I don't know whether I can end. And it's 1, and then the lift, if you have a lift, you also pay a license. So it's one establishment paying so many of these. So when we talk about overregulation, maybe this gives a very good example of that. And we are trying to work with different sectors and try to see how you can remove this overregulation. We don't mind the services that are being done, but why doesn't government collect one fee, consolidated, and then distribute it to the entities to do their work? Now, I've gone to the minister's closing remarks, and I'm going to read them verbatim. Your Excellencies, the Honorable Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Honorable Members of Parliament, development partners, private sector representatives, technical teams from ministries, departments, and agencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us today at the 11th National Competitiveness Forum. We hope you have gained valuable insights and inspiration from the speakers and panelists who shared their perspectives on how to enhance our nation's economic performance. We have noted some of the key takeaways from this forum, which are: A, the importance of adopting best practices and technologies to boost agro-industry; B, the need to foster innovation and entrepreneurship in the agro-industry, especially among the youth and women; C, the role of policy and regulatory frameworks in creating an enabling environment for agro-industry to thrive and compete in the regional market; D, the need to realign research and development to facilitate private sector investments into agro-industry and also inform market-oriented productions and processes; E, the opportunities and challenges of integrating the agro-industry into regional and continental value chains and the benefits of cooperation and partnerships among stakeholders. The government's overriding goal is to achieve socio-economic transformation for the benefit of all Ugandans and thus improve their lives. We must therefore work together with the private sector to achieve this objective through promotion of agro-industrialization, enforcement of standards, and improved market entry, as well as integration of more Ugandans in the money economy through interventions in the productive sectors. The Permanent Secretary to Treasury challenged the participants to a number of questions and food for thought, which I have no doubt that you have exhaustively responded to and will guide the budgeting process. Government has set up a number of training and mentoring programs to equip the agro-industry entrepreneurs with the necessary skills and knowledge to start and grow their businesses. What we now need is to, 1, amplify platforms and networks to facilitate the exchange of ideas, information, and resources among the agro-industry stakeholders, such as farmers, processors, traders, researchers, and policymakers. 2, support the development and adoption of innovative solutions and technologies that can address the challenges and opportunities in the agro-industry to improve productivity, quality, efficiency, and sustainability. 3, ensure conducive policy and regulatory frameworks that can enable access finance, markets, infrastructure, and other services. The issues at today's forum will be included in the budget proposals for financial year 2023-2024 so that they are prioritized for public financing. It is government's expectation that the private sector will embrace the interventions by government to increase their contribution towards full monetization of the economy for inclusive growth. As we conclude this forum, we would like to invite you to continue the conversation and collaboration with your fellow participants and stakeholders, and keep in touch with us as we work together to build a more competitive and resilient agro-industry for the future. We appreciate your active participation and feedback, and we hope to see you again at our next event. For God and my country. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Director, representing the Minister. And I'll just have one more activity, Joseph, and I know Joseph has handed over this session. He's done. His session was done with a speech, final speech. There's a couple of souvenirs I have, even for my people at the ministry. So I have also prepared for you. Patrick will also benefit from government taxes. Yeah, so please bring my souvenirs. So I request Miss Sylvia Worry if you could come to the front, since you look like our outfit today. You will be the one doing us the honors of awarding our recipients. We'll start with the director, who will be joined by the director of budget, the director budget, Teresa, who will then be joined by Olo, who will then be joined by the boss, Joseph. So Joseph, if you could come, each of you, you will have a photo, and then all the 5 of you will have one photo as testimony that you are here. Again, our guest tea is available. I know you know, and you heard Joseph say we are cutting public expenditure, so we did not provide a cocktail, but we provided tea, right? So don't ask us for a cocktail. We have budget for tea, okay? The other thing is, in case you left your jacket in the restaurant upstairs, pick it at the reception on your way out. It was brought. So just check that you came with a jacket and you didn't leave it behind. Okay. So I want us, in a very special way, to put our hands together for the Ministry of Finance, Diana and her team, for inviting us to be part of this 14th National Competitiveness Forum. It was indeed an honor. I think, Diana, the least you can do, we can't give you a pack, but we can ask you to go and join them for a photo. That's the least we can do. So, Diana, please join them so that there is evidence that you had a team with you. Okay? There you go. Now we'll have a photo. So, Director and our recipients will have a photo that marks the close of our forum, and then we'll all have a networking session while we are holding our cups of tea. Cameraman, over to you. All right. So thank you very much, Director, and our commissioners, plus our host, of course. We want to thank you all for joining us. This conversation continues, as you heard. These networking sessions, which whether we now go to the NPA as we start talking about NDP4, or we stick to the ministry as we talk about the budgeting process and what is ongoing, that conversation can continue. This room is still available. I think they can only chase us after 7 p.m. But we can stay here and have our tea and continue the networking sessions. On behalf of the ministry, I want to thank all of you.